Hello, and welcome back. Tonight, we're going to be going over a compilation of true scary stories from Reddit, volumes 1 through 5. If you enjoyed this video, please drop a like, comment, and subscribe. Also, please consider checking out my Patreon, where I upload all videos ad-free, along with other behind-the-scenes content, and polls to influence future videos. Now, let's get into the fearful findings.
You need to understand, first of all, that having a twin can really suck because no one can picture the two of you apart. From my life screaming start to right now, it has always been a pair, Tara and Cleo, and I hate it so much. Just imagine having a baby sibling you never wanted is always there, and everyone acts like you're the problem for being upset about it. And I do mean baby, and not just because I tore out of mom first. She cries when our food is wrong, i.e. when it's all touching, or when mom and dad go to work and leave us by ourselves all day. And don't get me started on when we go outside and dig for salamanders and frogs to play with. It's buckets of tears and hiccups the whole time. Sometimes, just to buy some alone time, I tell her I'm the normal one. She cries the whole day, but at least she won't bug me to do stuff. I'm serious when I tell you I needed the space because she's fucking everywhere. Unasked, uninvited, it doesn't matter, Tara will be there. A great example happened at my high school prom. After the dance I went with my date to this lake to go do what teenagers do in dark cars. Not long after Lincoln cut off the truck, I could hear Tara breathing right by my ear. I grabbed the keys, got out of the car, and locked the truck. It trapped Lincoln inside, but it's fine. I never liked him that much anyway. Oh, and forget having any kind of pets around Tara. I've had a string of small pets over my life, and it's all ended the same. Hamsters, gerbils, cats, they all go missing. And the worst part is mom and dad never believe me when I say Tara did it. In fact, any mention of Tara makes mom start to cry, and dad yell at me even louder. I've been so sick of how it's never Tara's fault. So, like the title says, she's dead. Judge me later, let me finish for now. I did it the night before I was supposed to go see the doctor. Dad didn't tell me it was a shriek, but I found the woman on his search history. I was freaking out. I'm 17 now, at least for a couple more hours, and kids say no to anything they want to do. So I decided I'd rather risk it. With mom passed out drunk, Tara didn't see me slip into the kitchen and grab the chef knife. Serves mom right for drinking so much these days. I asked Tara to meet me out by the lake for a birthday surprise that mom and dad would take away if they saw. Because Tara isn't very bright, she believed me and followed me out to the woods. Tara saw the knife eventually, and getting rid of her really hurt. She fought back worse than I expected. Or maybe my hands shook worse than I thought they would. But either way, it took an hour of fighting, crying, and begging before I saw blood. And before Tara stopped twitching, pain throbbed in my skull. I stumbled back to my house, bleeding, bumping into tree trunks. Somehow, mom woke up and she screamed when she saw the blood on my pajamas. She held a cloth to my left eye socket, begging to know where my eye was. She kept crying, so dad had to go out into the woods and get it, along with Tara. They both got stuffed into the cooler. The hospital thinks it can save my eye, but I don't want them to. Because behind that eye was Tara, a misshapen twin I learned about when I was very small, with a name I couldn't fully pronounce. I've never known a life without her, without those whispers to do things I don't want to do. But I think it's time I find out. I turn 18 in a matter of hours. If I can stall, then I can sign an AMA and keep us apart. Alright, now you can judge me. I was upstairs in my room one night playing video games with the volume really loud when I thought I heard noises coming from downstairs. I muted the TV and listened closer. Nothing. I resumed playing the game for another hour when I heard it again, only louder. I was sure I heard it this time, and was a little freaked out. To assure myself, I went downstairs to the basement where I thought I heard the noise coming from. As soon as I opened the basement door, I was hit with a cold breeze. I went downstairs and saw the window wide open. I was 100% sure I had closed and locked all the windows in the house. I was ready to make a run for it when something stopped me. I turned around and for the first time noticed the closet door was slightly cracked open. I stood for what seemed like 30 minutes in front of that door debating whether I should open it. I moved closer and put my hand on the doorknob. All of a sudden I heard a creepy crackle coming from inside the closet. I have never run faster up a flight of stairs before. I locked the door and called the cops, who had an unusually fast response time. They came in and searched the house, and not even 5 minutes into their search I heard a gunshot from downstairs. A few minutes later they came out with a deranged looking man, probably homeless. They put him in the back of the car and told me they had opened the door and the man was holding a gunshot at them and missed. He luckily missed, and the cops disarmed him and arrested him. The scariest part was how close I was to opening that door and likely being murdered. Don't Google yourself. Why? Because you may not like what you find. One day, I was bored and decided to search for my own name on Google. I have quite a rare name, so I didn't expect to find many results. Imagine how surprised I was when I came across a website that had my full name in the domain. www.myname.com. When I clicked the link, it brought me to a message board. I looked at the profile of the website owner and found out that the person was the same age as me and had the same hobbies and interests. There weren't any posts on the message board, but I was intrigued, so I saved it in my favorites. It was about a month later when I went back to the website. This time, it had more content. There were some diary entries, mostly random things like the weather was nice today, or I'm so bored in work. Things of that nature. However, as time went on, I began to notice more and more coincidences. The person lived in the same city as I did. It struck me as rather strange that two people with the exact same rare name would be living in the same city at the same time. At one point, I noticed that the contents of the diary were quite similar to my own life. One day, I went to a baseball game, and when I checked the website that evening, I found that the owner of the site had gone to the same ball game. At first, I didn't think much of it. After all, tens of thousands of people in the city supported the same baseball team. It began to seem like much more than a simple coincidence. Whenever I checked the website, I would notice little biographical details that seemed too close for comfort. For example, the owner mentioned their pet dog, and the dog's name was the same as the dog I had when I was a child. The website owner posted a picture of their car. It was the same model of car I had been driving when I was in college. They talked about eating at a certain restaurant. It was the same restaurant I had gone to all the time when I was working at my previous job. One day, when I looked at the message board, people had written messages to the owner saying happy birthday. That day, it was my birthday as well. I decided to write on the message board for the first time, just out of curiosity. I was going to wish the owner a happy birthday and tell them we had the same name. However, when I tried to write something, I realized that there was nowhere to type your message. It wasn't a message board at all, just a static page. That's odd, I thought to myself. In other words, whoever owned the website had gone to a lot of trouble to make it seem as if it was an interactive site, as if there were other people posting on it, when in actual fact, all the content must have been created by the owner. Why on earth would someone do that? I wondered. I decided to send an email to the owner. It read, "Hi there. Believe it or not, we both share the same name. Nice to meet you." It was just a friendly email. The next day, when I tried to look at the website, I discovered that it was gone. It seemed like it had been deleted. Then, I opened my mailbox. There was one reply. When I looked at it, a chill ran down my spine. It just read, "Found you." "Attention shoppers," came a male voice over the intercom. "Please move to the back of the store immediately." "The back of the store?" I whispered to Daniel. "Don't they mean the front of the store? To pay for our stuff?" It was 8:50 p.m., 10 minutes till closing time. We brought our two kids out on this late-night Walmart excursion in the hopes of burning off some energy. Instead, they'd just thrown tantrums for new Legos and Hot Wheels. It was a disaster. But apparently, the disaster was just beginning. "Please move to the back of the store immediately," the voice repeated overhead. This is not a drill. I glanced around, but the other shoppers were just as confused as I was. An old lady looked up at the ceiling, scrunching her face. What the hell? A dark-haired woman asked her boyfriend, pushing a cart full of garden supplies. Didn't you hear? An older man said, leaning over his cart of bottled water and canned food. We're in a tornado watch. One touchdown in Sourville. A tornado? It was definitely storming outside. I'd seen the black clouds roll in from the east earlier, but it didn't look that bad. Do not stay out in the open. I repeat, do not stay out in the open. There was a pause. Then, an explosion of sound as everyone began to mobilize. Carts rolling, panicked voices, feet slapping on the floor. No. This can't be happening. I hurried down the toy aisle, Tucker in my arms, Daniel and Jackson following me. 3 zigzaggy turns, and then we were in the electronics area. I glanced at the TVs on the wall, and pictured the 4 of us, crushed underneath them. Stay away from windows and doors, the voice continued on the loudspeaker. And do not attempt to exit the store. Is it safe here? Daniel shook his head. Big open areas aren't good. I'm going to check in back, see if there's a break room or something. You stay here, okay? I nodded. Arms shaking, I sat down on the ground between 2 shelves of video games. Tucker sucked on a bottle in my arms while Jackson began to giggle. Is the tornado going to hit the store? And everything will fly around, real fast? He asked with a big stupid grin on his face. I don't know. A tornado. A real-life tornado, like you see in the movies, plowing through our town. It was so unfathomable. We were New York natives, transplanted here to Indiana only 6 months ago. I'd never been in a tornado watch my entire life. Daniel jogged back into view. Everything's locked up, he said, as he joined me on the floor. But listen, Fairview's a big town. The chances that it'll hit this Walmart. I think we'll be okay. I never should have brought us here. You didn't know. None of us did. He wrapped his arm around me. They should have warned us. Like an emergency alert on our phones. Or a tornado siren, or something. The voice overhead rang out again through the store. Do not stay out in the open. Do not make yourself visible. That includes security cameras. Please move to a spot that is not visible to any cameras. I frowned. What does that have to do with tornadoes? A feeling of unease in the pit of my stomach. I glanced up and saw several black globes descending from the ceiling, hiding the cameras within. I guess we should listen to them and get out of sight, I whispered. I grabbed Jackson's hand. Daniel picked up Tucker, and we jogged out into the center aisle. The store was an eerie sight, abandoned shopping carts, askew in the aisle, full of everything from pies to batteries to plants. Footsteps echoed around the store from people unseen, as they found their new hiding places. We dodged a shopping cart full of soda, ran through kitchenwares, and then stopped in the Easter decoration aisle. There was a camera in the central corridor, but as long as we stayed in the middle of Easter aisle, we'd be invisible. The 4 of us crouched on the floor, next to some demented-looking Easter bunnies. I'm hungry, Jackson whined. SSSSHHH. Mommy. I grabbed a bag of colorful chocolate eggs and ripped it open. Here, candy. Happy. I whispered, thrusting them into his hands. Then I leaned back against the metal shelves, panting, but I didn't have long to rest. A mechanical whine overhead, and then the voice came to the speakers again. Keep away from aisles with food. If you have food with you, leave it and move to a new hiding place. If you have any open wounds, cover them with clothing. What the fuck? It had nothing to do with keeping safe in a tornado. We should make a run for it, Daniel whispered to me, starting to stand. But the tornado. I don't think there is a tornado. Listen, do you hear any wind? I listened, but all I heard was silence. No howling wind, no shaking ground, no projectiles clanging against the metal roof. Maybe it's still coming. I know what they're saying doesn't make sense, but to go outside. We need to get out of here. Now. He grabbed Jackson's hand as he held Tucker in his arms. Come on. Daniel, I don't think that's a good idea, I whispered. But the next words from the intercom changed my mind. Assume a fetal position and place your hands on your head. Close your eyes and do not open them for any reason. Let's go. We broke into a sprint and ran down the central aisle, cameras be damned. The front door appeared in front of us, a little black rectangle looming in the distance. And as we got closer, I saw Daniel was right. There was a tree at the border of the parking lot, under a street lamp. It was perfectly still. We continued running, past the clothing area, past the snacks lined up at the checkout lines. I ran towards the sliding glass doors as fast as my legs would carry me. Almost there. Almost there. Almost. The doors didn't open. No. Daniel slammed his body against the door. It rattled underneath him. I tried to squeeze my fingers into the gap between them to try and pull them apart. They didn't budge. They locked us in, I whispered. I want to go home, Jackson said. Tucker was beginning to fuss too, making little noises like he was about to start full-on wailing. I turned around, and that's when I saw him, a Walmart employee. He was sitting on the ground at the end of one of the checkout aisles, facing away from us, wearing the familiar blue vest with a golden starburst. Hey, let us out. He didn't reply. Did you hear me? I don't care if there's a fucking tornado. Unlock the door and let us out. Again, he said nothing. But in the silence, I could hear something. A wet, smacking sound. I stared at the man, slightly hunched over, still facing away from me. Was he eating something? The speaker overhead crackled to life. Attention. Please do not talk to any Walmart employees. My blood ran cold. The smacking sound stopped. And then, slowly, the man began to stand. He placed his palms on the conveyor belt and pushed up, and I could see that they were stained with blood. I backed away, but my legs felt like they were moving through a vat of honey. No. Fingers locked around my arm and yanked. Come on, Daniel shouted. I sprinted after him, deeper into the store. Tucker stared at me over his shoulder, and Jackson ran as fast as his little feet would take him. I was vaguely aware of the slap 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 sound behind me, but I didn't dare look back. Daniel ran into the clothing area and I swayed, dodging circular racks of t-shirts and wooden displays of baby clothes. He skidded to a stop and ducked into the dressing room area. In here, he whispered, motioning at one of the rooms. We piled inside and locked the door. Daddy, Jackson started. You listen to me very carefully, I said, crouching to his level. You have to be absolutely silent. Do not say a word. Okay. Jackson looked at me, then Daniel, then he nodded and sat down on the floor. I'm going to try to call 911, Daniel whispered, transferring Tucker to me and pulling out his phone. He tapped at the screen, then frowned. What? We don't seem to have any service. I don't. Thump. I grabbed Jackson and pulled him away from the door. The four of us huddled in the corner. I held my breath. Thump. Under the gap of the dressing room door, men's feet in black shoes. They slowly took a step forward, deeper into the dressing room. Don't move, I whispered, holding Jackson. The man took another step. Don't make a sound. Don't move. Don't. Tucker let out a soft cry. The man stopped. His feet turned, pointing at us. No. Tucker let out another cry, louder this time. My nails dug into Daniel's hand. No. A hand appeared. It slowly pressed against the floor, stained with blood. And then his knees appeared as he lowered himself down to the gap. No. Could he fit under? The gap wasn't small. It was like the stall door to a bathroom. If he flattened himself against the floor, there's a chance he could fit under. I watched in horror as his stomach came into view. His blue Walmart vest as he lowered his body to the floor. Then he pushed his arm under the gap and blindly swept it across the floor, as if feeling for us. This is it. We're going to die. And then he lowered his head. His face. Oh, God. There was something horribly wrong with his face. He smiled up at us with a smile that was impossibly wide, showing off blood-stained teeth. His skin was so pale it was nearly blue, and his eyes, they were milky white, without pupils or irises. I opened my mouth to scream up. Attention shoppers, the voice began overhead. No. Please make your way to the front of the store and make your final purchases. We will be closing in 10 minutes. What? And then, before I could react, something unseen jerked the man out of view. A strange dragging sound followed, as if someone was dragging his body out of the dressing room area. I stared at the door, shaking as Tucker's cries rang in my ears, but he didn't come back. And within 10 minutes, the usual hubbub of Walmart returned. Voices, footsteps, shopping cart wheels rolling along the floor. Shaking, I finally got up and unlocked the door. The store looked completely normal. People were lined up at the cash registers, placing their goods on the conveyor belts. Employees were scanning tags, printing receipts. People walked towards the glass doors, and when they did, they slid open. As we slowly walked towards the exit, I spotted the older man who warned us about the tornado earlier. What was that? I asked, unable to keep my voice from shaking. He shrugged. I guess the tornado missed us. What a miracle, huh? Giving us a smile, he disappeared out the glass doors and into the night. I heard on my first night in the new house. Someone walking down the street and snapping their fingers with both hands in the middle of the night. Shit, I have forgotten to close my curtains. Earlier that day, an older couple came over with a saran-wrapped plate of muffins and a warning. They told me that every night at 3 a.m., someone walks outside the house and snaps his fingers. They said that I should never, under any circumstances, look at the man. If I did, I would sorely regret it. When I asked them what happened if you looked at him, they didn't say a word. Instead, they just looked at each other, and the husband shook his head. Now I was in my room, and the snapping man was on his way. I was just about to get out of bed and shut the curtains when suddenly the next snap came from right outside the bedroom window. I let out a startled cry. The house was a good 20 feet from the public sidewalk and separated by a garden gate and then a row of bushes. Somehow he had cleared the distance in less than a second. I covered my face with the pillow and curled up into a ball. A whispered prayer escaped my lips, and I hoped that God was stronger than whatever was outside. The thing started walking back and forth, going just past my house each time. The snapping started out slow and rhythmic but got faster and faster each time until it reached a feverish speed. As they sped up, the snaps grew louder, much louder than any sound a human snap could make, to the point that they rattled the window glass in its pain and drowned out every other sound. I began to shake and shouted for Jesus to protect me. Part of me wanted desperately to jump out of bed and face whatever monster was outside, but I thought back to my neighbor's visit and resisted the urge. It wasn't even their warning that persuaded me, it was the look on their faces when I asked what happened to those who chose to look. They both turned white as ghosts, like the blood had been drained from their heads, and their faces twisted in nauseating fear at the memory of neighbors who hadn't heeded their warnings. It was the kind of instant animal reaction that you cannot hide even when you try, so I knew that whatever happened to those who looked, it had to be terrifying. Even so, it was difficult to lie there defenseless in bed while the snaps grew so loud that I thought my eardrums might burst. I tried stuffing the corners of my pillow down my ears, but it did nothing to quiet the incessant roar. Then there was silence. The noise stopped so suddenly that it was almost startling. From outside, a gravely reptilian voice said, not in a whisper but in a low and quiet tone, "Good night." Footsteps went away from the window and back up the road in the direction they came. It wasn't until the footsteps trailed off that I noticed the sound of someone crying. After a moment, I realized it was me. I was crying, no, sobbing uncontrollably. The experience had been absolutely terrible and frightening in a way I cannot put into words. The worst part was that the louder the snaps got, the more I wanted to look at who was doing them. It wasn't just a morbid curiosity, it was almost as if the sound was beckoning me, like an audible anglerfish was inviting me into its razor-filled jaws. I got up without opening my eyes and shut the window curtains. It took 4 more hours to fall asleep, and even then only because the sun was starting to rise and the world felt safe again. After a while, I developed certain strategies for coping with my nightly visitor. At first, I tried putting earplugs in before going to bed, but that didn't do anything to cover up the sound of the snapping. Worse still, the goodbye at the end was always as clear as if I had my ear up against the wall. I asked around, and some people in the neighborhood let me know that you could help drown out the noise by leaving a fan on through the night. It sounded dumb at first, but I was desperate enough to try anything at that point, and, sure enough, it worked. The snapping was still loud, but endurable, and after a week I was sleeping through the whole thing. In order to make sure I never accidentally looked out the window, I tied the curtains shut and put a box over the sill for an added layer of protection. I also constructed a wall of cardboard around the corner of my bed closest to the window so that if I happened to look over there in the middle of the night and the box had in some way fallen off and the curtains were somehow open, I still wouldn't see him. I even put tripwire in front of the window so that if I were to try and unblock the window in my sleep, I would fall over and wake up. I know, it's a lot of precautionary stuff, but what would you do in my situation? I was determined to not be like one of those dumbass in scary movies who know there's an imminent threat and just keeps going about things as usual, and when the monster gets them everyone in the audience thinks, "I told you so." Fuck that. Once I fine-tuned my nighttime defense strategies, my life started getting back to normal. I joined a book club, settled into my new job, and even became friends with a couple coworkers. One was a goofy guy named Tyler who's stupid in a fun-to-be-around kind of way, and the other was a beautiful girl I was flirting with named Amanda. Everything was going great until I had the dumb idea to invite both of them over for a little party at my place. We started off with board games, pizza, and beer, then more beer, then some pizza, and finally some more beer. At one point Tyler got up to use the pisser, as he put it. and I seized the opportunity to capitalize on the liquid courage I had in my system and make a move on Amanda. I was just building up to it when Tyler shouted out, "What the fuck is this stuff in your room?" I froze. I had gone so long without waking up at 3 a.m. that I had half forgotten about the thing that roamed the neighborhood. I looked down at my watch. 2:55. Shit. I had let time get away from me. I got up and ran into my bedroom, and Amanda followed me. "Don't touch it. Get away from the window." I shouted at Tyler, who was peeling back the box on the windowsill. He and Amanda stared at me with their mouths gaping open, and I knew I had to explain myself. I told them all about the thing that comes by every night at 3 a.m. and how it was incredibly dangerous to look at him. I expected them to think I was crazy, but that wasn't exactly how they reacted. Well, Tyler gasped. "So, like, your neighborhood is haunted?" "Well, yeah, I guess technically. But it's not a huge deal as long as you stay away from that window," I said. "So, like, you've never even seen the guy that does this?" he asked me. I shook my head. "How do you know it isn't just some random loser playing a prank?" "Trust me, if you heard it you would know that it isn't anything human," I told him. He looked at me with a flash of excitement. "What time is it?" he asked. I checked my watch again. 2:58. I stuttered and then looked at him in terror. I did not want them to witness the snapping. For some reason it just felt dangerous to have them around. I worried something unexpected would happen, something out of my control, like Amanda tripping and accidentally ripping down the box on the window, or Tyler being Tyler and trying to drunk fight the monster. I mean, they were two highly intoxicated young adults, and we were at what shared a passing resemblance to a party. I was basically playing with fire inside a fuel tank. "We need to get out of here. Let's go back into the living room, come on." I blurted and tried to herd the two out of my room, but Tyler wouldn't budge. "No fucking way, man. Now that we're here, I want to hear this thing. I'm staying." I could tell he meant it, and I didn't know what I could do to convince him to leave. Before I could even think of something else to say, I heard it. The snaps were starting from down the street. "He's coming," I said, mostly to myself. Tyler and Amanda fell silent and strained to listen for the sound of his arrival. "I don't hear Dash," Amanda started to say, but she was cut off by the sudden sound of snapping that came from right outside the window. I groaned. He was here. Tyler, who was facing the window, fell backwards onto the floor. "Holy shit," he giggled. "It's real." I didn't like the look I saw on Tyler's face. He was eyeing the window up and down like it was a roller coaster he was about to ride, a plunge into adventure that he was ready to take. "Come over here, Tyler. It's not safe by the window," I said, but my words were lost on him. "Tyler, get over here," Amanda yelled. The snapping started to get louder, and Tyler's visage changed from excited to afraid. However, that glimmer of adventure still shone in his eye. "Why can't we look at him again?" Tyler shouted over the growing noise. He started to move, hesitantly, towards the rattling window. I tried to shout back an answer, but the snapping was already deafening, and it drowned out any sound of my voice. "Where's that fan?" I looked around desperately for the fan that could quiet the all-consuming noise. I could have sworn I left it in its usual place. Amanda covered her ears and crouched down to her knees. I could tell by her face that she was crying. For a second, I bent down to comfort her, and when I looked up I just barely caught Tyler's mouth moving. I'm not the best lip reader, but I could tell he said something like, "I think I'm going to open the window," as he reached to pull the box off the windowsill. I sprang up from the floor across the room towards him and shouted with all my might for him to stop, but it was too late. Just as I was about to reach him, Tyler undid the curtains and he laid eyes on the terrible thing outside. I shielded my own eyes with my elbow just in time, but that didn't stop me from hearing Tyler's screams, because as soon as Tyler opened the curtains, the snapping stopped. The thing outside the window let out a deep, animal moan of pleasure, and then all we could hear was a mortifying, blood-curdling wail. It came from Tyler, and it sounded like a mix between a terrible human shriek and the squeal of a pig being slaughtered. I felt bad for him, but at the same time I didn't know what I could do to help without putting myself in danger. Thankfully, the screaming soon subsided, and after a few seconds of silence I decided to open my eyes. Tyler was sitting in the corner, slumped over like a drunk. His mouth was turned up in a slight smile and drool poured out of the corner. "Tyler," I began to talk to him. He looked over when I said his name, and I saw that his eyeballs were all white. They didn't pupils or irises, not even any veins. They were just pure white like two cue balls stuck in his skull. He smiled wider. "Tyler, are you all right?" I asked. "I'm fine," he said dryly as he stood up. I looked at the watcher, and he has helped me truly see. He took a step toward us. I think you two should look. I promise you won't regret it. He took another step forward and reached a hand out in our direction. Just take a quick peek. I won't tell anyone. At that moment, a dull thud came from the window. Tyler went on talking and staggering towards us. I put a protective arm out in front of Amanda in a feeble attempt at shielding her from whatever terribleness had entered the body of our friend. You should take a look. It's not so bad. It's not like what they told you. There was another thud against the window. It sounded like something was pounding on the glass. I promise I wouldn't lie to friends, Tyler said. Thud. Do I look like I'm hurt? I wanted to answer that he did look hurt, but I knew it wouldn't do much. There was something very wrong with him. Looking out the window had changed him. Tyler, what is that thing doing? I asked him tentatively as I took a cautious step backward. Thud. Who? Tyler asked me. That thing outside. Oh, he's banging his head on the glass. He says that once someone looks at him, he's allowed to come in. As he said those words, there was another thud and the glass made a cracking noise. I turned around to look at Amanda and said the last words I would ever speak to her. Get out, now. She took off running and I followed close after. Behind us, I heard Tyler call out, this time in his normal voice, as if the real Tyler had fought his way out of the prison that was his mind. Wait, take me with you. I can't see. I paused and almost turned back, but that was when the window shattered and I knew that going back for him meant certain doom for us both. It was hard to leave my friend behind like that, but I told myself there was nothing I could do. It would have been like one drowning person trying to save another. So I took off. By the time I got through the front door, Amanda was already out of sight. Her car wasn't in the driveway, so I assumed she made it to safety. My car was in the garage and the keys were up in my room, so I ran away on foot. New screams and the sounds of tearing flesh echoed out into the night as I crossed the lawn and scampered down the sidewalk. There was so much adrenaline in my system that running was not difficult, even though I was severely out of shape. I ran until my frantic legs carried me to a public place, a fast food restaurant that I had never noticed before. Thank God it was open. I burst inside and collapsed onto the sticky tile floor where a worker had just mopped. He looked slightly annoyed, but not in the least bit shocked. I guess the graveyard staff at a fast food place see a lot of crazy shit. As soon as I regained my breath, I pulled out my phone and called 911. I told the operator that someone had broken in and attacked my friend. I hoped there was still a chance for Tyler, but in my gut I knew that it was over for him. The operator asked where I lived, and when I gave her the address, her tone of voice completely changed. Did he look out the window? She asked. I guess emergency services was already aware of the thing that wandered the neighborhood. Yeah, he did. I sniffled. Well, I'm sorry, sir, but there's nothing we can do for your friend. We will try to recuperate most of your belongings in the morning, but you cannot go back to that house. Do you have somewhere else you can stay? She asked. I was speechless. There was nothing they could do. What was that thing that went snapping outside my window every night? And how was it so terrifying that even 911 wouldn't mess with it? Eventually I lied to her and said I could stay at a relative's house, but truthfully I had nowhere to go. My only two friends in the area were Tyler and Amanda, one of whom was literally in the belly of a beast and the other wasn't answering my calls. I bought a cheeseburger and a soda and spent the rest of the night lying in a booth at that fast food place. Now I live in a new city, in a new neighborhood. I have a good job and I'm even making a few friends at work. Things are going great, but I'm starting to get a little worried. My next door neighbors just called and said that they want to come over to discuss some community guidelines. They said it has something to do with locking your doors every time there's a full moon. I swear, I can't take this stuff anymore. Why can't I just find a decent place to live? I know this sounds crazy, and I don't know where else to go. Something happened over the weekend that I can't fully explain, and to be honest, I haven't had a full night's rest ever since then. I try to tell myself that this is just my brain running low on caffeine, but the more I push the doubts away, the more uneasy I feel. Something is wrong with my children. I have too many of them. I have 3 wonderful boys. James is 8 and Braxton is 6. I don't remember Dylan. I see pictures of him up on the fridge, smiling and playing catch with his dad. He goes to the same school as his older brothers. He's a great kid for the few days that I've known him. But before Saturday, I have no recollection of him being a part of our family. Saturday was strange, to say the least. There was a cold front moving in. Weather reports said there would be rain mixed with hail. We had to cancel baseball practice because of the nasty change. but no one seemed really prepared for the fog. We were leaving the field when I saw it roll in. I think it came from the south. It was thick, so very much so that traffic came to a halt. My husband tried to get out and see if there was a way around it, but no one could see anything for miles. It was so very cold, colder than you would expect. The boys were complaining because of it, and even though we stayed in the car, I didn't feel comfortable sitting there amid the cloud. Something was wrong about all of it. Everyone could feel it, but no one said anything. Braxton and James were complaining 1 minute about the whole situation, and then it became dead silent. Time itself seemed to stop. I remember telling them to be quiet while we tried to drive forward inch by inch. It was a little nerve-wracking being unsure what was just mere feet in front of you. My husband finally announced he could see the edge of the cloud and pushed the ignition. I told my boys that we were finally headed home, and then I saw something in the mirror. A third child. I screamed. My husband slammed on the brakes. What the hell, Joy? I thought we were going to get in a wreck. I was staring at the third child in the back seat, and everyone in my family was looking at me like I was insane. Who are you? I whispered. The question to me sounded like what any sane person would ask. I should have realized sanity left our lives the moment the fog came. The boy spoke. Mom, it's me, Dylan. Are you okay? I looked to my husband for answers, and he was equally worried, checking my head for signs of a bruise. What's wrong? Are you feeling sick? I didn't know what to say, so I waited until we got home and the 3 boys were asleep. Vincent. I know this sounds insane, but I don't recall having 3 children. When we went into that fog, I only remember Braxton and James. I whispered as we got ready for bed. My husband couldn't believe it. He showed me family pictures of all of us. I think we need to schedule a doctor visit. This isn't normal, he said. But he didn't mean for the third child, he meant for me. I had a hard time even closing my eyes that night knowing a stranger was sleeping in my house. Worst of all, I kept wondering if my mind was playing tricks with me. How could I possibly forget having a third child? It couldn't be. Dylan is my son, and I must be just having an aneurysm or something. The thought frightened me because nothing about it offered easy solutions. The next day we sent the boys to school and got that appointment. When we made it to the office, I was nearly convinced that I had just imagined the whole bizarre fog. Then I overheard a young man in the lobby arguing with 2 kids he claimed were not his. I don't know you, I don't care what that doctor says. You aren't mine. Get away from me. He snapped. I stopped him as he was about to go out the door and saw something in his eyes. Was it the fog? I whispered. He knew what I was talking about, and that troubled me even more. The doctor examined me and couldn't find anything physically wrong. I'm going to prescribe a few psychiatric medications just to help you remain calm. I'm sure this will all resolve itself in a few days, the doctor said. I smiled uneasily and promised I would take them. I never did, I will admit. I wanted a clear mind so I could figure out what was happening and which of these children was actually real. But meeting that man confirmed to me that I wasn't alone. Others were experiencing the same as I was. I didn't know how to explain it to my husband, and I was scared he might consider sending me to an asylum if I kept pressing the issue. Maybe I was crazy. Maybe these are my children. When they got home from school, I made them food and sat right across from Dylan. I wanted to try to resume a normal life, as crazy as that sounds. This kid had made no effort to seem a threat. Maybe I was the one affected. Maybe the fog did something to me, not to him. Thanks for dinner, Mom, Dylan said as he hugged me after washing his plate. I gave him a half smile and sat there, feeling absolutely awful. I was starting to feel something towards him. Was he even real? How could I be sure he was? That second night of no sleep made me get up and check on the boys, to be sure that nothing out of the ordinary happened. They were all so peaceful. My life felt like a dream, but it was still off. Alarm bells rang in my head, telling me not to just push these feelings aside. I went to the attic to try and find anything connecting to Dylan's childhood. If he's really my son, I knew I would have kept baby stuff up there, but I didn't find anything, not even a bracelet from the hospital. As I sat there looking at other albums, it occurred to me that every part of them seemingly manifested 4 days ago. Before that, he didn't exist. The next day, when Vincent went to work, I checked online in our area to see if anyone else might possibly have a similar experience from the fog. It took a bit of digging, and maybe one too many coffees, but I found something, buried under a help tab on a Facebook group. How to tell which of your children is real. There was a video of a mother just like me. Behind her there were 3 children, all sitting in chairs strapped down by zip ties. I held my hand over my mouth as she started to speak. Everyone says I'm crazy, but I can't shake the feeling that one of these children isn't really a real kid. It started with the fog and it grew larger from there. At first I was certain, then it started to infect me more. I blurred their faces. They all looked the same. Then I realized I wasn't sure which one was the one I couldn't remember. I needed to know. If they are my blood, I know they will have blood. And then I told myself it didn't matter. I loved them all. But that unease in my stomach didn't disappear. She took out a switchblade. Then the screen suddenly went black, announcing the video was pulled. It made my heart race. I couldn't do that. I'm not a monster. But what she said bothered me. The fog had infected her mind, made her question reality. What if it was doing that to me too? What if one of these children is an imposter? Yesterday, I reached my breaking point. I tried for a full day to push these thoughts aside and treat the three of them as mine. Yet I had no connection to Dylan. No motherly instinct was kicking in. When he hugged me, I just felt dead inside. He's a stranger. A mother knows her children. I told my husband I was going to take them to the park. When they got out and played, I sat there and watched them, trying to psych myself up to what I needed to do. I have a few safety pins in the car for clothing emergencies, and I told myself I just needed to prick their finger. That's what the woman was going to do. I was sure of it. The real ones will bleed. The fake one. I wasn't sure. I waited until they got back in the car and then locked the doors. "Mom, can we go for ice cream?" Braxton asked. I was saying a mental countdown and then pounced, pricking his finger. "Mom, what the hell?" James shouted. I snagged him next. Dylan tried to defend himself, and the sharp point snagged his arm. Blood trickled down, and he cried out, "Mom, what are you doing? Why did you do that?" I froze, looking at the other boys. I dropped the safety pin and quickly drove them to the nearest clinic. It was an accident. You were rough housing, and you stuck yourself. It will only be a few stitches, I told Dylan. They promised to not say anything to their father. I've been dumbstruck and horrified by the moment ever since. Their faces were filled with fear. Their own mother attacking them. That isn't the worst part though, because I have one thing seared in my mind. Braxton wasn't bleeding. I don't like to talk about what happened 15 years ago. I don't even like to think about the fact that on January 7th, 2008, Sarah Collins, beloved member of the community, left home to run an errand and was then never seen again. It was a huge case back then. Everyone seemed to want to know what happened to her, but no one was more desperate for answers than I was. Sarah and I have been married for 5 years. I knew as soon as I met her that I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. She had one of those smiles that just lit up a room. That's why it was so hard to believe that such a beautiful, successful woman had seemingly disappeared. They hadn't even recovered her body. 15 years later, and they still didn't have a shred of evidence. Not a tire track, or even a fingerprint. Nothing. The police put out an appeal, but no one came forward. Somehow, not a single person had seen her. It was like she had just vanished without a trace. I think about Sarah a lot. I could never quite bring myself to take down the photos of her from around the house. Sarah's bright face still smiles down at me from every room. There's one photo of her from our wedding day that I really love. Looking at it is like looking straight at her. It captured her perfectly. 2 days ago, I found myself staring at it, really getting lost in the details. Her eyes, the way the corners of her mouth were lifting into a smile, the small dimple on her left cheek. I was looking at it so intently that I almost didn't notice the phone ringing. It was the landline phone, which was odd, as no one ever called me on the landline anymore. It was all mobiles nowadays. When I looked at the caller ID, it was an unknown number. I shrugged and picked it up anyway. It was probably just the bank, calling to confirm something. The call took a moment to connect, but when it did, I heard a strange rustling sound on the other end of the line. Hello. I wasn't in the mood for any prank callers. Is anyone there? Hello. Daniel. Daniel. Thank goodness I finally reached you. The voice on the other end of the line was a woman's voice, shaking and breathless. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? When I heard her name, it was like my heart had stopped beating for a moment. Sarah. My Sarah. But that was impossible. Sarah had gone missing 15 years ago. Whoever this was, it was not my wife. I don't know who you are, but you're not Sarah. I hissed into the phone. Call me. Stop calling this number. I had dealt with a lot of these calls, especially when Sarah first went missing. Con artists, fraudsters, anyone who wanted to manipulate a grieving husband. I knew none of them were my wife. No, Daniel. Wait. You have to listen to me. It's me. Sarah, you have to believe me. She was sounding shrill and desperate now, even a little hysterical. The lengths that people go to in order to sell a lie is astonishing. Why are you doing this? I asked angrily. It's been 15 years since my wife disappeared. What do you want from me? For a moment, the woman on the other end of the line didn't respond. I was beginning to think that the call had disconnected when she finally spoke. Daniel, please. It's me. It's your wife, Sarah. The woman begged. I'm telling the truth. It's me. She continued to plead, but I'd had enough. I wasn't going to listen to this liar anymore. Don't call this number again, I firmly told her. Hanging up, I thought that would do it. She wouldn't be likely to call me again. I assumed it was all over. The next day, I had asked a friend to help me repair my plumbing system. He was a good friend. I'd known him since college. He had been there for me when Sarah disappeared, getting me through it. We were both taking a break, catching up on the important events in each other's lives, when my landline phone began to ring again. Sorry, I have to take this. It might be important, I said, getting up from my seat and making my way to the phone. I noticed that the call was coming from an unknown number, just as it had the day before. I didn't make a connection right away. After all, it could have just been the bank this time around. I picked up the phone, and I heard the same rustling sound. It was unsettling in a strange way. I almost felt like I had heard it before. I just couldn't put my finger on it. Hello? I was already beginning to get a good idea of what this call was, and I wasn't happy about it. I told you not to call this number. Daniel? Daniel? Thank goodness I've finally reached you. The very same words that she had said the day before. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? It was undoubtedly the same woman. I don't have the time for this. I hissed into the phone. I know you're not Sarah. Stop calling me. I hung up the call and walked back to my friend, who looked confused. Who is that? He asked me. I heard you saying Sarah's name. Is everything okay? It was some prank caller, trying to pretend to be Sarah, I told him, rolling my eyes. I felt that I had left it all behind. I even changed my phone number. I don't know how this woman got hold of my new one. Pretending to be Sarah? My friend echoed. That's really strange. Did you tell anyone about it, like the police? No. I shake my head. There's no need. It's just someone trying to cause a bit of drama. They probably want money, or something like that. I made it clear that was the end of the conversation. I didn't want to continue talking about it, bringing up harmful reminders of the past. I woke up the next day, not expecting to get any more calls from the unknown number. I made it very clear that I wouldn't be participating in their charade. However, I was quickly proven wrong. As soon as I started to walk downstairs for a glass of water, the phone rang again. I thought about letting it ring, but I had a better idea. I was going to issue a much stronger warning to the caller, even threaten to get the police involved if the calls wouldn't stop. That would scare her. I was certain of it. I picked up the phone, hearing the very same eerie rustling. I couldn't explain it, but it made a shiver run up my spine. Finally, the call connected. It was just the same as the other times, the same pathetic monologue. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. Maybe it was even a recorded message. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? If you don't stop calling this number, I'll have no choice but to inform the police, I told the caller. This is harassment. If you want money, try calling someone else. Before I could even give the woman on the other line a chance to answer, I hung up the call. Hopefully this would show her that she wouldn't be manipulating me. I could see right through her elaborate scam. I was sure that my warning would stop the calls coming in. I was so sure of myself that when I was woken by a loud, persistent ringing sound the next morning, I didn't even think to connect it to the unknown number calls. I first assumed it was my alarm, waking me up, but when I turned to look, I saw that the alarm hadn't gone off yet. That was when I reached the conclusion that it was the landline phone. I rushed down the stairs, wanting to tell the caller that I would be taking police action, wanting to catch out the desperate scammer. Fortunately, I got down there in time and picked up the phone. Holding it to my ear, I heard that creepy rustling that I had become familiar with. It still made my heart beat faster, just for the few seconds until the call connected. Daniel? Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The usual message of hysteria came through the phone. I was well used to hearing it by now. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? I gave you a warning. I said that if you called again, I would be taking legal action. I spoke into the phone, loudly so that whoever was on the other side would be sure to hear me. You've gone too far now. I have to do something about this. I waited for the woman to respond. Daniel? No, it's me. I'm not lying to you. I would never lie to you. Daniel, it's me, Sarah. Your wife. It's me. I can't stand the high-pitched whine of her voice. You're not Sarah, I told her bitterly. I know you're not Sarah. I will be taking action. Goodbye. I hung up the call for the final time and placed the phone back. I know that woman wasn't Sarah. I know for a fact she wasn't. I know it because on January 7th, 2008, Sarah Collins, beloved member of the community, was killed, and I was the one who killed her. Sarah was an incredibly beautiful woman. I couldn't believe my luck when she first started showing interest in me. I didn't exactly have a lot of experience when talking to women, and I was ecstatic that someone like Sarah had chosen someone like me. I loved her for every single second of our marriage. I loved her even when I found out that she was cheating on me. I had accidentally stumbled across a string of romantic messages between Sarah and one of her co-workers. She was planning to leave me for him. My Sarah was planning to leave me for him. I couldn't have that. She was so beautiful, so bright, so full of life. I couldn't lose her. I just couldn't lose her. So I killed her. I didn't have to think about it for long. It was the only way that she would be mine, only mine forever. If she was dead, she would never leave me. She would always be my Sarah. When the police arrived, I made up an elaborate lie that she had gone out to run an errand and never come home. The very same lie ended up on headlines of the national news. I didn't know if I would even get away with it. But a year passed, and then another year, and then another. 15 years passed, and no one ever saw through me. I was about to walk back upstairs when I heard a small tapping at the window. Click, click. That was the sound of the window opening, and that's when I heard it. Rustling, right here in my own house. Rustling that paralyzed me with fear and set my mind into a state of panic. And I heard her. Daniel, thank goodness I finally reached you. The voice was coming from inside the house now. Daniel, it's me. It's Sarah. Are you there? I always wondered why my godfather lived in the sticks and always carried a gun. Now I know why. My godfather Steve is a weird guy. He's a gun nut who lives in the sticks and eats roadkill. Dad says that Steve saved his life in Afghanistan, and he's never trusted anyone more. He says there's more honesty in that hillbilly's bones than a legion of college-educated city slickers. He says I've become soft and judgmental, that I should take a leaf out of my godfather Steve's book because this man is the salt of the earth. We visit him every year around this time. It's cold in the mountains, so come evening time when we sit out drinking beers round the fire while they recount their war stories. There is only one rule when we visit Steve: no phones. He is completely off-grid. Once the beer starts flowing, they get pretty rowdy. When I turned 15, they decided I was old enough to drink. Damn, I started at 12, said Steve. He always carries his gun. I don't always feel super safe around it, especially when everyone starts drinking. After that night, however, I changed my mind. Now I won't take a leak without bringing a gun. We came up to the mountains a few days ago. It was great. We did some trout fishing, a little ping pong. One night we ran out of beer and Dad said he was sober enough to drive into town and restock. I volunteered to come, but he said no, I should stay and talk to my godfather. Talk about things you're too embarrassed to talk to me about. I trust my dad. If he thinks I can learn a lot from this man, then he must be right. Before he left, my godfather Steve suggested Dad take a shotgun with him in the footwell, just in case. This seemed pretty absurd to me. I couldn't think how to get the conversation started, and I regret what came out my mouth. So my dad said you saved his life. How many mujahideen were there? Mujahideen. Where do you get these ideas, boy? It wasn't no mujahideen we had to worry about. They stayed the hell away from our valley. Your pa found himself on the wrong side of a DIV. If we had listened to the mujahideen, I would still be living in Chicago. What's a DIV? Oh, nothing, boy. Forget I said anything. We sat in silence for a couple of minutes. I twiddled my thumbs. Had I heard him right? A DIV. I asked my second stupid question of the night. So why do you live all the way out here in the sticks? It's an awful long way from civilization. What if you need something? Nature is bountiful out here. There's a liquor store in town. I stock up when I need to. I've gotten real good at ping pong. And no one, and no thing I don't want to find me can find me here. He was right about that. There was no chance you could find this place if you didn't know exactly what you were looking for. My godfather reached into the breast pocket of his military jacket and took out a hip flask with something engraved on it that looked like Arabic. Before you ask, it's Farsi. It has the same script as Arabic Wagner in full. This here is a spell to keep the DIV away. That's why I keep it in my breast pocket close to my heart. You want some? What is it? What do you think, boy? It's hard liquor. It's about 50% pure ethanol. It might be whiskey. It might be vodka. We're not doing a wine tasting here. We're trying to get drunk. My godfather is a rough guy, but when he talks like that, it's done with affection. This stuff really was moonshine, though. I got drunk just smelling it. We talked for a while about things like girls and work, and it was nice. I felt bad for thinking Steve was a bit weird. He was an okay guy. He spent most his time out here philosophizing about the world and getting in touch with nature. He enjoyed being alone, but he loved our company too. Suddenly we heard my dad's pickup truck screaming down the lane to the house. We heard a crash followed by 2 shots. We ran around the side of the house just in time to see my dad limping up the driveway. It's found us. It's here. Get inside. My godfather grabbed me with one hand and pulled out his revolver with the other. He chucked me inside and held the front door open for my dad. He emptied his revolver into the night with 6 shots, then shut the door and turned the lock. Did you get the beer? What? Yes, I got the beer. It's in the truck. That's a damn shame, 'cause I could really do with a beer right now. My dad and godfather started laughing. Batten down the hatches, shouted my godfather. We ran around the house closing windows and locking doors. We were too full of adrenaline to be scared yet, but that would come soon enough. Both these men, my godfather Steve and my dad, they knew the nature of what stalked us, and they had been preparing for this day for a while now. I was about to find out just how my dad's life had been saved and exactly why my godfather lived in the middle of nowhere. How do you think it found us? I don't know, goddammit. Boy, did you bring your phone? I reached into my pocket for my phone. I know I had broken the rules by bringing it, but thank God I did, because now we could call someone for help. But Steve looked at me in disbelief. It's okay, boy, you weren't to know. God damn it, couldn't you have one weekend off of TikTok? My dad tried to explain. 21st century warfare breeds 21st century demons, son. It first showed up on our radio, then at the door. Because it took the form of people in our unit, it was able to move among us, picking us off one by one. Once the thing locks onto you, it won't stop until it finds you and kills you. It locked onto me that night in the valley. Moments before it could kill me, Steve played a ruse and lured it away. It's been chasing him ever since. But why is it here? You can run from your demons for only so long. It moves through the communication systems and finds a way. Can we defeat it? Not really. A bullet will slow it down and sap a bit of energy, but it'll be back. It's out there right now licking its wounds, but you can bet in 10 minutes' time there will be a knocking at the door. Steve came out of the basement. He was armed to the teeth. The plan was to empty as much ammo into its physical form as possible, then my dad would lure it away. It was his turn to be on the run for a while. I wasn't happy with this plan at all. But then I saw something that made my heart leap with joy. My mom was walking up the driveway. She must have known something was up somehow. She could drive us home. Dad, Mom's out there. No, she's not, son. Son, stop. But it was too late. I had opened the door. My mother grabbed me, then stuck out her tongue, but it was over a foot long. Her eyes became wide and dark, and she whispered something in a language I couldn't understand. My dad ran and cupped my ears while Steve took a big swig from his hip flask. He spat the booze in a long plume and managed to light it as the last of it left his mouth. The DIV was engulfed in flame and ran screaming into the woods. I now knew why the alcohol was 50% proof. The scream was blood-curdling. We slammed the door shut. My dad was beside himself. He was crying with his head in his hands. Did you hear what it said? Did you hear all of it? Yes. Why? It's imprinted on you now. The plan is void. It won't stop until it finds you. Son, I'm sorry to say you're looking at a life on the run. But I didn't even understand what she said. It's not a she, son. It's a thing. It can take on any form. I just looked at the side window and saw my brother. Steve piped up and asked how badly damaged the truck was. My dad said, "Are you kidding? It's a Toyota pickup. You could drive through a volcano with that thing. It's just a little dented." Steve hashed out a plan. It involved creating a diversion while I made it to the pickup. The DIV wasn't fast, but it was relentless. If it knew where you were, it would get you. Even at 4 miles per hour, it could go almost 100 miles a day or 3,000 miles a month. The choice is to either keep moving or go completely off-grid and hope it never catches up to you. And we know how well that worked. I'm ashamed to say, but because I have my phone with me, I took a couple of pictures. We also caught the DIV on the Ring doorbell begging to come in, each time shape-shifting to a different person we knew. Please only click on the links if you are fully mentally prepared. As far as I know, the image of it is a weak facsimile and can't do any damage, but we know that this thing is constantly evolving. The lights started to flicker. The whole house shook. We could hear panes of glass smashing upstairs. The room went cold and fell silent. It was as if all the joy had been sucked from the world. "I don't like this," said my dad. "It smells just like the cold mountain air of Afghanistan." We stood back to back in the living room with our eyes trained on the stairs, doors, and windows. Clump. We heard something fall over. Clump. Something else a little closer now. Clump. The damn thing must have been on top of us. I looked up and saw its black, godless eyes staring back at me. It's above us. Everyone shot at the ceiling. The lights were hid in the process, plunging us into darkness. Bits of plasterboard filled the room with dust and debris. I searched for my dad and called his name. He called back, and I got out the torch on my phone to see him. He grabbed my shoulders, and we locked eyes. Just as his pupils started to dilate until the whole eye was black, I realized it was the DIV. Its head exploded from the left. Steve, who had become stuck under the rubble, had let rip a shotgun cartridge. "Take that, you shake-shifting shit," he said. My dad, my real dad, dragged me out the front door. He pushed the keys to the pickup into my hands and simply said, "Godspeed, son." I ran to the truck, started the engine, and reversed round the corner. In this moment, the headlights caught my dad's silhouette on the porch just as two gangly arms wrapped themselves around his chest and pulled him back inside. I sped off down the lane. About 5 minutes passed when I reached a fork in the road. I wasn't sure which way to take, though it didn't really matter where I was going, just so long as it was away from that thing. At the moment, I heard an explosion and saw a fireball in the distance rise up into the night sky. No doubt Steve had rigged the place up. I don't know if they made it out alive. I've been driving for a while now. The sun has come up, but I'm still in the middle of nowhere and the radiator on the pickup is busted. I calculate that the DIV could be here by noon, but I'll start walking now. I wanted to post this story before I chucked my phone into the ravine. I'm going off grid for a while. If someone claiming to be your mom, or your dad, or your brother, or your best friend calls at the door, you better be sure it's them before you let them in. I think my grandmother is dead, but no one else seems to notice. I am shaking as I write this. I've thought about calling the police, but I haven't figured out if I'm losing my mind or if my entire family has lost theirs. Maybe I will wake up soon, and this will all have been a terrible nightmare. For context, I am an only child and the only grandchild of my last living grandmother. A couple weeks ago, while at work, I received a phone call from my mother informing me that my grandmother had taken a fall in her kitchen. Mom said that my Uncle Lou was with her and already in the ambulance. Paramedics suspected she had a fractured hip and somehow sliced open her foot. She was sedated due to the pain, but was otherwise responsive and fine. I immediately asked if I should meet them at the hospital, but Mom said, No, don't leave work. I'll update you once I know more." So, I waited. I love my grandmother, but she's probably the most stubborn woman I've ever met. She has a home remedy for just about anything and loathes seeing doctors, so I'm sure she won't be fun to deal with while confined to a hospital bed. It doesn't help that Grandma absolutely refuses to use a walker or cane despite her debilitating age, and will not leave her house to live in a nursing home. 6 months ago, Uncle Lou moved in with her to help out. Not that he said it out loud, but I've always suspected that he did it more for the free rent. With nothing else to do, I sat at work, distracted, and waiting for a phone call from Mom with news. That call didn't come through until long after I'd gotten home and was brushing my teeth for bed. Apparently, Grandma was awake now and doing fine. She would need surgery for the broken hip, but they were able to get the laceration on her foot stitched up and bandaged. I asked to speak to her, so Mom held the phone up to Grandma's ear, and I told her I loved her and would come see her once she was discharged. The hospital only allowed 2 visitors, and Mom and Lou refused to leave her side. "Hi, honey," Grandma said through the receiver. "I'm okay, but they won't let me leave." My mom's voice in the background exasperatedly explained that she needs surgery. "So they tell me," Grandma huffed. "I'm fine, Anna. Come see me when I get home, and we can play cards." I smiled, promised to visit, and said goodbye. She was discharged the following week and sent home. The hip replacement was successful, but she developed a nasty infection on her foot. Between the 2 ailments, Grandma was confined to her bed. Once she was comfortable at home, Mom gave me the okay to come over, so I made some chicken dumpling soup and sat in the chair beside her bed while Mom spoon fed it into Grandma's mouth. There you go, Mom. My mother encouraged his grandma sip the broth off a spoon. I could tell Grandma was wildly out of it. I had been expecting an earful about having to use a bedpan, but due to the cocktail of narcotics and antibiotics, she merely grumbled in annoyance at Mom's and Lou's constant hovering. For what it was, she seemed in good spirits if not exceptionally tired. After about 2 hours and 2 small soup mishaps, I got up to leave. Mom saw me to the door. "She'll be fine, Anna," Mom reassured. "Lou and I are taking care of everything. Don't worry." I left feeling optimistic that my grandmother would be back to her Spitfire self relatively soon. But that visit with the soup was over 2 weeks ago now. Not long after, Mom took a leave of absence at work and holed up in Grandma's house with Uncle Lou. Each time I called, Mom gave a new excuse as to why I shouldn't visit. Risk of infection, flu season, fatigue, bowel issues, you name it. At first, I accepted these excuses at face value. They seemed legit, but I can't even get Mom to put Grandma on the phone anymore. I made more soup yesterday and dropped it off, but Uncle Lou met me at the door and said it wasn't a good time, but he'd make sure she got it. "And we always let her know when you call," he assured. I noticed that there was an intense floral and yet antiseptic scent coming from the doorway. "Your mom won't stop cleaning," he explained. Frustrated, I called and complained to my father on my way home, but he defended Mom, like always. "She's always been like this," he reminded me. "They're extremely close, your mom and Grandma. And Lou? Well, this just seems like classic Lou. You know, this is the first time they've really had to face the reality of their mother's age. They're just protective and scared to lose her." I figured he was right, and I hung up the phone feeling a little less unsettled. On Grandma's 89th birthday, however, I decided I wasn't going to take no for an answer. I would go over there and give her the present I purchased for her, a new thriller by her favorite author. I arrived at the house in late afternoon and noticed all the blinds were closed. Being that it was a warm spring day, it was common for Grandma to have all the windows open and drapes open, letting in both the sunlight and fresh air. I knocked twice on the front door, but no one came. I knocked again. No answer. I tried the knob, but the door was locked. I paused for a moment, considering that maybe no one was home. Maybe Grandma had a follow-up with her surgeon. But both cars were in the driveway, so I knocked again, louder. The door opened a crack and a foul odor filtered out, nearly choking me. "Mom," I exclaimed, when her face appeared on the other side of the door. "What is that smell?" Seeing it was only me, she opened the door another inch. "The infection's gotten worse, but we're monitoring it. Should I call an ambulance?" I asked in a panic, pulling my cell phone from my pocket. No, Anna," she quickly reassured me. "We have it handled. I stopped by and picked up refills of her antibiotics earlier, and we've been on the phone with her surgeon." Relieved, I took a deep breath, but the smell was so overpowering. "Mom, that smell is ungodly. Why don't you open the windows?" "We tried," she said. But she got so cold, Mom shrugged and didn't move. "Can I come in?" I asked, attempting to look over her shoulder into the dim house. I really didn't want to go inside due to the smell, but if Grandma wasn't doing well, I wanted to see her. "I don't think it's a good idea," she murmured. "Where's Uncle Lou?" I asked. "Upstairs in his room." Her voice was reassuring, but the smell turned my insides. Surely a smell like that could only mean bad things. I pushed the door open and Mom protested. "Just come back another day when she's feeling better. I promise you that, Lou, and I have this under control." In the kitchen, the odor was strong but mixed with the smell of bleach. I couldn't tell if that made it better or worse. "At least let me see her and give her a birthday present." Mom looked down to see the wrapped gift in my hands and sighed. "Of course," she said. "Gosh, I'm sorry. We've just been so preoccupied. I'm sure she'll love it." At that moment, Uncle Lou came trotting down the stairs and smiled at me. "Anna, Mom will be so happy you're here." I looked at my mother incredulously. She was staring at her feet now. What was going on? Uncle Lou continued down the hall, and I could hear him as he opened the door to Grandma's bedroom. "Mom, you have a visitor for your birthday." The smell of the house was searing my nostrils, but I wasn't going to let Grandma know I was repulsed by it. Mom led me down the hall to Grandma's bedroom, instructing me along the way to put on a brave face. I plastered a smile across my face as I turned the corner into the room. Grandma was sitting up in bed, and Uncle Lou had taken a seat on the mattress beside her. His body obscured most of the view, but I could see her feet where they stuck out from under the quilt. The toes on her right foot were black with crumbling toenails and festering sores. The sheets under her heel were stained yellow from dried pus. Lou was prattling onto her, but Grandma didn't respond. Isn't it nice for Anna to come see you on your birthday, Mom? Goodness knows you've been through a lot this month. She has a present for you. He turned expectantly to me, his profile moving just enough to reveal Grandma's form where she sat up against the pillows. I will try to explain the horror I witnessed, but I know words will never do it justice. My stomach flipped and I froze. Grandma's dull, lifeless eyes stared straight ahead at the wall, unblinking and glazed over. Her eyelids were crusty and her jaw hung widely agape with sagging lips, revealing a gray fuzz that had begun to coat her tongue. Uncle Lou patted her leg while Mom hastily pulled the quilt back down over her feet. I barely heard as Lou explained how cold she's been from the infection. He picked up a tissue from the box on the nightstand and began dabbing at the corner of her mouth. She doesn't talk much due to the heavy sedation she's under, he explained. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the pallid, gray skin of Grandma's face and how it was starting to sag in ways that had nothing to do with her age. Flies buzzed overhead and Mom picked up the fly swatter and began swatting wildly at them. Goddamn flies, she mumbled. They won't leave her alone. One of the flies circled Grandma's face and landed in her open maw. Uncle Lou merely shooed it away. She's been sleeping sitting up like this for the past week or so, Mom explained, patting Grandma's now covered feet. The pain is just too much for her to lay down. We tried, but her muscles spasm and she can't move. My knees were shaking and I could all but back out of the room, reaching for and pressing myself against the opposite wall. Vomit crept up the back of my throat. It's okay, Anna, Uncle Lou said from inside the room. I know it's hard to see her in such a state, but that's why your mom and I are here to take care of her. We agreed we wouldn't let her go back to that hospital. They've already messed up so much of her care. You saw her foot and what the doctors did to it. How a hospital could let gangrene go unnoticed is beyond me, Mom agreed. We've been sponge bathing her regularly, airing her feet, and changing the bandages frequently. It seems to be helping, right, Mom? She asked, squeezing Grandma's ankle. I tried to put my head between my knees, but the smell was so overpowering. Mom stepped out in the hallway and touched my shoulder. I recoiled. Oh, Anna, I am sorry. This is why I didn't want you to come over. The gangrene smell is hard to tolerate, and I didn't want you to have to see her like this. Not knowing what else to do, I pulled her into the kitchen and said in my most steady voice, Mom, why didn't you tell me Grandma had passed? Mom's face didn't change. She just looked at me. What are you talking about, Anna? She's right there. You saw her. Yes, I did see her, I agreed, pointing at the bedroom down the hall where the smell was so strong that I was close to passing out. But Grandma is dead, Mom. You know that, right? She is very obviously passed away. Mom's eyebrows narrowed and she pursed her lips. Listen, Anna, I get that this is hard for you. Hell, it's hard for all of us. But if you're saying this just to hurt me, it's not going to work. Stop being a brat. Your father is on his way over with a birthday cake. The room began to spin, and I needed to get out of that house immediately. I tossed the present on the kitchen table and grabbed my bag, fleeing out the kitchen door and into my car where I took deep gulps of fresh air. I could see Mom at the large bay window, looking out at me. She looked angry and upset, but quickly turned and walked away. I pounded the steering wheel, yelling obscenities. Other than an open casket funeral, I had never seen a dead body before, let alone one that had clearly been dead for weeks. But Grandma was undoubtedly dead, and my mother and uncle were staying in that house with her corpse, washing it, feeding it, and talking to it like nothing had changed. I threw open the car door and vomited all over Grandma's neglected shrubs. By the time the dry heaves kicked in, Dad's car pulled in the driveway. Hey, sweetheart, he said as he opened his car door, seeing me kneeling in the grass. Are you all right? Your mom called and told me you were quite upset. Dad, she's dead. I choked out, pointing at the house. Who's dead? He asked, his voice worried. Grandma, I shouted. Grandma is dead. Mom and Lou, they're just sitting in there with her body. Anna, calm down. Your mom mentioned you were in hysterics and talking nonsense. Talking nonsense? What are you saying? I choked out. Go look, Dad. I swear, you'll see. She's dead and Mom and Lou have lost their minds. All right, he said, holding up his arms in surrender. Let me grab the cake and I'll go inside and see what's going on. Just stay here, okay? I collapsed back in the front seat of my car, blasting the AC in an attempt to flush the smell of rotten flesh out of my nose. It felt like an hour before the front door opened again and Dad calmly walked over to my driver's side window. Hi, Anna Bear, he said cautiously. Did you see her, Dad? You saw her, right? Sure, Anna, he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. Calm down. Yes, I saw her and she's very sick but otherwise alive. Your mom and Lou are taking good care of her. What? I nearly screamed. Come inside, Dad said, going for the door handle. I quickly locked the car. Dad threw up his hands in frustration. Just come inside, Anna. Uncle Lou is getting Grandma into her wheelchair, and we're all going to have some cake. He glanced up at the front window of the house. Ah, see? There she is. I glanced up to see my grandmother's face at the window, her dead eyes looking blankly out over the front yard. Rigor mortis had made it so her body couldn't sit in the wheelchair just right. Even from a distance and through a pane of glass, I could see death in her eyes and the shocking gape of her mouth. I gagged. Her face looked even more twisted now, as if she'd taken her last breath in a tremendous amount of pain. But what made me scream in abject terror was that her cloudy pupils seemed to turn ever so slightly toward me. I threw the car into drive and sped out of the driveway, ignoring the shouts of my father and Uncle Lou bursting out the front door. I didn't dare go home where I was sure my father would follow. Were they right? Was she actually alive? It's not like I checked for a pulse or air in her lungs before I took off. I didn't touch her at all. Could it be me then? Was I the one having a nervous breakdown? I don't know what to do now. I'm absolutely terrified. Worst of all, when I close my eyes, all I see is my grandmother's rotting face. I'll enter any home at the right price. But after what I saw yesterday, I'm not sure anymore. The strange, solitary house was creepy as fuck, but it was another paycheck, and if I stopped going to strange houses, I'd be out of money. I'm proud to say that most of my clientele request regular return visits, and I charge a handsome hourly rate. The last thing I want to do is get stuck in a normal job, and that's how I afford rent in Los Angeles. True, some people are a little embarrassed to call me at first. A big part of the service is actually just putting people at ease. Hi, I'm Pat, the tutor. Relief flashed across the woman's face. Tiffany's in the dining room. The only thing she hates more than her math homework is the idea of her mom helping her. A wisp of smoke blew past as I followed into the orange and brown room, sitting next to a fifth grader with a side ponytail and a look of disgust on her face. Hi, I hear you like learning about fractions. Yeah. Are you lying? Yes. I'm basically Krampus, going from house to house with a delivery of things that children would rather not have. Mom walked me past the black and white TV on my way out the door. Thank you. I didn't hear her cry once, she explained, offering me a folded pink envelope with cash peeking out of it. I appreciate it, but the first session is always free, I answered as I reached for the knob. If you'd like to set up a regular schedule, I do all my payments on Venmo. She flashed me an unlock. What? I can also do PayPal or Zelle. An awkward moment hummed between us. Just let me know by tomorrow if you'd like to meet again, and we'll go from there. I smiled. We said our goodbyes, and I left. They wanted to meet again, which was great. 1:15 on Mondays is a hard spot to fill, because most kids are in school at that time. It made up for the long drive it took to get there. Being late wasn't the kind of impression I was hoping to make, so I got nervous as my watch ticked to 1:20, and I was still driving up and down the street like an idiot. It was the only house for a long stretch in either direction, and I had no trouble finding it in the dark. So why the hell was it so difficult now? I looked down at my phone again. It still told me that address was located in the empty lot next to me, but there were no houses on the entire street. I made a fourth attempt to call Tiffany's mom, letting it ring 19 times before redialing. I counted 13 more before giving up and going home. Did you know that some libraries still have microfilm? No shitting. I met the next day's student at the public library and had 30 minutes to kill between sessions, so I looked up Tiffany's address in the town newspaper. I felt like I'd been losing my damn mind. Every thought kept turning back to that stupid house. I'm a math tutor. I hate not having the answer. I found the answer, and I hated it. 2 killed in fire, destroying house. Below the headline were grainy pictures of Tiffany and her mother. They'd been alive long enough for distant neighbors to rush to the far-off home and listen to their death screams, but everyone had been too afraid to go inside and help. The story was dated May 17th, 1985. The fear made me sick. I kept trying to find something I was missing, a reason that I was wrong. I'm a very logical person. There's no way I'd gone to visit 2 dead people. So the logical part of my mind turned it over and over, and concluded that the most reasonable explanation was that I'd gone to visit 2 dead people. I called and cancelled my next student because my head was too fried for polynomial functions, and I drove home in a daze. I was convinced that a ghost lurked in every shadow that I couldn't see, so I spent the drive whipping my head back and forth in frustration at my inability to view literally every single thing at once. I locked my front door, closed my eyes, and turned around, relaxing my shoulders one breath at a time. I didn't know how long I needed to shut out the world, but I knew that I had to stay inside my house until I got my head screwed on straight. I just didn't feel safe anywhere else. I sighed and opened my eyes. No. Getting slowly to my shaking feet, I stared at my dining room table, wanting to look away but physically unable to do so. Step by step, I moved until I was standing directly over it. Sitting before me was a charred, folded pink envelope with cash peeking out of it. As a kid, my best friend said it's easy to get away with murder. Now, I'm worried he wasn't just boasting. My friend Sam has always been troubled, the sort of kid you knew would go down the wrong path and wind up in the news. I remember when the story about Daniel Petrick came out. He was that teen who, back in 2007, took his father's gun from a safe after his parents took away Halo 3. He came up behind them while they were on the sofa watching TV, told them he had a surprise for them, and shot them both in the back of the head. Not long after the Petrick story came out, I remember Sam laughing and telling me Dummy got caught almost immediately. If I were ever going to do something like that, I'd be smarter about it. We lived only 3 houses apart, so we used to hang out a lot. Sam was obsessed with true crime, which meant we watched a ton of it. He was drawn to the most heinous stuff, like Catherine Knight, the woman who in 2000 butchered her husband and cooked him up into a meal and hung his skin up to dry. The officers who came to her house brushed against the skin thinking it was a curtain. This was way inappropriate for 12-year-olds, of course, but neither of us had very involved parents. Maybe because of all this stuff, Sam was convinced that evil was pretty much everywhere. Dude, he said, if this is how much we see, the people who are caught, how many do you think get away with it? Not many, I said confidently. If they did, we'd hear about it in the news. People would be disappearing. But think how many might be labeled accidents, but are really murders? Falls down the stairs, heart attacks. I bet so many people bump off old folks when they don't want to take care of them, or want their money. Doubt it, I said again. It would be so easy, said Sam. I bet there's tons of murders sliding under the radar because people just don't expect you to actually kill. So easy. In hindsight, this conversation screams red flag, but as kids we both had a morbid fascination with this stuff. But by far Sam's biggest obsession was the piano wire killer, who strangled 4 women in our city and was never caught. I found out from Sam's dad, not from Sam himself, that one of the victims was actually Sam's older half-sister. She was abducted in '99, when Sam was only 4 years old. Like all the victims, she was found naked, her body recovered from the tunnels under Nicolette Island. And finally, I understood the motive for his true crime obsession. He wanted to catch the person who'd killed his sister. He was trying to understand how it happened. When I asked him about her, he claimed to remember her singing to him and playing on the swings, and admitted he watched every scrap of news relating to her death that he could. So that summer, I suggested we search. Go into the tunnels and look for clues. Bro, Sam's eyes lit up. That would be dope. We spent a whole summer scoping out those tunnels, winding through unlit utility passages seemingly forever through the cool dark. If you know your way, you can crawl through a narrow passage to Satan's Cave, where teens and urban explorers sneak in to drink, light up, and graffiti their names. There are even some carvings on the cave walls people have made of goat heads and demon faces. But it's mostly just discarded beer bottles and trash. The explorations were thrilling, but the closest we found to anything suspicious was a switchblade, a discarded baby doll, and a loop of wire that seemed likely to have come from a bracelet. Sam insisted the news was all wrong, that the killer wasn't anything like people suspected. Maybe he was right, but he was wrong about the tunnels. There was no evidence there of any killer whatsoever, piano wire or otherwise. After that summer, our interest shifted from true crime to video games. We played lots of shooters. I got into sports, taekwondo, and later rowing, backpacking, any wilderness stuff. Sam got into drugs. We'd still occasionally meet up for a hike. I'd go for the nature, he'd go for the opportunity to light up and escape his parents' constant squabbles. But I saw less and less of him. By the time I entered college, he was in and out of jail, getting in trouble for dealing, for breaking and entering, petty crime stuff. The last time I heard from him was when he called me from jail, asking me to bail him out, reminding me what good friends we used to be. Reminiscing. "Hey Rufus," he said, "remember that summer we spent searching the tunnels?" Yeah, pretty transparent, trying to tug at my heartstrings with a bond that had wilted years ago. But I smiled anyway because those were better times. "That was dope," he said. "We never did find much, did we?" "Nope. Bet if we searched those tunnels now, things would be different. Hey, maybe we go again once I'm out, yeah." "Sure. So, I was wondering if you could do me a favor." "Yeah, okay." I was a sucker. I went and bailed him out later that day. We made plans to hang out, maybe to explore those tunnels again. I knew he'd blow me off, but what can I say? He was an old friend, and I felt bad that he'd wound up this way, while my life was pretty steady. What's more, he found out while in custody that his dad had died. Suicide, apparently, which was not a surprise to anyone who knew Sam's father, but nonetheless surely must have hit Sam hard. Sam was worried now about his mom, having to raise his baby sister alone. Plus they needed money. They always needed money. He wanted to go check up on the two of them, make sure they were doing okay without his dad. I told him I was here if he or his family needed any help. I gave him my condolences. He just smiled and told me thanks, and didn't mention his father again on the drive back. "You know they actually found new evidence in the case?" he said to me when I dropped him off. "Shit, really?" "Yeah." The ghost of a smile. "I'll tell you about it next week." But he didn't get a chance. I got a voice call from him 2 days before we were supposed to meet up. The call dropped before I could answer. When I tried calling him back, it rang a few times and stopped. My subsequent calls went straight to voicemail. Sam ghosting me was nothing new. But when our appointed meetup passed and he still wasn't replying to me, I messaged his mom. She said he left ranting about the piano wire killer and the tunnels, but she thought it was just his usual talk. He was always spouting big ideas and conspiracy theories, never amounting to anything. She started to complain how she'd thrown her back out, and with him running off again, there was no one to help but Maisie, his little sister. The trash and laundry were too heavy for her to lift by herself. I told her I'd come by later, but now I was truly worried for Sam. Called, messaged, even reported my concerns to police, but they jumped right to assuming he'd skipped town to avoid a court hearing, which was, I admit, a pretty plausible assumption. No trace of him anywhere. Still no signal from his phone. He'd gotten out of jail. Mentioned new evidence. Arranged to meet me. And vanished. I decided to check the tunnels. The entrance we used as kids was smaller and more overgrown than I remembered. I climbed down the embankment through brush and dry leaves, out onto the concrete ledge, and then ducked into the cool darkness of the tunnel with its low ceiling and narrow walls. Flicked on my flashlight. The faint odor of sewage wafted to my nostrils as I made my way forward, the only sound the echo of my boots treading on the concrete. After a while of running my hand along the cool brick, I paused and turned to glance behind me. The entrance had become a distant square of white light. Was this really a good idea? Well, obviously not. I might go stumbling into whatever had caused Sam to disappear. Besides which I couldn't remember the directions to Satan's cave. And even if I did find my way in, what was I supposed to be looking for? You know they actually found new evidence in the case? Sam's hand in our last conversation had me tugging out my phone, searching the news, and I was stunned at the headline that came up. 25 years after brutal killings, piano wire killer confesses. Well, Sam had seriously downplayed this. It wasn't just new evidence. The killer was actually in custody, and had confessed. So where the fuck was Sam, then? Maybe the police were right about him skipping town, leaving his mother alone to look after his sister, me scrambling to find him, and no one to pick up the pieces from his shattered life. I sighed and headed over to help his mom take out the trash. Sam's car was in the back when I pulled up, and my spirits lifted. I was eager to chew him out for all the usual trouble, but when I got inside, his mom told me he wasn't back yet. His car battery had died and he'd left by bike a few days ago. The house was a mess, filled with empty pizza boxes, several full garbage bags, laundry piled up. Sam's mom, Eleanor, had thrown her back out, I remembered, and couldn't lift heavy things, so without Sam, she had no one to take out the trash or carry loads of laundry besides Maisie, and Maisie wasn't a very consistent helper, being only 11 years old. Is that Rufus? Maisie came bounding down as I was collecting the trash bags. Her nose wrinkled. It smells like gas in here. You should help your mom more, I said. Once I'd cleared the trash out, I was getting ready to leave when on a sudden impulse, I went upstairs to the room Sam had been using. thinking you might have left me some hint as to where he'd gone. But I found the room taped off with a giant keep out sign. Maisie, bouncing up the stairs after me, told me no one was allowed in. Especially me, she added, making a face. Well, I'm his best friend, so I'm allowed, I said. But the door was locked. Undeterred, I started opening drawers downstairs in the main room. When we were little, Sam would sometimes lock his door and his parents would open it and tell him not to shut them out. I vaguely remember there being a key kept in a junk drawer. While searching, I called out to Sam's mom asking if she'd heard anything from him. She shouted back from the basement, "He'll turn up eventually." Like a bad penny. I grunted and opened a desk drawer. No keys, just old electronics and cell phones, and closed it. Then, opened it again and blinked. Sam's cell phone. I recognized it from the day I bailed him out. As soon as I had it in my hand, its heavy solidity made my pulse ratchet up. I brought it out to my car and plugged it in. Started up the phone. Couldn't get past the password. After a few more tries, I went back inside. Sam's mom was still doing laundry. I told Maisie to go sit in my car, that I'd take her to get ice cream in a few minutes, and then I went upstairs. My heart was pounding harder now. The unpleasant odor still lingered, despite the garbage having been cleared out. Sweat pooled under my armpits as I peeled the tape off the door and put my shoulder against it. It didn't require much force. A couple of short bursts, and I flung it open. Sam's bed was unmade. Laundry on the floor. Dirty dishes. Messy like his life. No sign of him. My eyes turned to the closet, to the faint stain of reddish brown on the carpet. I slid the door open, wobbly in its tracks. My eyes watered, the stench hit me, like sewage and old meat. I closed the door and dialed the police. I bet there's tons of murders sliding under the radar because people just don't expect you to actually kill. So easy. After unlocking Sam's phone, the police discovered he'd been drafting me an email. It included a link to a more detailed article about the piano wire killer's confession. A confession to 3 of the 4 murders, but not to the murder of Sam's sister. Police suspected, even back in 1999, that it was a copycat killing, suspected because the type of wire used to strangle her didn't match with the other victims. Over the years, I've forgotten this detail. Sam never did. His mom was still downstairs when the police arrived, and I showed them his body, tucked into the closet and curled as if asleep, but rotting, leaking. Only later would the pieces fall into place, that even as a child, he'd suspected his mother of murdering the half-sister who was born from another woman. That the entire summer we explored the tunnels, that's what he was really looking for. Evidence to connect his mother to her death. We found nothing back then, but these past weeks, the piano wire killer's confession brought it all back. A confession Sam's father likely read, but by the time Sam got out of custody, his father was dead. Sam was looking for proof, not only of his sister's murder, but also his father's. He died of blunt force trauma to the head. Unlike his sister's or father's deaths, which were planned carefully enough even now it was hard to prove them, police seemed to think his was improvised. Perhaps he confronted his mother, or perhaps she caught him snooping. She likely threw her back out trying to move his body. Sticking him in the closet and sealing the room was a stopgap measure. But even so, she might have gotten away with it, and I might have assumed he was still out in the world somewhere, running into trouble like always, if I hadn't seen his phone. It would be so easy. I never knew when he said this that he was voicing suspicions about his own mother. No wonder his worldview is so bleak, his sense of people one of constant mistrust. He didn't confide in anyone, not even me. But I'm glad the truth is finally out. I just wonder how many deaths, how many assumed accidents, how many heinous misdeeds go flying under the radar like he says. I'm worried that my best friend has always been right, and it's so much more than we realize. There's only 5 of us on this camping trip. We keep counting 6. There were bright flashes of red in the sky. It's as if someone was waving around a flare light from space, faint but noticeable. We all made UFO jokes and laughed as we nailed our tents into the ground. I knew for sure that there were 5 of us. We have all been friends since early middle school and were celebrating our high school graduation with this getaway camping trip. The flashes of red must have stopped randomly as we made conversation while fixing up our tents. Dave managed to put his tent together the fastest and told us he was going to find some branches for the fire. I remember how you'd worked with me at the local gas station last year. We used to do the night shift together, and it had made working at a desolate gas station much more fun than it was supposed to be. There was also Eric in the corner still reading his tent manual, fidgeting with his signature round glasses. I wasn't as close with Eric as I was with the others, but I still remember sitting with him in math class and copying his homework one time. Ava was also there talking with Sally, my cousin. Both had decided to team up and work on one tent at a time. I also have clear memories of them, hanging around at school in our usual places. In fact, I even knew Ava's younger brother as he used to beg to go with us wherever we went. I bring all this up because I'm sure that there were 5 of us including me, and then I knew everyone in the group. So Dave had went to get some branches as we pulled out some foldable chairs and set them up around the fire pit. I remember feeling uneasy as the sun set and darkness began to consume the forest. The shadows of trees elongated around us as the minutes ticked by. Eric went to get a flashlight from his bag while we wondered what was taking Dave so long. He appeared soon after, the harsh rustling sounds of the bushes signifying his return. We were all buried in our chairs at this point, covered by our jackets. The temperature had dropped quickly and a slight breeze was beginning to pick up. "Geez, you guys weren't even bothered to pull out a chair for me," Dave said as he arranged all the branches in the pit. We had set up 5 chairs around the fire. I tried to rationalize the situation, but no matter how hard I focused, my head felt like it was underwater. I had perfect clarity up until that moment, but when I tried to focus on why 5 chairs were occupied when Dave hadn't sat down yet, my head seemed to just stop working as if something was reaching in and pulling out my thoughts. Instinctually, I felt even more uneasy now, and I had placed why. The whole forest had gone dead silent. I looked around at the faces of the others and could tell that they had felt the same. Eric was fidgeting with his fingers, trying to scan around the group and spot the extra person, but it was futile. I scanned every face, each etched in worry and frowning in frustration except for. "It's all right, I'll get the chair myself," Dave said, breaking the silence and somewhat alleviating the tension. I got up and offered to help him. He looked into my eyes and nodded knowingly. We headed away from the fire pit towards the tents, but I kept my eyes glued on our group. "How many people are here?" I whispered to Dave as he looked around and realized that we had indeed only packed 5 chairs. In fact, every person had brought with them their own chair. They were heavy to carry, and we wouldn't bring any extra needlessly. "There's 5, right?" "I mean, there's 5 chairs," Dave replied. His voice wavered as he spoke. "No, I just think maybe one of us forgot our chair," I said. My mind was struggling to address the issue head-on, and now sought to find rational excuses instead. I didn't quite feel in control of my thoughts. It felt like swimming in a dream, and if I tried to force myself to think about who the 6th person was, my head would begin to throb. "Yeah, that sounds about right actually," Dave said, relaxing and heading back to the group. When we walked back to the fire pit in circle of chairs, 2 chairs were empty. One for me and one for Dave. Everything was adding up now, even though we all agreed it wasn't before. Sally suggested we were all probably tired after the long hike to get here and probably just needed some sleep. She could have been right. We were all sleep deprived from waking up very early today to make it on time. Ava brought out the drinks. The whole 6-pack was emptied. We all moved closer to the crackling fire for warmth as we took sips from our cans and reminisced on memories of last year. Ava was in the middle of telling us about that one time she was home alone with weird things happening in her house when I got these sudden chills despite the pleasant warmth of the fire. What felt cozy and safe moments ago felt wrong now, all because I realized that there was a crucial detail I missed. "Who started the fire?" I asked, completely interrupting Ava in the middle of her story and breaking everyone else's emotion. Everyone looked momentarily annoyed until they realized they had no answer. Once again I scanned the faces staring back at me, all barely illuminated by the light from the fire, all familiar and pale from fear. "Wasn't it you, Dave?" Eric asked. Dave shook his head. "I think the person standing behind Ginny did it," Sally said, looking over at me. I whipped my head around so quickly it hurt. My heart was pounding in my ears. There was nothing behind me except for the encompassing darkness of the woods. Staring at those tall dark trees behind me made me feel exposed. I felt like a lost bird in a vast field. "Wait, I mean." I don't know," Sally said. Her eyes had gone wide and she was shaking visibly. She continued to look around frantically as Ava moved over to her, placing her hands on her shoulders and trying to calm her down. "I think we should leave this place," Ava stuttered. "Yeah, something just doesn't feel right, but I can't put my finger on it," Dave said. "But it's so dark out in the forest now, we'd probably get lost if we leave now," someone else said. "Yeah, I think we should stay the night and leave as soon as we can tomorrow," Eric agreed. I tried to protest but realized Eric was right. The woods harbored an oppressive darkness within which navigation would be near impossible. "Let's not sleep in our separate tents just to be safe," Sally said. We all agreed. We only brought one-person tents with us, but we could squeeze two if we tried. That way no one would be alone at night. Following this conversation, we all got up and made our pairs. I went with Dave, and Sally, like always, went with Ava. Eric kept complaining that he didn't have a pair, but we reassured him he did. He wouldn't accept it. I feel like at some point we all realized that there were only 5 of us, and suddenly we were all huddling up in the middle of the clearing. "Why do we keep thinking there are 6 of us here?" Eric asked. Sweat was dripping down his face despite the cold. We had nearly left him all alone on his own under the assumption that there was another person. My stomach turned as I squeezed my eyes shut and tried to mentally recap everyone here. My head throbbed, but I kept pushing it. There's me, Dave, Eric, Ava, Sally, and... I was pointing at each of them as I said the name. I retched and emptied the contents of my stomach on the ground when I got past Sally. The left side of my head felt like there was a knife stuck in it. My vision was blurry. Dave held me up to stop me from collapsing, and we all wordlessly started to move towards the tents as someone put the fire out. Dave helped me into a tent while the 4 outside discussed what to do. I could only focus on snippets of the conversation as the excruciating pain beating against my skull came and went in waves. Sally had the brilliant idea of arranging 3 tents together, so their openings faced together at right angles in a sort of U shape so we could sleep as close as possible and also limit the entrance to our tents. Dave was about to go to help as they worked outside, but I clutched his hand and asked him to stay with me. The tents took some time to arrange. I started to feel a bit better once everyone got settled into their tents. A quick head count confirmed there were 5 of us. Eric would have to sleep in his tent alone, but he was more comfortable with it since all the tents were very close now. Looking back now, I think he was just trying to put a brave face on for us. I regret that moment deeply, letting him sleep in his tent alone. He was always less integrated in our group and knew that none of us would pair with him. Just before going to bed, we all agreed to leave as soon as the sun rose in the morning. I remember taking one last look outside the tent into the forest before trying to fall asleep. The wind had picked up and the tree branches were swaying gently. Beyond our clearing was just pure darkness. It felt like the trees were closing in on me. With the faint moonlight illuminating our clearing, I turned my head to look over at the 2 tents we had left out and saw someone standing next to them. Despite the circumstances, sleep came quickly and easily. Asterisk. Ava's shrill scream woke me up in the middle of the night. Dave and I ripped our tent door open to find Sally and Ava looking into Eric's tent. We pushed them aside. Eric's sleeping bag was rolled up. He was still inside it, his head in the center, face contorted in utter agony. The rest of his body rolled around it with the blue fabric now dripping with dark blood. Dave zipped up the door of the tent. Ava was in shock. Her eyes had become glassy and unfocused. Sally was shaking her repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. Dave picked up his torch and yelled at us to get up and run. We left the campsite behind and entered the trail we had come from. The 5 of us huddled together, Dave leading in the front as he cast his weak flashlight over the path so we could see it. All we had to help us get through this 2-hour trail was a small white circle of light. Even the moon failed to illuminate our surroundings through the dense foliage. Ava tripped and fell, twisting her ankle. We came to a stop. Someone said they knew how to splend it so we could keep going. They dragged her into the woods instead. It happened too quickly for any of us to process. Sally was about to run after Ava when Dave held her back. She struggled and managed to free herself running into the trees to follow the echoes of Ava's screams. I was about to run after her, but Dave held me by the shoulders and shook me hard. "We need to get out of here, Ginny, please," he said. I hesitated but jolted into motion again when Sally's voice was cut off abruptly. She had been calling out Ava's name as she ran after her. Dave and I continued to run down the trail, trying to get to our car so we could get out of here. There was nothing we could do. At some point there were 3 of us running on the trail, Dave and I shoulder to shoulder while someone followed us closely behind. "Dave, who's behind us?" I gasped. My heart was threatening to burst through my rib cage and my legs burned. He turned to look at me. Confusion transformed into fear on his face and then into rage. "You keep running," he told me as he produced a pocket knife from his pants. He handed me the car keys, which I nearly dropped. Then he turned around suddenly and jumped at whoever was behind us. I continued to run in fear as the sounds of a struggle grew behind me. I tripped and tumbled through the trail for what felt like hours. I didn't allow myself to stop. I almost cried when the trail ended and I walked out into the familiar car park. Not wasting a second, I ran to the car and started it up, accelerating out of that forest and onto the highway within mere seconds. Asterisk. I'm typing this post out at a rest stop. My phone has finally regained service, and I've called 911 to try and explain the situation. I don't think they believe my version of events, but they sent a car my way regardless. As I wait, the sun is finally starting to rise. After I hit the post button on this, I'm gonna check why the person in my back seat has been so silent the whole time. I've been playing tag with my best friend for 15 years. Then he started hunting me. Cliff and I have been playing the same game of tag for over 15 years now. It's just a dumb kid's game, yet I'm terrified for my life. It began the summer before secondary school. Cliff had just moved to Sheffield, a few streets from my house. I saw him at the park a few times by himself. One day, he simply walked over and asked if I wanted to play a game of tag. I agreed, and we've stayed friends ever since. All through our teenage years, the gap year, and university, we've kept this game of tag bubbling between us. Why? I could never muster a satisfying answer. I guess we were both competitive people. We liked to win, and nobody lost as long as the game kept going. After university, I had to move to London to chase my dreams of being a cinematographer. Cliff was staying put. He had a life here now. He'd been seeing Olivia for a couple of years by that point, and things were getting serious. During our farewell, he hugged me close before tapping me on the shoulder. "Tag, you're it," he whispered. We promised to see each other every few weeks, but life got in the way like it always does. My career took off, and Cliff started a family with Olivia, giving birth to their first child, Rosie. The game became an excuse to visit each other for our birthdays. We'd surprised the birthday boy by turning up unannounced and tagging them. This went on for many years, the element of surprise fading into the background. It was simply an excuse to keep our friendship alive. A few years back, I'd had some time off between projects without much to do. I hadn't heard from Cliff for a while, so I decided to genuinely surprise him for his birthday. The plan? Turning up on his doorstep a week early, tagging him, and then demanding we go out and get drunk. I packed up my camper and drove to Sheffield. It felt like the perfect plan, but it turned out to be the worst decision of my life. It was 8 p.m. by the time I parked up outside of Cliff's house. The place was dark, but Cliff's car was parked in the driveway. I watched the house for a few minutes to see if anyone was home. A figure walked by one of the bay windows of the living room, still shrouded in darkness. Somebody was home. I crept up the drive and went a knock on the door. Just as my knuckles were about to strike, Cliff appeared in the doorway, dressed as if he was about to head out. From his expression, he was just as surprised as I was. "What the fuck?" he said, his expression frozen in stern shock. I threw my hands up and smiled, surprise. He didn't say anything for a while. He just stared at me, his mouth forming into a slight grimace. I slowly leaned forward, extended my finger and jabbed him in the chest. "Tag, you're it," I said. "Does Olivia know you're coming?" "No, but..." "You can't just drop in like this," he said. "That's why I bought my camper van. I'll sleep in there tonight. I just want a couple of beers. Let me talk to Olivia. I'm sure I can convince her," I said. Cliff shook his head and yanked the front door closed with some force. "She's taken Rosie to see her mum for the week. Her grandpa is on his last legs." "Sorry to hear that," I said, waiting the appropriate amount of time before speaking again. "But am I right in thinking that means you're free tonight?" I gave him my best shitting-eating grin. Cliff looked back at the door, then at me. He kicked some mud off his shoe like a bashful kid. "Fine. A couple of pints. No more. I've got a busy day tomorrow," he said. After 6 beers, Cliff was in a much better mood. He seemed more relaxed than I'd seen him in years. I knew his job was tough, something complicated with finance. Great pay but terrible work-life balance. And raising a kid can't be easy. But now he was cracking jokes, buying tequila shots, and even sneaking a few cheeky cigarettes from me. It felt like we were teenagers again, just two best friends enjoying each other's company. Cliff came stumbling back to the table, 2 pints sloshing in his hands. He slumped into the stool next to me and slapped me on the back. "You really got me, man," he slurred. I wrapped my arm around his shoulder. "I was always the better player," I said. That always used to wind him up. He smiled at me like a banshee, all teeth and gums. "I'm gonna get you when you least expect it," he said, his tone almost musical. It took us twice the time to get home, with multiple sick and piss stops along the way. Our conversation dwindled as we eventually arrived at his house. I locked the camper in and went a step in. "You can come in if you want," he said, the first words he'd spoken in the last 10 minutes. His tone was desperate, like the lonely kid I met on the playing field all those years ago. My vision was spinning like a merry-go-round. "I don't think I'll make it. I need to sleep." "Sure?" he asked. I nodded, causing a sharp pain behind my right eye. The hangover headaches were already creeping across my skull. He was working the next day, so I promised not to disturb him. I H'd a long drive back anyway and needed a few pit stops to pick up snacks and question my life choices before getting home. We hugged goodbye, and he squeezed me tight. I felt I was going to be sick. A week later, I thought I would be sick again, but for a very different reason. Back at home, I was prepping for a shoot when the police called. Did I know I'd spent the night with a murderer? Cliff had stabbed Olivia and Rosie the morning before I visited. One minute, he was having breakfast with his family. The next, he was puncturing holes into both of them with a fillet knife. Their blood was still oozing over the kitchen tiles by the time I arrived just a few hours later. He left them to rot there while we got drunk together. The police almost seemed delighted to talk to me, certain that I could shed some light on the case. That certainty was quickly replaced with mild shock and deep frustration as I told them that we'd spent the whole night together, and that I'd noticed absolutely fuck all. Cliff seemed fine. Better than fine. He seemed great. There was no motive, no suspects, and no leads. One thing was for certain, they'd been a happy family. No evidence of secret affairs or hidden debts. It was like Cliff simply decided to detonate the life he'd spent so long building. I loved Olivia and Rosie, and now they'd been wiped from the planet by someone I'd called my best friend. I spent the next few weeks in a daze, replaying the night endlessly in my head, searching for clues to what had happened to my friend of 15 years. You'd think all that time with someone would mean that you'd get a grasp on the kind of person they are. What a joke. We all wear masks, but some are hiding uglier faces than others. So much of the night was a blur, it was hard to piece it all together. But there was one moment that I couldn't shake. "I'm gonna get you when you least expect it." Was Cliff still playing tag with me? The police said he'd gone into hiding somewhere in the Peak District. They were searching high and low, but they hadn't found a clue yet. He packed nothing and left on foot. The lead officer believed he'd gone out into the woods to die, that we'd find his body washed up in a ditch somewhere. I knew better. If there was still a hint of the old Cliff out there, he'd be plotting to get me back. He never liked to lose, and while he was losing. Months went, and still nobody knew where Cliff had gone. I knew he hadn't gone far. He was out there, creeping along the peripheries of my vision, waiting for the best opportunity to strike. I shed friends and jobs like a dying snake. I couldn't leave the house, knowing there was a chance he was still out there. He'd appear in busy crowds, smiling just like he did when I saw him after he'd murdered his family. Sometimes, the crowds would part, and I'd realize it wasn't Cliff. Other times, his features, now gaunt and wild, remained unchanged. One night, I was in my office reviewing some footage for a new film I was working on. I looked out my window, and there he was, crouched by my shed, obscured by shadows. I told myself it was just a trick of my mind, but then I saw his face, pale white and illuminated by the full moon. He was smiling. I grabbed my phone off the desk and called the police, but by the time they picked up, he was gone. Months turned to years, and Cliff still hadn't been found. Police had uncovered some human remains in a cave a few miles outside of Sheffield, but hadn't been able to identify who it was or how long they'd been there. Interest in the story dwindled, and everyone moved on to the next violent atrocity. Even I had stopped seeing him so much, except for the occasional nightmare. My bank account had dried up, and I needed to find work. I spent the last of my savings on a therapist to untangle me from the web of shame and paranoia that kept me trapped inside my house. Questions still plagued me. How was I meant to trust someone again? Do we ever really know the people we love? What made Cliff do what he did? I came to accept that I would never find out the answers. After many long and painful sessions, I finally started to feel like a shell of a normal human. I was able to leave the house, look people in the eye, and begin to rebuild my life. But the guilt never left. Even after all the pain I'd been through, at least I was still alive. That's more than can be said about Olivia and Rosie. I'd celebrated with the man who wiped them from this world and spent the night sleeping next to their corpses. I needed to move on from this nightmare, and the only way to do that was to say a final goodbye. I packed up my camper van and headed to Sheffield, to the cemetery where they were both buried. It was a cold, bitter winter morning. The wind tugged at my hair and clothes as I marched along the endless rows of crumbling graves, desperately searching for Olivia and Rosie. I eventually found them tucked away in a quiet corner underneath a great oak tree. The wind screamed through its branches, creating a ceaseless white noise. I tried concentrating on the names carved on the graves, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. My heart was racing. Why had I come here? A branch snapped behind me. I spun around. It was a squirrel watching me from a few rows along. It cocked its head at me before running as fast as it could in the other direction. There wasn't another soul in the entire cemetery. I was utterly alone. I took a deep breath and looked back at the names Olivia and Rosie. I said I was sorry and replaced the crusted remains of some old flowers with the fresh daffodils I bought. Clearly, nobody had visited them in a long time. Something deep in my gut told me that Cliff was gone. He lost his mind and starved to death in the middle of some woods. The end of an unexplainable tragedy. I said goodbye to all three of them that day and drove home. But sometimes, your gut instinct can be wrong. So very, very wrong. Last week, I was at a house party against my will. My new-ish girlfriend had dragged me there and told me it would be fun. It was anything but. I necked a bottle of wine in less than an hour, and the queue to the toilet was 4 people deep. My bladder isn't what it used to be, so I snuck out into the garden to find a secluded spot. As I stepped outside, the floodlight illuminated the garden in a stark white. I crept to a shadowy corner. After a few seconds, the garden turned black as the floodlight switched off. For a while, all I could hear was the sound of my own piss. Then I heard the pattering of feet behind me. They were rushing at full pace. The floodlight switched back on. I spun around. A naked figure was running across the garden towards me. It was Cliff, and he was coming fast, his body lean and muscular like an animal. His skin was smeared in dirt and muck, some old, some new, with a long, scrappy beard and greasy hair. He grinned at me with missing teeth. His thick right arm was outstretched. His dark eyes glinted in the moonlight. 5 giant fingers stabbed my chest, sending a jolt of sharp pain across my ribs. The force pushed me back against the garden fence. I tried to let out a scream, but it got caught in my throat. Cliff put his face up close to mine, his rotten breath stinging my nostrils. "Tag, you're it," he said. He leaned across me and took a deep breath by my neck as if savoring my scent for the final time. Then he leapt back and ran back across the garden at a horrific speed, disappearing over the garden fence. I whimpered as I slid down the fence, trying to hold back the tears. Nobody believes me, not even the police. I can't lose more years of my life hiding away in my house. I need to take control. Cliff is out there, alive. Not only that, he's winning at tag. I can't let that murdering piece of shit win. I've got to hunt him down for Olivia and Rosie. Fuck it, for me too. I'm going to find him, and I'm going to end this game once and for all.
A package marked "Return to Cinder." My neighbor is one of those annoying wannabe YouTube personalities. Over the years, I've seen him cough out cinnamon, lay flat on the hood of his car as it slowly creeps down the driveway, and douse himself in lukewarm water, all the while screaming epic win, epic fail, or, fuck, epic maintenance of the status quo. For all I know, it can get tiring to watch him go about his shenanigans in the pursuit of viral fame. So, when he knocked on my door the other day, told me he was going away for a few weeks, and asked that I get his mail, honestly, it was a relief. I can't explain the peace of mind I had knowing I didn't have to brace myself for any of his stupidity for a while. I was always afraid his stunts would wind up bleeding over into my life. Things were pretty normal for the first couple of days. He received a few bills, a bit of spam, and what I could only assume was a birthday card. Then, one evening, I got home to find a cardboard box waiting on his front porch. In big red letters was written "Return to Cinder." I'm no small fry, but I admit I had trouble lifting the box on my own. It was really freaking heavy. Lugging it across the road to my house was even harder, and I quickly realized there was no way I was going to drag it up the stairs and through my front door. I decided I'd leave his package in my garage. It wasn't like I kept my car in there. The garage door was a piece of shit that refused to open without a good thug and a whack. It was less trouble just leaving the car in the driveway than it was to fight with the garage door every morning and night. In hindsight, I should have set the package down while I struggled to open the tricky door, but you know how it is when you've got a good grip on something. No point in setting it down if you don't have to. It was as I kicked the door for a third time that I lost my grip on the package, and it fell to the ground. I heard a light crack inside. Shit, I cursed. I hoped I hadn't broken anything important, but figured I just wouldn't tell my neighbor about it. and let him assume the break happened en route. Hands-free, I finally managed to get the garage door unstuck, and boy did it screech in protest as it rolled up and over me. I dragged the box the rest of the way, setting it in the corner for whenever my neighbor would come back to claim it. And then, I forgot all about it. Until a few days passed, that is. I'm not sure exactly how long it took for the smell to waft in from the crack under the garage-to-house door, but it came in slow progression. It was a sickly sweet odor similar to a skunk, and for the first few days after I smelled it, I genuinely assumed that's exactly what it was, roadkill that had left its mark on my house. It was only when I realized the scent was growing more intense instead of fading that I went looking for a source. That's when I opened the garage door, and that's when the odor knocked me back, holding my nose. The culprit wasn't hard to identify. The only change in my garage was the box in the corner. I remember thinking it must have been one of those meat of the month subscription boxes. The meat must have gone rancid from being left out of the fridge for so long. How much meat could have been in there for the box to have been so large and heavy? An entire freaking cow? I covered my nose as I approached the box, a pair of scissors in my hands. I probably wouldn't have needed them to open it, as it had become soggy enough at the bottom to poke through with a finger, but I wasn't about to poke my finger into spoiled meat juices. That soggy bottom was the reason I had to open the box in the first place. If I tried to drag it out whole, everything would spill onto the floor. I was going to have to dump the pieces of meat one garbage bag at a time and take them down to the dumpster, a process I wasn't looking forward to. My scissors tore through the tape along the top of the cardboard box. I thought the smell couldn't get any worse, but as I flipped the flaps open, I discovered a whole new gamut of stink. It was like opening a burning oven, but instead of a heat wave, I was met with waves of piss, sweat, shit, and putrefaction. It was so bad that I staggered back and had to force down the puke begging to guzzle out of me. I don't think I could have handled that scent mingling with the horrors coming out of the box. I'm not ashamed to admit I ran out the door for a breath of fresh air, but in the short time I'd spent in the garage, the smell had become so ingrained in the fabric of my clothes that it clung to me like a shadow. Nothing I tried could keep the smell out of my nostrils. Not air fresheners, not a face mask, not 3 showers and a change of clothes. Every second that box lay open in my garage was another second the smell was allowed a foothold into my home. I had to bite the bullet. I returned to the garage, the flaps of the box still open as though inviting me to look. I was prepared, a clothespin pinning my nostrils shut, a garbage bag in one hand, the strongest cleaner I could find in the other, and long rubber gloves to keep my skin from having to touch what was inside. But, as it turns out, I needed none of those things. I wouldn't have to touch or clean the contents of that box. I would only have to suffer the nightmares every night. You see, there was meat in that box, but it didn't come from a cow or a pig. No, it was worse than that. It was my neighbor. Dead. Still in one piece, but dead. I called the cops, and naturally, they took me in for interrogation. It's kind of hard not to suspect a man with a corpse in his garage, after all. Thankfully, they soon realized I wasn't involved. My DNA might have been all over that box, the smell might have left a mark throughout my house, but there was one piece of irrefutable evidence in my neighbor's own hands that proved my innocence, a vlogging camera. They showed me the footage only once. I'm not sure if they were allowed to, or if they felt so bad for me they figured it couldn't hurt. Either way, I saw it. My neighbor was sitting in the box outside of a shipping facility, laughing as he told the world how he was going to mail himself across state lines. He brought pee bottles, food, a pillow, and a few flashlights. His friend, a guy I'd seen at his place several times to help with his stunts, closed the lid and presumably dropped him off for shipment. Throughout the next couple of hours, or days, I'm honestly not sure, my neighbor recorded a few short clips about his. Her name was Emma. That's what everyone called her, anyway. Sometimes they would call her Em, and sometimes someone would slip up and call her Emily. She was a part of our group of girlfriends growing up in a large town, not quite big enough to be a city, but big enough that there was still privacy between neighbors. We called ourselves the Unbreakable Six, because there were me, Summer, Mel, Nina, and Jules. And there was Emma. Emma started off as a practical joke by the other girls in the 4th grade. It was probably Jules who started it. She was always playing pranks on people. In high school, she even got suspended once for going too far and had to babysit for hours to buy that girl a new cell phone. Or maybe it was Summer, who always seemed too busy with music and bands to think of such an elaborate prank. Or maybe it was Mel and Nina, who were best friends and could have lived without us, always conspiring together like they were twin sisters. Either way, I bought my lunch, a cold-cut sandwich and carrot sticks, and a pint of orange juice. I couldn't stand milk. It would account for how short I ended up being, and walked over to our lunch table. Jules looked excited, waving me over to them. Latte. Look. I wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. This is Emma. She moved here from Los Angeles. We lived far inland and in the boonies. Los Angeles was glitzy, glamorous, and chic compared to the flat houses and half-rate high school football that were the only real source of entertainment in the area. What? Los Angeles, dummy, Jules said, rolling her eyes. She's not in our class. She's in Miss Lark's, but she's in the same grade as us. Isn't that cool? I still wasn't sure where I was supposed to be looking. I sat down with my tray uneasily, wondering what I was supposed to see. Who? Summer jabbed me in the side. You're being rude, she hissed quietly. Summer was all about rules and manners. Say hi to Emma. I looked around our table, from Jules to Mel to Nina to Summer, and back to Jules, who was waiting impatiently. I don't know. I was weak. I wanted to fit in. I didn't get it. Hi, Emma. They seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief, like I was making everything awkward. Charlotte's weird sometimes, but her brother has a Nintendo that he lets us play sometimes. They kept on talking, chatting about whatever fourth grade girls chat about, and I ignored it. If they wanted to play that prank, then that was fine. I wasn't going to buy into it. I was always a precocious child. I knew that what they were looking for was a reaction. That's how Emma became a normal part of our lives. It was crazy. We would buy her birthday presents, and they'd disappear like they were taken. I wonder how many candle-making kits and Mancala games Jules had piling up in her closet after all these birthdays. One year, Mel even got Emma a really nice necklace, and that disappeared too. We never went to her house. I asked Nina about it when I was sure that Emma wasn't there. She gave me this scandalized look. Latte, don't be rude. Emma's family doesn't have that much money. She's embarrassed to let us come over. She told Mel that, who told me, and it makes sense. I mean, what she wears all the time. I mean, we still love her. We'll always love her. She's one of us. But don't rub in the fact that we can't go to her house. That's mean. After I was scolded so wholeheartedly by Nina, I didn't ask again. They were covering their bases really well, and by 7th grade, I had to accept that they were taking this prank all the way. It was weirdly comforting in a way. There was this silent friend that I never saw, but she was always around. We would leave seats open for her, and when we did the buddy system, someone always had Emma walk into the bathroom by herself. When we decided that we wanted to be lame and come up with a name for our group of friends, we decided on the Unbreakable Six, even though there were really only 5 of us. I was curious in my sophomore year of high school when we were having a sleepover. Summer was at band practice late, and Emma couldn't make it. She had to work on her science project, according to Mel. So I asked Jules, the likely mastermind behind it all, if you were going to write a story about Emma, like her biography, how would you describe her? Down to every detail. Jules loved stuff like that. She wanted to be a writer someday. Well, she's taller than you, which isn't hard. I threw a pillow at her, which she dodged deftly. She's medium build. Jules dropped her voice to a whisper, even though she gained a little weight recently. We're not going to tell her, and she's still beautiful. And she has green eyes and brown hair, and she's got freckles. She hates getting her picture taken. She's nice but quiet, and she dances really beautifully. I mean, you've seen her, right? Of course, that time a few months ago, when we turned on some music and danced around together to practice dancing at homecoming, we didn't look weird or do it wrong. We stopped after a while and nude and awed at the empty space for a while. I didn't ask any more questions. I knew that they would keep up the charade for as long as they could manage. It was in our senior year of high school that it happened. I don't know why it set me off, not really. It was something little, something stupid. We were hanging out in Nina's pool, even though it was still too cold to swim. Teeth chattering and goosebumps rising on our skin. We were waiting for the jacuzzi to heat up to jump in. The cold sunlight cast a long shadow, and the wine coolers we snuck earlier were making that shadow seem menacing. It was annoying for me for reasons I can't place. Look at Emma, Latte. Jules called. She wolf whistled and hooted, over the top like Jules always is. Mama, look at that booty. I didn't know where to look. Like always. For the past 9 years of my life, I didn't know where to look. Since the 4th grade, at our lunch table, dancing in Summer's living room, homecoming, football games, at the park, in class, anywhere, I didn't know where to look because Emma wasn't there. That's when I snapped. Fuck Emma. I screamed. And fuck all of you. Have you been waiting for this? The moment I completely lose my fucking mind. Well, here it is. I waved my arms around, manic and furious. Emma isn't real. Emma isn't fucking real. I looked at their confused faces. Oh, you're going to keep this up? I fucking hate you guys. You've always done this and made me the butt of your stupid prank for almost 10 years, guys. 10 years. I slipped a little on the wet concrete, but I regained my balance. Fuck you. I hate you so much. Tears welled in my eyes, years and years of pent-up frustration finally spilling over. Emma was some stupid prank that got out of hand, and I can't believe that none of you ever had the balls to tell me that it was a stupid prank. No, it had to keep going. You had to keep laughing behind my back. It's not fair. Summer was furious. Latte, don't fucking be this way. Emma is right there, and you're being a bitch. Why are you doing this? Are you mad? Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Latte, you look hot too. I mean, you look good in your bathing suit too. Yeah, but don't take out your anger on Emma. God, Nina said, rolling her eyes. Nina walked over to the side of the pool and reached out a hand, like she was rubbing someone's back. It's okay, Emma. Latte's just under a lot of stress right now, figuring out where she wants to go for college. Shut up. I howled miserably. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Emma isn't real. She's not there. How could you guys do this to me? They were starting to look scared. They were really invested in this prank. I wondered what the end game was. When were they going to start laughing? When were they going to jump up and say, gotcha? I had had enough of this. If they want to play charades, then let's play charades. The next part was a blur. I don't remember it, not even now. But I walked over to where Emma was, and I kicked at the air. I heard a scream, and I slipped on the slick, wet concrete and hit my head. There was blood everywhere. There was so much screaming, but I kept on kicking, punching, and fighting until I blacked out completely. I came a day later to the hospital. My parents were there, and so were my friends. They were pale, tired, and miserable looking. My heart panched. I must have really scared them. When my parents left, Jules approached me. She took my hand. She began crying. The others stared, crying too. I'm sorry, Latte, she wept. I'm really sorry. It was almost frightening looking at the way my friends were. They were beside themselves in the privacy of the hospital room. I started crying too. I wasn't sure why, but I started stammering with apologies too, like if we all said sorry, things could go back the way they did. I'm sorry, I cried. Summer was the only one who didn't look like she forgave me completely. She looked at me, eyes red, cheeks pink, and wobbly-chinned, and said, "Are you?" I didn't have to answer. The nurse came in to change the bandages on my head. For the rest of the year, no one mentioned Emma. Emma only belonged to our tight-knit group of friends, so there was no mention of Emma. One time, a cop came to the principal's office, and Mel and Nina were quick to drag us away. After the accident, I withdrew from everyone. I didn't talk to anyone. I didn't go to Summer's recital. I didn't go to Mel's birthday party, and I didn't do anything. I didn't go to prom. I just stared at the ceiling, wondering what had happened. Emma was in my life most of the time, and now she feels like a ghost. I graduated high school and left immediately to go to a university far away in Southern California, where the weather was always perfect and the beach was a 5-minute walk away. I started to recover. I realized that I was depressed after what had happened, understanding that my best friends chose a punchline over me. Unbreakable 6, yeah, right? I got good grades, volunteered at an animal shelter, and found a boyfriend. He was so nice to me, even when I got quiet when he asked about high school. He never pushed. He just held me when I had bad days and made me pancakes. It was 4 years later, when I was about to finish college, that I ran into an old classmate from high school. Her name was Annie. She hung out with a different crowd than me and my friends. Most people did. The 5 of us, were a clique of our own, separated from everyone else. I ran into her in our apartment complex. It turns out that she was living there the whole time, and we didn't know. I wasn't necessarily friends with her, but I overreacted the way you do when you see someone that you haven't seen in a long time. It's been forever. Oh my God. I went in her apartment for coffee and saw that she was packing up her things. Moving back home for a while until I find a job, yuck. I saw a thick book on the sofa. Oh, yeah, that's our senior yearbook. I was flipping through it when I found it on my bookshelf. I didn't bother getting a yearbook. I didn't have friends at the end of high school, but I was curious to see what I looked like back then, if I had gained or lost weight, and if my skin had gotten any better. I opened up the first page and was instantly confused. For Emma, I read aloud from the first page. It was a dedication. My mind raced. Was there someone named Emma in her year? Yeah, it's really sad what happened to her, and he said, handing me a mug of hot coffee. I flipped through the yearbook, looking for a trace of Emma. Then, I found it. My heart stopped, and my mouth went dry. My hand shook as I held the yearbook, looking at the photograph. It was a picture of the Unbreakable Six. We stood with our arms slung around our hips and shoulders, sticking close together for the photograph. There was Summer at the end, then me, then Jules, then Mel, then Nina. I had never seen this girl before in my life. Never. But there she was. I can't even remember getting this picture taken. She was right there at the end. Green eyes, brown hair, muffin top, shy smile, threadbare shirt, and ripped jeans, looking straight at the camera like the rest of us. She looked as normal as can be, just another teenage girl. Annie looked over my shoulder. Oh, there you all are. What did you call yourselves again? What happened to her? I couldn't even touch her photograph. I just let my shaking finger hover over her face. Annie fell quiet. Well, I guess you might not really remember that well after your head injury. And you just kind of faded away from everything and stopped doing much at all. But Emma disappeared. Out of nowhere. The cops came by once to ask questions, but her parents were both poor and junkies, so no one really cared. Just another girl that disappeared. I left Annie and went back to my apartment, the one I shared with my boyfriend. He took one look at my face and started boiling some water for tea. He grabbed a blanket to throw over my shoulders. I pulled away from him and locked myself in my room. I stared at the ceiling. I was 18 again, lost and confused. The girl's green eyes haunted me. Emma's eyes haunted me. I went on Facebook and found my old friends, my best friends, and I told them, please meet me back at home. It's important. I returned to our big town little city, went to the newest Starbucks, and waited. They trickled in, one by one. Jules is a small-time blogger who worked at an Italian restaurant until she made it big. Summer, brown and freckled from band camp, was coaching kids for their field shows. Nina, the hot librarian at their old high school. Mel, her belly swollen with her second child, had her wedding ring secured to her left hand by her high school sweetheart. My friends were not the same, and neither was I. I cut to the chase. I couldn't spare a moment for small talk. What happened to Emma? They exchanged uneasy glances. They knew this was coming. Nothing, Jules said with finality. Emma wasn't real. She was just a trick, Nina said softly. She was a prank. I figured they might pull this shit. I reached into my bag and slammed the yearbook down on the table, making our drinks rattle and one fall over, spilling tea onto the ground. No one moved to try to pick it up. They stared at the yearbook instead. Emma was real, I finally whispered. Emma was real. What happened to her? Nothing. Cut the crap, Jules, Summer snapped. She turned to me. Latte, you killed Emma that day by the pool. You went nuts and kicked her and kept kicking her when you slipped and fucked up your head, and you bashed her head, and she fell in the pool. It was too late to save her, and we had to worry about you. Summer, Jules shrieked, swatting her in the arm. I was silent, absorbing what Summer said. Mel spoke up in a tiny voice. Latte, we weren't going to let you go to jail. I looked up at my friends, tears running down my cheeks. Why? Nina reached across the table and took my hand. She squeezed it hard. Because we're the Unbreakable Six. We don't break because one went crazy and another's dead. I excused myself to the restroom and wept for what seemed like hours. It couldn't have been that long, but there were angry knocks on the door from other patrons who needed the restroom. I sat there on the dirty floor, sobbing, until I had cried everything out. I came out where my friends, my best friends, were still waiting. I sat down in my seat and faced them. I want to turn myself in. There was an outcry of different responses. Summer seemed willing and ready to have me turn myself into the police. Jules yelled out about them all getting into trouble. Mel started to cry. You don't have to, Nina said. You don't have to. We got rid of all the evidence. We buried her far away, where no one would find her. I want to turn myself in, I repeated firmly. I killed her. I'll tell the cops that it was just me and that I buried her. Tell me where she is so I can tell them where I put her. None of you will get in trouble. It wasn't your fault. I thought I had finished crying. I thought I had nothing left, but I choked out what I wanted to say for so long. I never saw her. They looked at me expectantly. I never saw her, not even once. I thought it was just a big prank you were playing on me. I didn't want you to laugh at me. The girl in the yearbook, I had never seen her before. I just played along. Nina nodded. I thought it was weird that you were always so cold to her. You didn't even acknowledge her. She really liked you, Mel said. She thought you were so smart that you were going to go out in the world and do amazing things. She would always talk about that. I felt as though my heart would burst. I swear I never saw her. Something must be wrong with me, but I never saw her or heard her. I cleared my throat. Show me where you buried her. We got into Summer's car and drove out far, into a park in a different city. The park was huge and overgrown, like no one had been there to take care of it in a long, long time. I got out of the car, and left behind by a worker long ago was a rusty shovel. I took it with me. Jules led the way, deep into the park and through the trees, until we came to a small clearing. The dirt wasn't fresh, there were no markers or indicators, but the way my friends' faces paled at the sight, I knew this was it. Emma was there, under our feet. I gotta see her, I whispered. I dug the shovel into the ground. I gotta see her. Mel didn't want to see anything, so she and Nina left for the car. Jules and Summer found different tools, a hoe and a rake, and we started digging. Blisters rose and popped on my hands from the old shovel, but I kept digging as beads of sweat rolled down my neck and my back. The three of us worked together in silence, digging up our best friend. Suddenly, Summer jumped back in disgust, throwing her hoe aside. Jules did the same, stepping out of the hole. We looked down. Summer gagged, covering her mouth and nose, and Jules shook her head at the sight. Me? I laughed and laughed and laughed, tears streaming down my face, laughing until it hurt as I looked down into an empty grave. I've come to terms with the fact that everything I know is a dream. As a preface, please note that this will probably be very long. I don't care if nobody reads it. Everyone in the world could read it and nothing would change. I just need to voice my concerns for my own sake. Perhaps by organizing everything on a page, I can make sense of things. Several years ago, I was in a brutal car accident. I was parked in front of a train track, waiting for the train to pass by. I was the last person not to make it across the tracks. For visualization, there was a solid stream of cars on either side. If I had tried to sneak across, I would have rear-ended the person in front of me before successfully clearing them. I could hear the train approaching, and the black and yellow bars lowered in front of me. I am fascinated by trains, so I was delighted to be so close, finally getting a front row seat. The train was about a quarter mile from the crossing when the driver behind me accelerated and nudged me forward a few feet. The bars bent and eventually snapped, and I was knocked joltingly onto the tracks. I panicked and threw the car into reverse, trying to back out. The other car apparently had more horsepower, however, and to my horror my car door aligned perfectly with the cattle guard on the front of the train. I scrambled to get out of the car, but forgot about my seatbelt. I nearly strangled myself trying to get free. By the time I unlatched it, it was too late. One fraction of a second of the loudest sound I had ever heard, and then blackness and silence. I was certain that I had died. I didn't feel any pain, and certainly if I had survived I'd be in agony. I tried to open my eyes, but nothing would happen. I tried to make a sound, to wiggle my fingers, or do anything, but I couldn't. It wasn't that I was paralyzed. It was more like I didn't have a body to manipulate. I was just a mind submerged in a pool of nothing. The only sentiment I felt was that I had returned to that state after being gone for a long time, like forgetting how your parents' house smells until you visit home for the holidays. Gradually, I started to have feelings of sensation. Passing waves of warmth and wetness finally allowed me to determine where the edges of my body were. Almost as soon as I became aware of my physical self, it began to ache. I felt as if every inch of me had been pummeled with a baseball bat, the heavy wooden kind. Even opening my eyes was a spectacular ordeal. I was in a hospital, so I had survived after all. People moved to surround me. Faces that never fully came into focus hovered above my own, and sounds that vaguely resembled speech seemed to reach me through water. It wasn't long before I felt weak again and my eyes closed. This fading in and out of consciousness lasted for what felt like a very long time, maybe months, though the doctors told me it was only a matter of days. After that, I worked on speaking and swallowing food, which seemed silly, but it was actually a challenge at the time. Finally, as more and more casts were removed, I was allowed to sit up and turn my head, for which I was incredibly grateful. According to my family and my then-girlfriend Sarah, all of whom were overjoyed at being able to speak with me, I was asleep for several days on end after the crash. I remember Sarah specifically saying she had missed being able to stare at those beautiful eyes. Time passed at an excruciatingly slow pace until physical therapy finally escalated to the point where I could be pushed around in a wheelchair. The doctors were surprisingly hopeful that I'd be able to walk again, but it was what they called cautious optimism. Nobody wanted to tell me I could be independent again and then have to admit they were wrong later. Obviously, I was very hopeful myself, though even transferring from chair to bed was a painful challenge. It was around this time that I noticed I never dreamed anymore. When I slept, I only felt the same nothingness that I felt immediately after the crash. All the days blended together for a while after that. The next memory I can actually separate from the rest is the first time I tried walking on my own. There were staff members holding onto my arms and waist, just in case I fell, and with their help, I made it all the way across the room on my first try. The doctors said they had never seen such a rapid recovery. I was giddy. Obviously, I wasn't out of the woods yet, but soon I was allowed to live at home again with frequent PT sessions, and some weeks after that, I returned to work. Life was almost normal for a while, except for a very slight limp in my left leg. The side that the train hit me on, I was feeling pretty normal. It was only after about a month of living in my own house that weird things started to happen. The first thing I noticed was that I felt an occasional stinging on my right forearm, like a thin needle was puncturing my skin. It was a tiny prick, maybe twice a day at most. I figured it was just nerve trauma or something and blocked it from my mind. Feigning ignorance was harder to do when I started hearing things, though. While I was reading in bed one night, I thought I heard Sarah crying. I strained my ears to make sure, and I definitely heard her sobs, but very distantly, like I was submerged in a pool. I made my way downstairs quickly, concerned that she had hurt herself or something, but she was just washing dishes in the kitchen. "Are you okay?" I asked cautiously. "Yeah. Why?" she asked nonchalantly. "No reason." I dismissed these oddities as best I could. After all, how could anyone expect to recover from being hit by a goddamn train without some lingering effects? Every so often, mostly when I was trying to fall asleep or sitting in a silent room, I would hear occasional sounds that I couldn't connect at first. Gradually, I determined that they were hospital sound stretchers being rolled across tiled floors, beeping from machines, rapid chatter between nurses and doctors. Although I figured anyone who had suffered as much trauma as I had would experience some degree of whatever I was experiencing, I decided to bring it up with my doctor. He told me it was perfectly normal for someone in my circumstances, and he could prescribe me a sleep aid if I felt it was necessary. I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just satisfied that a doctor could explain my symptoms. The odd glimpses of what seemed to be my past only increased in frequency. When I slept, I finally dreamed again, but it was always the same thing. If I saw anything at all, it was a hospital room. Sometimes there were other people in the room, and sometimes I was alone with the machines. There was one night in particular in which the dream was more vivid and gripping than usual. My eyes opened wearily to see Sarah asleep on the chair beside my hospital bed. "Sarah," I croaked. She jerked awake. "Henry." She scrambled to my side, clutching my hand. At this point, it occurred to me that I was dreaming. I stared right into Sarah's eyes. "I'm asleep right now." She seemed concerned. "No, Henry. You're finally awake. I'm right here. It's been so long." Of course he would say that. "You're a part of my dream." I smiled, amused. "I'll probably wake up any second." But as I spoke, the familiar soreness caught up to me all at once. It practically knocked the wind from my lungs. "Henry, no." Her distress was now evident. "I don't know what you're talking about. Stay with me, Henry. Stay awake. Look at me." I shook my head defiantly and closed my eyes. When I opened them, I was back in my own bed. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. I sat awake, pondering what I had just seen. I thought I heard Sarah crying again, even though I could see her sleeping beside me. When Sarah finally woke up, she rolled over and laid an arm across my chest. "Good morning, big guy." She smiled groggily. "If I was asleep right now, would you tell me?" I asked. "What?" She chuckled. "That's kinda heavy stuff to drop on a sleepy person. Just bear with me. If I was asleep right now dreaming, would you tell me?" "Well, I feel pretty real," she noted, patting different parts of her body. "Do you think I'm not real?" "Of course not," I said. We got ready for our day. I couldn't stop thinking about my dream, though. I noticed that when I tried really hard to space out at work and listened closely enough, I could hear the hospital sounds more clearly. I was naturally concerned about this. That night, I went to bed early, and just as I thought, I was transported immediately to the hospital bed. I felt the thin sheets beneath my fingers. I opened my eyes, and Sarah was reading a book in the same chair as before. I just looked at her for a long time, trying to discern if she was real. She certainly seemed real enough. She turned pages with the same flourish that she always had, and chewed on one of the tipples of her reading glasses. Eventually, she looked up and met my eyes. "You're awake again," she gasped. "Victoria, Paul, he's awake." My parents entered the room moments later, looking excited. I talked with them all for a long time. Of course, my parents, too, denied the fact that I was asleep, but that topic passed quickly. Instead, we discussed my condition. I had been in a coma for almost 3 months with little response. They had been slowly losing hope for my recovery until my brain showed signs of activity. Since that time, they had been visiting me frequently, hoping that I would wake up. It seemed a pretty convincing story. After many hours of talking, I had to stop. I was legitimately sleepy. Of course, they all understood and I fell back asleep. Only this time, I didn't wake up in my own bed. I woke up in the same hospital bed a few hours later. I had to think about it for a very long time, but eventually concluded that I must have imagined my miraculous recovery and had been in a coma the whole time after all. As you can imagine, it was hard to accept at first. Since then, I have been making a second recovery, which has been slower and less successful than the first. That's why, for a long time, I was mostly convinced that I'm really awake this time. Nobody walks after getting blindsided by a train, at least not without lots of hard work. I've still only left my wheelchair on crutches, and it's been 6 years. It probably sounds like a bittersweet ending, and at one point I agreed. I was prepared to live happily ever after in my wheelchair, and maybe even graduate to crutches someday, except for one thing. When I'm getting ready for bed, after I turn off my lamp and my head hits the pillow, I can still hear them, the faint sounds of a busy hospital. I know that many of you will say, but I'm real. This is real life. Of course you're awake. But that's what you're supposed to say. Nobody's going to tell me I'm fake. You're dreaming. Wake up. I'm still asleep, and I've learned to deal with it. I know that nobody I meet during the day is real, but I'm tired, so I just pretend, and that will have to do. Ripta syndrome. Like all stories, I suppose I should start at the beginning. My name's Perry Kears. I'm 37 years old. I work in education and usability. Weird combo. I know. And I like hard rock and big band jazz. I enjoy playing darts, cooperative games, and playing rounders. Oh, and I'm married. Though, I suppose I might as well not be. Sorry, I suppose that's not really the beginning at all. Let me try again. My wife, Alice, and I had been married for 5 years when the trouble started. Now, I don't believe in the supernatural per se, at least not rationally. Having studied psychology as part of my educational program, I do, however, believe in the power of the psyche to create incredibly elaborate traps for itself to get lost in. I suppose the closest thing I can come to thinking of the paranormal is how an otherwise seemingly healthy brain starts to put itself through impossible puzzles and challenges without having any real motivation for doing so. I want to make it perfectly clear right now that my wife had no history of mental illness, no abuse, and no need to hide or compensate for things in her life and her psyche. Hell, it took me almost a year before I ever even heard of Ripta syndrome. Have you? I'm not surprised if you haven't. It seems it's incredibly rare and not considered an actual disease. The similarities between cases are too much like one another for it to be a coincidence, however. But once again, I suppose I'm not really starting from the beginning. Alice worked with children with learning disabilities, aged 10 to 16. She was very patient and, quite honestly, put me to shame in her ability to explain things in easy-to-understand ways. She was, in my opinion, also gorgeous, funny, intelligent, curious, and, all in all, a very good person. I think I remember the first instance of Ripta syndrome rearing its ugly head. We'd been cuddling a bit on the couch on a Friday evening after dinner, watching some easy-to-digest movie or another. She got up, telling me she was going to send a couple of work emails before bed, kissed me, and walked upstairs. To my surprise, it took less than 5 minutes for her to come down again and sidle up against me. She seemed a bit perturbed by something, but I shrugged it off. Done already, hon? No. I think the computer's broken. There's something weird going on with the screen. A big line or tear or something straight across. I groaned in my mind. A broken monitor, while not a huge expense, is still annoying as hell, especially considering it wasn't that old. I didn't think any more of it until the next morning. I got up first, as I usually do, letting her sleep in. Figuring to get a head start, I went and turned on the stationery in our joint workroom to see if I could see what's wrong and how big an issue it was. Considering Alice got no work done, I figured it was big, but fiddle as I might, I couldn't find anything wrong with it. Chalking it up to a graphics glitch or similar, I made a mental note of cleaning the inside of the chassis and went to make breakfast. Apparently, the effects of ripped syndrome are compounded over time, so it starts out slow, then accelerates exponentially. The next incident, if you can even call it that, didn't happen until, I don't know, for months later? We were once again on the couch, cuddling and watching a movie. She's got her arm up behind my back, absently playing with the hair on the back of my head. She often does this, and I love it, but this time, after fiddling around a bit, she would repeat the same motion, a downward stroke with 2 fingers, then a swipe right-left, then left-right, as if covering up the downward stroke. Rinse and repeat. At first, I didn't react to it, but after she'd been doing it for a good 10 or 15 minutes, I got curious. Hon, why are you combing the same spot over and over? What do you mean? She looked at me in askance, apparently not understanding the question. Well, you've been sort of combing over the same spot on the back of my head for about a quarter of an hour now. Do I have something in my hair? Oh, no. I think you have like a straight patch where you're losing a bit of hair. A straight patch? Yeah, like a line. Untangling myself from her, I felt around on the back of my head, but couldn't find any area where the hair was thinner. You sure? Yeah, she said, touching me on the back of the head again. A pause, a bit of fiddling, then, I can't feel it anymore. I must have imagined it. Yeah, I suppose. It struck me as weird, but hell, we're entitled to that, aren't we? The next time was a couple of months later, after which things started accelerating. I came home early one day to see her at the dinner table, dejectedly looking down into what looked like a barely touched lunch. At first, she didn't react when I called out to her, so I went up to her, gave her a hug and a kiss, and asked what was wrong. Oh, hey Perry. Nothing, I went down to the bookstore to return that book I bought last week because it was damaged during printing or something, and the clerk told me I was just imagining things and that there was nothing wrong. I pointed it out to her, and she started telling me I was nuts and that this was my problem. I asked to talk to her manager about it, and she started calling me crazy and doing foul things and telling me to get out of the store. It was just so sudden, it completely killed my mood. The kids are out for a sports day today, so I went home early. I spoke gently to her as I hugged her again, nuzzling her wonderful, curly chestnut hair. It's okay, hon. Try not to let it get to you. People like that are horrible, and they're just trying to drag you down with them. Tell you what, why don't we go to the movies tonight, eat out, and just forget about this, and I'll take it down to the store first thing Monday. She smiled then, that lovely, warm smile, and kissed me. I think that was the last time I saw that smile, as it should be. On Monday, I went down to the store, intending to, to be honest, I went there intending to start trouble. You don't yell at my wife and get away with it. Not my gentle, loving Alice. It turns out that the clerk at the store and her manager had a different story to tell. They told me Alice had come in complaining that there was a crease or tear in the book, which must have happened during printing, and demanded a new book. The clerk, per procedure, checked the book before intending to dispose of it, but was confused when she couldn't find anything wrong with it. Asking my wife about it, Alice had told the clerk that it's right there, page 32 to 84. So naturally, I opened the book myself, and, okay, I hadn't actually checked it before. But flipping through the pages, I couldn't find a single thing wrong with it. The clerk's manager continued the story, saying that when the clerk prompted Alice, my wife had gotten angry and raised her voice, causing the manager to come over. Alice had told them that they were swindlers, that the book was obviously defective, and that they just wouldn't take responsibility. The argument had devolved from there, with Alice insisting that the pages were somehow torn or marked, and them denying it. Eventually, the manager lost it and told Alice she was crazy and to leave the store. She seemed remorseful about it, and I wasn't too happy with it. But seeing as how there wasn't anything wrong with the book, I asked them if they would replace it for me, just to settle my wife's mind and mine, and the manager agreed. I think she just wanted to put it behind her. So did I. As it turns out, that was a futile hope. After this, I forget in which order things happened. All I can say is that things started getting worse. She threw away a store-bought salad when we were out walking because someone had obviously dug around in it, looking for something in the middle. I came home one day to half the lawn being mowed, so deep that there was almost no grass left. Alice said there was a furrow in the grass that looked horrible, so she cut until the grass was of equal length, so it wouldn't look weird. I got an ominous feeling after that, compounded by several other small but significant events, always with the tears, furrows, lines, and rips. About 2 years after the first event, things started getting really bad. I came home to the house smelling of smoke and went upstairs to find Alice having ironed a shirt so hard she burned her way through it and into the ironing board beneath. She didn't seem to realize the damage she was doing and insisted she was just trying to iron out a stubborn crease. Later that same week, the police brought her home. The story they told me was that she'd been chucking books at the manager down at the bookstore, claiming they were all faulty and torn. The manager, recognizing my wife, had told the police she wouldn't press charges if I agreed to get her some help. What else could I do? But she resisted efforts to get better, claiming she was fine and that it was somehow just a big conspiracy against her, trying to cover up the imperfections and mistakes all over the world, people ruining things, like our lawn, to try and get to her. About a week after the book incident, I came to her having wrecked her laptop, our stationary computer, and the smart pad, claiming they had pixelated grooves in them. Another week with lots of small events, all with the same fixation, and I'd come home to the police ringing on the door again, this time without my wife. It turns out she'd tried ironing out a crease in the suit jacket belonging to the father of one of her students, while he was wearing it, with a baseball bat. Apparently he hadn't gotten badly hurt, just some bruises, but she'd been taken into an emergency psych ward, raving about people's blindness to the tears and grooves everywhere. When I got there, they wouldn't let me see her, saying she was violent. I stayed outside all night, but this morning I forced myself to go home and get some rest. I don't think I slept for more than 2 or 3 hours, but when I woke up and called, they transferred her to a high-security psych ward for psychotic and violent behavior. I drove there, and they let me see her for a short while. At first, she was calm, expressing concern for the state of my clothes and hair and saying I should get some sleep. She quickly got herself worked up talking about everyday things, however, and soon she was screaming at me, accusing me of abandoning her and refusing to see what she sees, saying that I was just a cog in the great conspiracy against her and those like her. In the end, they had to sedate her and drag her away. That was the last time I saw her. She wouldn't let me see her anymore after that. But the last thing she said got me thinking, others like her. So I started doing research on the symptoms, and after about a week, I came across something called ripped syndrome. Apparently, people suffering from ripped or somehow trapped in a mental maze wherein they start seeing flaws in things. It's not really flaws per se, as some people see everything as broken or imperfect. People suffering from the ripped syndrome keep seeing jagged or straight tears, often beginning in books, texts, or artwork with repeating patterns. As if, hidden in the information of letters, there's a rip in what should be and what is. I can't exactly explain it, since I've never suffered from it myself, but that's supposedly what it is. Ripped gets progressively worse until the people suffering from it start seeing these things everywhere. Always and something, though. It's not just overlaid over their entire environment. They fixate on small things, a supposed crease, a tear, a furrow, a groove, or a shallow indentation, always in the form of an uneven edge, tear, or line. Supposedly, it often happens to people with no history or predisposition for mental health issues. And as I said before, it apparently starts small, then gets progressively worse over time, until it becomes violent and paranoid. Apparently, from what little I've been able to gather, there's been no case of people getting better. They've had to be hospitalized for the rest of their lives. I haven't seen my wife since then, more than 2 years ago. I never divorced her, and I haven't dated since. My life moves on, but I just can't forget that fixated mania, the preoccupation with rips and information. It just seems bizarre. The weirdest thing about ripped syndrome is that there's no mention of it existing prior to the digital age, which is why saying that the people suffering from it are hospitalized for the rest of their lives may be a bit premature. It also seems that almost all of the cases have never heard of others suffering from the disease or read about it, but they still tend to refer to themselves as one of many. That may just be the paranoid psychosis talking, But it just makes me wonder, what the hell causes a healthy mind to develop such a weird fixation? Could you really tell yourself if it happened to you? I guess this isn't really very paranormal or supernatural in any way. I just wanted to share my story about how a loving, caring woman turned into a paranoid psychotic for seemingly no reason. I mourn her, though she's still alive, and I wish I could help both her and others like her. But the mind is a devious thing, inventing ideas and seeing patterns where there are not. I wonder what a rip in text, not a page, but text, would even look like. She's in the house. Find her. If you live in Menifee, California, and there is a knock at your door tonight, don't answer it. More importantly, don't leave anyone in the house by themselves. Get your phone, call the police, and stay together. I'm writing this as I'm sitting in this police station's questioning room as a warning. So that what happened to me last night won't happen to you tonight. I live on my own in suburbia. Nice little neighborhood. The kind of place where kids will be playing out in the street with parents doing yard work when you pull into your driveway. That's exactly how last night began. My girlfriend and I pulled in and got out of the car. We waved to the kids and had a friendly chat with Mrs. Roop next door. This was the kind of life I always imagined. And at 20, I couldn't believe it had already happened to me. We went inside and started our evening. We made dinner. We love cooking together. There's a symmetry between us that just works. We ate and watched some TV downstairs. It was just a normal night. Once it was time we went upstairs, she started doing her nightly routine girls always do in the bathroom, and I just laid in bed, reading Pin Al for the 20th time. With the fan going and the water running from the bathroom, I almost didn't hear it. I wish now that the fan was set to 3 instead of 2, because then everything would be different. But no, it was just faint enough for me to hear the sound over everything else. Knock, knock, knock. I reached over and clicked the fan off. I waited for a moment, listening. Knock, knock, knock. God damn it, I thought. I put my book down on the nightstand and got up. I grabbed my zip-up off the chair and threw it on. As I walked out of the room, I could hear my girlfriend starting to say something, but I wanted to get rid of whoever was at the door first. I slumped down the stairs a little pissy, thinking that if this was another solicitor trying to sell me glass cleaner, I was going to have a fit. I sipped up the jacket as I flicked the light on next to the front door. I looked through the peephole, but it was pitch black. I flicked the outside light on. Still pitch black. I figured the light bulb had gone out again, as I have had problems with it before. Reluctantly, I twisted the deadbolt and opened the door. Nothing. No one was there. I poked my head out to look around. The yard and driveway were empty. Looking back, I made so many horrible mistakes. I stepped out onto the welcome mat. The streets were empty and silent, minus the hum from the street lights. I scoffed and figured it was the kids just trying to play a prank. I turned and walked back inside. After relocking the door and heading back for the stairs, I started to have a feeling. Something just didn't feel right in my stomach, and I knew that only one thing was going to put it at ease. Food. I walked down the hallway into the kitchen and flicked on the light. Opening up the fridge, I started to scan the shelves for something quick and easy to eat. I settled on one of those wafer peanut butter and chocolate bars that you can get at dollar stores. I keep them in the fridge so they don't melt in my hand when I'm eating them. I peeled back the plastic wrapper, and as I was taking my first bite, I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The window above the kitchen sink was open. I'd never opened that window for the entire time I'd lived here. I thought back, trying to remember when it could have happened, and then I recalled her saying that she was feeling really hot while she was doing the dishes. She must have opened it to try and cool off. I walked over, slid it shut, and finally made my way back upstairs. I walked back into the bedroom, and the water was still running. I went to the entrance to the bathroom. Did you say something early? I began to stay, but stopped. The bathroom was empty. Water continued to pour out of the faucet, steam floating up and clinging to the mirror. I stopped the water and turned around to scan the room. She wasn't there. Amanda, I called out. No answer. I went to the walk-in closet. Nothing. I started to leave the room, but again, something caught my eye. I glanced at my nightstand, and on top of my book was a piece of paper. It was folded in half and set up, making it look like a little tent. I reached out and picked it up. The first thing I obviously saw was the blood. It was a bloody fingerprint on the corner of the paper. My heart started to race. Finally, my brain let my eyes pan over to read what it said, and even now, I wish it wouldn't have. She's in the house. Find her. I read those 6 words over and over again. I looked around the room again, hoping to see Amanda just hiding in the corner, snickering like she'd pulled off an amazing prank. But the room was empty. I walked around the room, looking behind chairs, inside the shower, and inside the closet. I looked at the bed and felt like a 6-year-old again as I slowly knelt down to look underneath. My hands had apparently been getting sweaty because they kept slipping slightly against the hardwood floor. I bent down and lifted the skirt of the bed. Nothing. Just a couple dust bunnies and an old pair of shoes that I keep meaning to throw out. I stood back up and started to become agitated. My mind didn't know whether this was a joke or if I needed to be terrified. "Amanda!" I yelled. "This isn't funny anymore. Now just come out." Silence. "Look, I'm really freaked out, so stop this." I walked out into the upstairs hallway and quickly went through all the rooms. The spare bedroom. Empty. The exercise room. Empty. Other upstairs bathroom. Empty. I ran downstairs and looked everywhere there, too. It was as if she just vanished, and all that was left was this note. I figured that the only thing left to do was to call the police. I ran back upstairs and into the bedroom. The bathroom faucet must have had a leak because, as I entered, I started hearing faint drips of water. I went to the dresser to grab my phone, but it wasn't there. Neither were my keys nor my wallet. I spun and looked at my nightstand. They weren't there. I grabbed my jeans I wore that day. I was in sweats by now, and checked the pockets. Empty. I threw the jeans on the floor in anger. I stood there for a moment without a clue as to what I should do. Drip, drip, drip. I stormed into the bathroom and twisted the knob. Drip, drip. I hit the faucet, getting pissed, but then I froze. There was no water in the sink, and the drips sounded further away. I slowly walked back out into the bedroom. Drip, drip. I moved around, trying to determine where it was coming from. As I moved closer to the bed, it got louder. Once again, I slowly dropped to my knees and bent over next to the bed. My hand slowly reached for the bed skirt and lifted it up. For every drip, my heart pounded 50 times. I sank my head down and looked under the bed. And then I saw it. A small pool, or red, was about a foot in front of me. With more dripping down from above, I jumped to my feet and pulled the sheets off the bed. I slid my hands in between the mattress and the box spring, and after a moment of hesitation, I flung the mattress up with everything I had. My throat closed instantly. I couldn't comprehend what was in front of me. My mind would only let me process the image one fraction at a time. At first, I just saw my box spring sitting inside my bed frame. Then I saw that there was a huge tear down the middle of the box spring. And then I saw Amanda. Inside the boxer springs. Her beautiful face poked out from the tear. Then there was her neck, which was nothing but red. The final thing that my mind let me see appeared. It was right in the center, laying on her stomach, another note. I couldn't move. Tears were streaming down my face uncontrollably, but I didn't make a sound. My hands began to violently shake, and my knees collapsed onto the edge of the box spring. I reached out and pulled Amanda's body up. My girl, my life, my everything. I wrapped my arms around her and started to scream. The note slid off her, hitting the box spring. My hand slowly moved down towards the note, now barely even able to bend my fingers. I somehow managed to grasp the note and bring it up to my eyes. My vision was completely blurred from the tears. I wiped them against my jacket sleeve and looked at the note. Again, there was a bloody fingerprint, but at this point, it could have been mine. Everything is hazy in those moments. But the words are forever burned into my memory. They're the reason I am sitting here now, the reason I ran out of my house screaming for help. But where am I? The Smiling Man. About 5 years ago, I lived downtown in a major city in the US. I've always been a night person, so I would often find myself bored after my roommate, who was decidedly not a night person, went to sleep. To pass the time, I used to go for long walks and spend the time thinking. I spent 4 years like that, walking alone at night, and never once had a reason to feel afraid. I always used to joke with my roommate that even the drug dealers in the city were polite. But all of that changed in just a few minutes of one evening. It was a Wednesday, somewhere between 1 and 2 in the morning, and I was walking near a police-patrolled park quite a ways from my apartment. It was a quiet night, even for a weeknight, with very little traffic and almost no one on foot. The park, as it was most nights, was completely empty. I turned down a short side street in order to loop back to my apartment when I first noticed him. At the far end of the street, on my side, was the silhouette of a man dancing. It was a strange dance similar to a waltz, but he finished each box with an odd forward stride. I guess you could say he was dance walking, headed straight for me. Deciding he was probably drunk, I stepped as close as I could to the road to give him the majority of the sidewalk to pass me by. The closer he got, the more I realized how gracefully he was moving. He was very tall and lanky, and he was wearing an old suit. He danced closer still, until I could make out his face. His eyes were wide and wild, and his head tilted back slightly, looking off at the sky. His mouth was formed in a painfully wide cartoon of a smile. Between the eyes and the smile, I decided to cross the street before he danced any closer. I took my eyes off of him to cross the empty street. As I reached the other side, I glanced back and then stopped dead in my tracks. He had stopped dancing and was standing with one foot in the street, perfectly parallel to me. He was facing me but still looking skyward, smile still wide on his lips. I was completely and utterly unnerved by this. I started walking again, but I kept my eyes on the man. He didn't move. Once I had put about half a block between us, I turned away from him for a moment to watch the sidewalk in front of me. The street and sidewalk ahead of me were completely empty. Still unnerved, I looked back to where he had been standing to find him gone. For the briefest of moments, I felt relieved until I noticed him. He had crossed the street and was now slightly crouched down. I couldn't tell for sure due to the distance and the shadows, but I was certain he was facing me. I had looked away from him for no more than 10 seconds, so it was clear that he had moved fast. I was so shocked that I stood there for some time, staring at him, and then he started moving toward me again. He took giant, exaggerated tiptoed steps, as if he were a cartoon character sneaking up on someone. Except he was moving very, very quickly. I'd like to say that at this point I ran away or pulled out my pepper spray, my cell phone, or anything at all, but I didn't. I just stood there, completely frozen, as the smiling man crept toward me. And then he stopped again, about a car length away from me. Still smiling, he is still looking at the sky. When I finally found my voice, I blurted out the first thing that came to mind. What I meant to ask was, "What the fuck do you want?" in an angry, commanding tone. What came out was a whimper. What the fool? Regardless of whether or not humans can smell fear, they can certainly hear it. I heard it in my own voice, and that only made me more afraid. But he didn't react to it at all. He just stood there, smiling. And then, after what felt like forever, he turned around very slowly and started walking away. Just like that. Not wanting to turn my back on him again, I just watched him go until he was far enough away to almost be out of sight. And then I realized something. He wasn't moving away anymore, nor was he dancing. I watched in horror as the distant shape of him grew larger and larger. He was coming back my way, and this time, he was running. I ran too. I ran until I was off the side road and back onto a better lit road with sparse traffic. Looking behind me, he was nowhere to be found. The rest of the way home, I kept glancing over my shoulder, always expecting to see his stupid smile, but he was never there. I lived in that city for 6 months after that night, and I never went out for another walk. There was something about his face that always haunted me. He didn't look drunk. He didn't look high. He looked completely and utterly insane, and that's a very, very scary thing to see. Don't fall asleep. Hundreds of customers come through the store each day, but none have ever made me feel the way this guy did. I find myself writing this to keep track of events, though I'd be perfectly happy if no more unfolded. I work in a gas station, and on my second week, I was asked to cover the night shift for Thursday and Friday. I hate to admit this, but I can be a bit of a suck-up when it comes to my jobs. I wanted to get off on a good foot, so I accepted. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried about it, though. It was one of those conversations where the moment you turn away, you wish you hadn't agreed. I wouldn't tell you this if it didn't have some sort of relation to the story, but I'm a very anxious person. I take medication for it, and as of the last 2 days, I've been out. Now, if you've never taken drugs like this, stopping abruptly for any reason can cause some pretty unpleasant side effects. Drowsiness, insomnia, and nausea are the main ones, although some people, including me, can sometimes see things. Sort of like with sleep paralysis, a figure or creature or blob can show up, even if for just a few seconds. For me, it's always when I'm half asleep or exhausted, but it's always the same thing, a man. The man in the corner of the row. He doesn't move, he doesn't speak. He watches. And when I blink, sometimes he's gone. Sometimes he's closer. So it's best I take my pills. The late night shift was pretty pleasant for the first few hours. It was slightly busy for a while, but as midnight came closer, the people in the shop trickled out. While kneeling down behind a shelf to restock, I remember hearing the front door swing open, though I didn't register that someone was in the shop until the motion chime played. At this point, I had been stocking for hours, running on nothing but soda and 2 of those prepackaged burgers, so I was relying on autopilot to get me through the night. I made my way behind the front counter and noticed the time, 1:32 a.m. I remember sighing to myself, chin resting on my palm. I was exhausted, once again. I checked the cameras, and to my surprise, nobody was on them. I know I heard the chime, and so I leaned forward and really studied the cameras. It was at this point, the first sign of something strange going on, that I started to feel uneasy. I disregarded this, and in fact, I recall being sort of upset with myself. It was just a kid, or maybe someone forgot their wallet and went back out for it. Those were the things I said to ease my mind when I noticed something in one of the cameras that I hadn't seen before, a black figure standing in the corner of the store. My heart dropped into my stomach, and my eyes darted up towards that corner to see if there was someone there. Nothing. There were 2 things I thought it could be. My mind was playing tricks on me, and instead of being in my room, my brain just put him wherever it could. Or, there was just a guy wearing black in the store, and I was just being paranoid. I heard the door open earlier, but I never saw the person walk in. The weight of dread kept me in the chair, despite wanting to check. I remained in the safety of my little room at the front. It's the kind with the plastic wall covering and a door on the side, so I felt mostly protected there. Out of nowhere, somebody begins walking down one of the aisles and makes his way to me. "You're new," he said. He wasn't holding anything to buy. Now my internal alarm is blaring, but I tried to stay polite and told him it was my first night shift, and added that I was a little nervous about it. The moment I let those last 3 words slip off my tongue, he smiled. "Oh, I bet," he said. The man stood there for what felt like way too long. I thought that maybe he had a mental illness of some kind, but there wasn't anyone there with him to aid him. Maybe he didn't have anybody. I live right out by the woods back there, you know? He pointed behind me. I wasn't sure what to say to this. "It's a short trip then." "Huh?" A few moments went by in silence. "Can you show me where the chips are?" I pointed to the aisle they were on, and his smile disappeared. He snatched a bag of the chips and stared at it for a few seconds before setting it back down. He didn't speak another word to me, but he looked angry. Once he left, I looked at the cameras set up outside and saw him. He was staring at the camera. I couldn't look away, but after a few moments, he left, walking out toward the way he pointed earlier. What I didn't understand was why he asked me to show him where the chips were. He said I was new, as if he was familiar with the shop, or at least the employees, but none of my coworkers had ever heard of this guy, or at least they couldn't remember him based on my descriptions. It was obvious that he wanted me to leave the safety of that room, but why? I'm glad I didn't find out. The rest of the night, I sat watching the monitors, searching for any signs of him. I sort of expected him to, and I had even thought of letting the cops know, but he hadn't done anything, so they couldn't help. He never showed up again on the cameras. Honestly, I'm starting to think the whole thing was just in my head, and that this may have been my first real hallucination caused by my lack of medication lately. This didn't feel like one, though. It was as real as any other encounter I'd ever had. Maybe that means it's getting worse. I suppose that's what makes a hallucination truly terrifying, the inability to distinguish whether what you're looking at is real or just in your head. Every time the ball drops, 2021 starts over again, and I'm the only one who remembers. My name is Julie Winters. I was born on December 13th, 1996. I should be 39 years old now, but I'm not. I'm 24. I've been 24 for 16 years. I can't grow older. I can't die. I've tried both. I was here before. You were here before. All of us were here before. But somehow, nobody remembers. Nobody ever remembers. Only me. It's the same thing every time. December 31st, 2021. We're standing in the middle of Times Square, surrounded by revelers. The ball drops. The countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. And the calendar turns to January 1st, 2021. Again, in December of 2020, my friends and I had planned to go to Times Square for New Year's Eve, just as we always do. But this time, we were going with a special purpose, to bid farewell to the past year and embrace new horizons. Some friends even flew in a few days early for the event. When Prince and the Revolution said they were going to party like it's 1999, I think they had the right predictions, just the wrong year. But on December 30th, the police announced that although they would still drop the ball, Nobody would be allowed in Times Square on New Year's Eve. To say that we were disappointed was the understatement of a lifetime. What would we do now? Sit at home and watch a live stream of the ball drop after friends flew here from across the country? They could have stayed home and done that. No, this was not going to go down like that. We were not going to be denied our rite of passage out of this year. When Clark Griswold drives across the country to take you to Wally World, you're going to Wally World, whether Officer John Candy opens the gate or not. I knew that many of the elites were being given permission to watch the ball drop from surrounding locations, and police presence was going to be caught by 80%, which definitely worked in our favor. The plan was to approach from several blocks away, avoiding 8th Avenue and 42nd Street at all costs. We would gradually get closer while maintaining an aloof presence, as if we were simply on our way somewhere else, not trying to enter the square. With these covert measures, it began to feel like we were trying to avoid detection by occupying forces. It was close to midnight when we made our approach. We couldn't go in early, or we'd risk being pushed out of the area completely by the police before the ball dropped. As some random, nameless pop star finished a bland cover of a John Lennon song, the 30-second countdown began. When the countdown hit 15 seconds, we picked up our pace. 10 seconds, we started running. A cop saw us and yelled, "Stop. You can't be here." But it was too late. We were already there, less than a block away from the ball as it landed, in perfect view. 3, 2, 1. Came through the broadcast in my earbud as the cop was just yards away from us. Happy New Year. I don't remember anything after that. All I remember is that we were in front of 1 Broadway Avenue when midnight hit, and suddenly it was 3 a.m., and we were back at my place in Queens. I didn't say anything about my missing memory to the others, and they didn't say anything to me. I wondered if the occupying forces had been keeping people away for reasons other than a virus. The next New Year's Eve 2021, the same group of us met up, except for John. He couldn't make it this year. This time, the streets were full. Everything was back to normal. Or so I thought. Everything was going as you'd expect. The flavors of the month were lip-syncing their current radio hits. Talking heads from radio and TV were all talking into microphones and telling their audience how much fun they were supposed to be having. When the countdown reached 10 seconds, the crowd chanted along. 10, 9. Someone cracked a joke about Ryan Seacrest balls dropping. 3, 2, 1. Happy. And that's when I came to consciousness back at my apartment in Queens, along with my friends. The same friends, including John, who couldn't make it this year. I turned on my TV and flipped through the playbacks of the celebrations. The number 2021 was splashed everywhere, even across the huge plastic glasses that they were all wearing. My phone said it was January 1st, 3 a.m. Just 3 hours prior, it was December 31st, 2021. I woke up the next day, thinking of what a strange dream that was. That is, until I started flipping through social media posts. Everybody was wishing everyone a happy 2021. I thought I must still be dreaming. But the dream didn't end. I continued living every day just as I had the year before. I knew when many things were going to happen before they happened. Some of the things that I didn't remember would hit me after they happened, making me laugh. I tried seeing a psychiatrist. I didn't tell them that I still thought I was repeating the previous year. I presented it as a thing that temporarily plagued me, but I was now aware that it was not real, and I was just trying to figure out how it happened and work with the fallout of it all. When the doc asked me if I still think I'm repeating the previous year, I hesitated before stumbling and saying no. I think he knew I was lying. My birthday came again on December 13th, and I turned 25. Again, as I had the year prior, before time reset. Again came New Year's Eve in Times Square. And again, at midnight, I awoke at 3 a.m. in my apartment in Queens, celebrating January 1st, 2021, with the same friends. And it happened again. And again. I tried changing things over the year, thinking that I did something wrong and needed to fix it in order for time to finally continue moving forward. None of this worked. After my 8th time repeating 2021, I decided that I couldn't take it anymore. I was going to end it. In mid-July of that cycle, I drove across the George Washington Bridge. Halfway across, I pulled over to the side and left. My next memory was of waking up in my apartment in Queens at 3 a.m., January 1st, 2021. I can't even die. No matter what happens to me, time keeps resetting. This year, one thing changed. After the ball dropped and the countdown hit 0, I did not suddenly wake up at 3 a.m. in my apartment. This time, on the stroke of midnight, We stayed exactly where we were on the street in front of 1 Broadway Avenue. The sea of revelers from December 31st, 2021, suddenly disappeared. 1 second prior, we couldn't move. Now, we were standing alone in front of the ball, streets empty. Still New Year's Day 2021. Just no 3-hour time and space shift to my apartment. I no longer care if I am deemed mad or insane. I am telling my story publicly in order to try to find anybody else who remembers the reset. I haven't yet met anybody who remembers. So, I am now casting the widest net possible by telling my story online. Please contact me if you remember. There has to be someone. Julie Winters. I still hear the footsteps in the rain every night. Since it happened, I've had the same nightmare. I know it's not over. I know there's only one way it can end. As soon as I close my eyes and lay down, I am there again. The sound is behind me again, the methodical, rhythmic splashing sound of the thing that is hunting me, the sound that I know heralds the end. I was a fool to get caught out in this, and now I know I will likely meet my fate, just as all my friends did before. Why did I try to make a run for it? Why did I assume I would make it out? No one is getting out of here alive. I dash ahead, my limbs burning, my heart racing. I fall face first into the water, then I wake up. No one believed my story, and why would they? Officially, everything was just a terrible accident. A vacation, a large body of water, people drown. Not often, almost an entire group of friends, but people drown, and that's what I was told as my claims were ignored. Always the fake concern looks as I gave my account. Eventually, those gave way to annoyance at my pressing of the subject. My friends' families even seem determined to chalk it up to an accident and insist that I am dishonoring their memories by trying to make such outrageous claims about what happened. But I know, I was there, and I know what I saw with my own eyes, and I know it was real. I know it was real because since it happened, I have scarcely left my house, and that is after moving to Nevada, the driest state I could think of. I decided to write this all down in the likely event that something happens to me. I know no one will believe this account either and assume that I am crazy, so I may as well share it with a broader audience. Maybe you will believe me. Maybe believe why the falling rain itself is a herald of my impending death, and why I will never be caught out in the rain as long as I live, as short as that might be. We should have listened to that sign. My name is Tim. My friends and I had gone on a summer break vacation to a fancy spa and resort by a lake, far out in the country. Good times, relaxation, a drink or two, a massage or 3, and maybe a chance to hook up with Becky if I played my cards right. We had just rounded the corner to a scenic vista that must be the road leading to the resort. The area was impressive, with beautiful forests, cool clean air, and a crystal blue lake, a small slice of summer heaven. We saw what must be the resort poking out through the tree line. Seeing we were close, my friend Adam gunned the engine of his old van and shouted, "Hang on, it's going to be a bumpy ride." And then, as if aiming for them intentionally, he hit a series of rough potholes on the road. We were all jostled around badly as we barely had enough space for all of us to fit in the first place, and Gina punched Adam in the arm and chided him for driving so recklessly. All right, here we are, I thought to myself excitedly. I was genuinely looking forward to this. We were going to have a blast. We all practically fell out of the van, and we started unpacking what little amenities we had brought with us. Besides myself, there was Adam, our friendly but rather egotistical resident jock and my best friend. There was Adam's girlfriend Gina, a very no-nonsense and intense type who would probably be the CEO of her own company after finishing school. Becky, who was Adam's sister, was beautiful, kind, and a little shy but sometimes surprised us with how outgoing she could be. And finally, our resident know-it-all, Laura, the smartest person we all knew, and the only one whose ego was bigger than Adam's. We had originally planned to go to a concert this summer since we didn't think we could afford something as lavish as a resort stay. But some person in Adam's family knew the owners and got us a stay for much cheaper than we could afford otherwise. I was taken aback by the sights around the resort. Despite being almost eerie with how out of the way it was, the natural beauty made me forget all about how far away we were and how long it would take to get help if we needed it. We walked up to the main building and went inside. Oddly, there was no staff there at the counter where one would normally check in. Before anyone else could ask a question, Adam rushed forward and started smashing the bell on the counter and shouting, "Ring-a-ling-ding, I say room service," like an asshole. Gina sighed, Becky and Laura giggled, and I rolled my eyes while laughing a little as well. A large man in a too tight-fitting and not particularly seasonal turtleneck came out from a back room and went behind the desk. "Good afternoon. You must all be the..." He paused, looking down at a paper. "The Johnston party. Yes. That would be me and my associates. Good chap," Adam said in a bad English accent, and we all had to suppress another groan. Very good, said the concierge. "My name is Mr. Dalton. I will be attending your stay, along with Miss Llewellyn, who will be on call for all staff needs. I'm afraid you caught us during our off time. You see, the resort here is nearly shut down during hurricane season, so some amenities may not be available." I scratched my head in confusion. Wait, did he say hurricane season? But that's a lake, not the ocean. We are miles from it. What difference should hurricanes or possibly the odd thunderstorm cause for a forest resort? For safety purposes, we must also ask that you all sign these liability waivers before I give you your room keys. Due to the season, we will make every effort to, though cannot guarantee your safety, especially if you are caught out in a storm while partaking in some of our activities here. Laura perked up at that. "Liability waivers in case of accidental injuries or death," she said. "What kind of place is this? We should go, guys. This seems very sketchy." Adam, the normal voice of reason, assuming reason had about one too many, was already signing his form. He bellowed, "Come on, guys. It's not so bad. Probably just some weird insurance thing they have everyone do. Let's get it over with and go. I want to go swimming." Not wanting to be left out, we all agreed and reluctantly signed the waivers. Mr. Dalton smiled, handed us an antique-looking brass key, and led us to our room. It was a luxury suite that was very impressive, with several rooms, fine decor, 2 hot tubs, and an impressive view looking out over both the forest and the nearby Lake Kashur. Everyone was stunned by how nice this place was, especially with how cheap we were able to get it. Though we did notice it may have been so cheap because it seemed like we might be the only guest here during the season. Are people really that scared of storms this far away from the coast? I thought. I was bumped from my reverie by Becky, who accidentally dropped her bag right by me coming into the room. I bent down at the same time to help her pick it up, and we almost bumped our heads together. We each suppressed a little chuckle, and she smiled beautifully at me. It made me forget the quip I had come up with to try and poke fun at the situation, and I ended up staring dumbly until Adam grabbed my shoulder and said, "Watch where you are going, dude. That big head of yours is a lethal weapon." The girls chuckled, and I got a little red in the face and went on to my room. Inside the room was immaculate besides being a little dusty, and there was a faint musty smell, possibly due to disuse. I started putting away what little I brought with me. I hopped on the bed and stretched out. As I lay on the bed, I leaned up and looked around the room. I spotted an odd scratch mark on the wall by the closet. I got up and looked closer at it. It was painted over but not restored, so the grooves of the cut were still visible. What did that? I wondered. I opened the closet and found nothing other than a hanging robe, a box fan, an ironing board, and a small box tucked under the board. What was this? I puzzled. I opened the box and saw a handful of old photos, like old Polaroid style. It appeared to be footprints on the shore near the lake. The prints were strangely shaped, and there were more pictures of the prints in the forest dirt, a faint watery outline on what looked like a driveway, and even on a carpeted ground, which looked disturbingly like the same carpet the resort used in certain places. This was bizarre. Did someone have a foot fetish? I laughed to myself before becoming slightly concerned when I saw panicked handwriting on the back of the last one that appeared to be of the ground soaking wet with still falling raindrops captured in the picture. The photo was blurry but showed what looked like an outline of a person. The panicked writing read, "The rain." It was the rain. That sound. It was them. What the hell were these? I thought. Maybe someone was peeping on people and got busted. Or maybe someone was stalking the last person here. I thought of a few possibilities before I heard Adam shouting that dinner was ready. The staff, it seemed, despite the low number, had a solid cook, and we had a large dinner brought up to our room, which, to our shock, was complimentary. We all had a good time, and Gina, despite normally being the straight-edge type, had actually brought a rather large assortment of liquor, so it was not long before we were all shit-faced and partying like a proper summer vacation. It was starting to get late, and I was about to pass out when Adam and Gina both demanded that we all go swimming out at the lake since it was so nice and warm outside. We all agreed and changed into our swimsuits. As we walked down to the lake, we noted a rather prominent sign by the lake with a very large font indicating a strange rule. It said, "Absolutely no swimming in the rain." What a weird rule, I thought. Laura gawked at the sign as well and said, "Well, I have heard of not eating before swimming, but the rain has little influence on swimming safety in a closed lake with no boats about. And besides, Adam said boisterously, licking his finger and holding it up to the air, there ain't any rain due in these parts for days. He snickered to himself over the sound of everyone's eyes rolling. Since the climate seemed okay, we splashed into the water and were soon swimming, singing, and having a good time. That was what I wished our whole vacation was like. I never thought such a catastrophe could happen at that point with how happy we all were. But it would start soon after. I hopped out of the water. Everyone was having a great time and thought it would be cool if we built a big bonfire by the shore and went to work trying to get the materials to make it. But my plan seemed thwarted as a large thunderclap peeled in the sky, and rain began to fall down onto the lake and the shore, the pattering raindrops ensuring that my hope of starting a fire was moot. Dang, I thought that would have been cool. Oh, we are going to be in trouble. Hope they don't throw us out. Ha ha ha, Gina said this time, rather drunk and uncharacteristically unserious. Yeah, but our towels are getting wet, I thought, and for some reason also thought of that strange picture from the room that mentioned rain. Becky got out of the water first, grabbed her towel, and came up near me under a close-by tree where I had attempted to make the fire. Some time for a storm, eh? I said rather lamely. Yeah, sure is, she said, trying to humor my attempts at banter. What broke the awkward pause was a strong, almost searchlight-style light looking toward the water. It shined on us briefly, and as we squinted at it, we heard two sharp honks from a whistle, which almost sounded like an old steam engine. Before we knew what had happened, there was a commotion at the resort, and Mr. Dalton and the enigmatic Miss Llewellyn had jumped into a large red truck with warning lights on the top and thundered out of the lot. They were driving so fast I thought they might be coming for us since we had broken the rule. Just as it seemed like they were going to run us down, they veered off and started down the road, pausing only briefly to have Mr. Dalton roll down his window and say, "Bad luck, my friends. It was nice to have known you. Godspeed, and indeed, God knows you will need it for what comes next." He continued, saying, "We left the resort unlocked, but I don't believe it will be of much help. You must accept our deepest apologies. There is little we can do to help now. If you can escape, if you cannot, die well. We will notify your next of kin. Farewell." And he rolled up the window and sped off. What the hell does that mean? What was going on? I was panicked now, and so was Becky, who was looking back and forth as the rain intensified. They just left us? What is going on? She cried. I tried to calm her down, but I didn't know what that was all about either. Maybe it was some weird prank. What did we miss? Adam said, finally getting out of the water and lumbering towards us, still partly drunk. The staff just left, I said. They just up and left. They are gone. They said they left the resort open, but that they couldn't stay there. I don't know what kind of prank this is, but it's not funny. This stunt, the rain, the pictures. I was ranting, thinking maybe Adam set up this sort of thing as a big joke, but I saw the confusion on his and everyone else's faces and was afraid that this might indeed really be happening. What did they actually say? Laura asked as she approached as well. I explained what Becky and I saw, and then we looked at each other as if reading the other's mind and asked in unison, "Where's Gina?" "Hey, Gina babe, time to get out of the water," Adam shouted, a thunderclap almost cutting him off seconds after he shouted. "All right, if you buzzkills have to ruin it, I guess," she slurred as she slowly walked out of the water, a buzz grin still on her face. As she walked up and out of the water by a boat launch, we heard an odd sound, like the splashing footsteps she was making coming out of the water seemed to double somehow. It sounded like two people were walking out of the water, the other tread being much heavier and steadier. She must have heard it too, like us, because she paused briefly, almost as if to test the sound and see if it continued. After a brief delay, it did. Splash, 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 stop, stop, stop. Then it stopped. Gina turned around and said, "But I was going CRA," and she was wrenched off her feet to the ground, a sickening crunch being heard as her head smashed down onto the concrete. We saw her flailing and ran to help, but to our horror, she began getting pulled into the water by some unseen force, and her eyes and mouth began to leak water when she tried to scream. Adam and I grabbed her arms and tried to pull her back out, but we were kicked off our feet as well, and we heard even more watery footsteps and a disturbing gurgling sound. Adam was shouting and thrashing, trying to pull Gina out of the water with all his might. He cried out to her to breathe, as it looked like he was getting some response from her. Her mouth opened again, and water gushed out and enveloped his head as well. There was a splashing and sprinting sound of footsteps, and Adam was knocked back with such violent force he was launched into the lake, and rather than sinking, he just floated on the surface, convulsing and apparently drowning despite not being under the water. This spectacle was enough. Becky and Laura shrieked louder than I had ever heard anyone scream in my life and ran towards the resort, and I shook myself from my own terror-induced stupor and did the same. We made it inside, panicked and panting, shivering with cold terror. Our breath. I closed the door to the entryway, found a large lock, and slid it into place. We huddled around, not knowing what to say. Becky was crying, but Laura broke the silence. What the fuck just happened there? That can't be real. They just drowned. Above the water. Those footsteps. What is going on? I didn't know what to say. I just said, we need to find a phone. We need to call for help. Maybe there's a landline here that actually has reception, since we knew the phones back in the room had not had service for miles before we got here. The rain was getting heavier. It was a downpour outside. As we searched around the entrance and the reception office, we found a phone, but our hope was short-lived. We picked it up, and the line was dead. There was nothing for emergency service, no radio, or anything else. We were stuck here alone. As my panicked and grief-stricken mind came to grips with this revelation, we heard and saw something unbelievable outside. Over the sound of the intense rain, we heard the heavy, methodical approach of splashing footsteps. They stopped across the parking lot, splashing gouts of water where they landed, but no thing was making them that we could see. We held our collective breaths as the stomping, splashing footfalls approached the front door and stopped. There was a terrible silence, and for a moment, we thought nothing might happen. Then we heard what sounded like scratching on the glass, and then a terribly cutting sound as words began to appear being cut into the glass. We started to shake as we read the words. Help us. We are drowning. Help us. We are your friends. You can't leave us. Becky let out a sob. No, Adam, no. Is he still alive? We need to help him. My brother, he is dying. We stopped her from moving towards the glass, and as we stood there petrified by the invisible rider, we heard a knock and scratching at the back door, and then hideous gurgling sounds, like one's head being forced underwater, sounded from above as well. My heart felt like it stopped when we heard footsteps wetly clomping on the ground above us. Laura ran sprinting away toward the room. I couldn't breathe. I sat there dumbfounded. Becky grabbed my arm and was screaming at me. They have Adam. I couldn't respond, so she ran toward the window where she said she saw him. She said he was on the ground, and he was drowning. She unlocked the door, and the sound of the bolt shooting back knocked me back into my conscious self. I barely had time to loose a strangled scream of Becky no. Then a cascade of water and the thunderous marching of wet footsteps rushed forward and bowled her out of the door and into the drenched ground beyond. I saw her terrified look, and she looked back at me, and her scream was cut off by some unseen hand smothering her with that impossible water. I ran as fast as I could. I tried to get to the room where Laura was, but as I reached the door and frantically tried it, I realized I didn't have the key. I screamed for Laura to let me in, but I heard nothing on the other side of the door, only footsteps behind me, slow, wet, padding footsteps over the carpeted floor of the resort. I screamed as I lowered my shoulder and barged into the door once, twice, 3, then 4 times until finally, it broke on a hinge and fell forward. The padding footsteps were behind me, and when I fell into the room, I saw Laura with her hands over her ears, huddled on the couch, almost catatonic. Come on, I shouted. We have to go now. I beseeched her, but she was utterly unresponsive. The footsteps were in the room now, slowly moving toward the middle. My heart sank, but I fled and left the footsteps to catch up to and engulf her. I am only thankful I didn't have to hear the scream. I slammed my door shut, grabbed my bag with my phone, personal effects, and everything else, and closed myself in the closet of my room. I heard the footsteps, then the knocking, then the scratching, then the voices. Help us. We are stuck under the water. Only you can save us. Save us. Help us. It hurts. The water. There's too much. We are drowning. I held my hands over my ears as well, closed my eyes, and hoped and prayed for an end to this, that maybe this was all just a terrible dream. After what felt like ages, the sound stopped. The voices, the footsteps, the scratching, it was all quiet now. I noticed the rain had stopped as well. The rain, maybe it was somehow connected to it. The goddamn rain. We were swimming in the lake, and it started to rain. Did those bastards know this could happen? Was that what the waivers were for? My hands curled into fists. I couldn't believe it. I redoubled my will and fought on, determined to at least make them pay for knowingly risking my friends' lives and getting almost all of us killed. If it stopped raining, I could get away. I needed to get out of here. I cautiously opened the door and looked outside. Nothing grabbed me, and no watery footsteps were moving anywhere. It was dead silent. I walked out slowly through the hall to the living room, fearing what I might see, but Laura was gone. I felt ashamed and guilty that I had not tried to grab her and run to the safety of her room. I slowly walked out of the room and downstairs. The wind was still kicked up, and the front doors were hanging open, creaking in the blowing wind. It was almost morning. A faint light crept into the entryway. I had gotten Adam's keys from his room and should be able to get away using the van. My eyes darted frantically, and I looked around, peeking outside to see ominous clouds, but thankfully no rain at the moment. I slowly walked to the parking lot, my heart racing at the sounds of my own footsteps, making sure I didn't hear another behind or in front of me. I got to the van and thought I might actually make it. Yet as I pressed the unlock button on the fob, a thunderclap resounded from over the hills, and in moments, a morning shower had begun, rain pattering off of me in the van. I froze at first, and then exploded into motion, reaching for the door to open it when I saw inside and fell backward in indescribable horror. Adam and Gina, or at least their boneless-looking bodies, slowly writhed up into the front seats of the van, almost as if being moved into position like some demonic marionette puppets. I stood there, mouth agape in horror, as Adam's face slunk toward me and his mouth opened. Water gushed out and began filling the cabin and spilling out. The corpse things that used to be my friends moved to open the doors, and the wall of water rushed out to meet me. They remained, collapsing onto the dashboard, but the splashing footsteps began immediately coming toward me again. I screamed like a madman and broke for the woods, the implacable footsteps never receding too far behind, no matter how fast I ran. It felt hopeless. My energy was all but spent, and I ran past my limits in a pure, desperate bid to survive. My whole body was aching, and I could barely breathe, but I kept running. I knew if I stopped, I would die. I thought I could see what might be a main road. Maybe the thing might not be able to follow me past a certain point, but just as I approached the road, I tripped over my own tired feet and some vines and fell into a ditch by the road that was filled with water from the flash flood. I rolled over, spitting water out and screaming and panting and defiantly challenging my fate. I stood in the water that was up to my waist. I looked back the way I came. I heard nothing. I let out a sigh of relief, and I thought, could this really be over? There was a painstaking silence. I exhaled and turned around to try and climb out of the ditch. Then I heard it, just like I've been hearing it in my nightmares ever since. The footsteps in the rain. To this day, I don't know how or why I got away when my friends died. I don't know why I'm sharing this, maybe survivor's guilt. Either way, I don't think I will be around much longer. There's no way I can avoid the rain forever. It's still out there somehow. It can follow me wherever I go, and as soon as the rain starts falling, those footsteps start falling as well. I moved to the driest state in the country, but it won't be enough. Even when it's not raining, I hear it in my nightmares. I think of my friends being drowned before my eyes. I still hear their screams. It still feels so real, just like that faint sound I hear. No, it couldn't be. I checked the forecast this morning, yet as I write this, it sounds like thunder in the distance and perhaps a light pattering of rain. Please excuse me. I had better lock the doors. I hear the footsteps now and know I will be having visitors soon. My squad and I came across something terrifying in Iraq. Things changed forever when those towers came down in 2001. I was 19 at the time, eager to enlist, and that's exactly what I did. I became a soldier, longing to kill as many of the bastards behind the attacks as I could. I don't regret enlisting, but there's one city in Iraq that I wish I had never stepped foot in. In 2003, the US government sanctioned and conducted a full-scale invasion of Iraq. I was among the boys sent over there, and personally, I thought what became known as the Iraq War was going to end in a week, and it was only a matter of time until we had Saddam Hussein's body. My squad and I were sent into a small city. No, I won't give away the name, to assist in clearing buildings with Marines, with SEALs providing overwatch from various rooftops. It was simple, but it was brutal, and I wanted nothing more than to be back home. Walking upstairs with 40 to 60 pounds of gear, finding locals who were told to evacuate long before we took the city, and the heat of the Middle East didn't help anything. We cleared structures well into the evening, and by nightfall, we came across what appeared to be apartments. We stopped for the night in one of these apartments, taking advantage of whatever food we could find. By midnight, We were all pretty worn out, and some of us were already asleep. Not me. I lay there, staring at the ceiling as jets and helicopters whirred in the distance. If not the sound, the faces of the few men I had killed in combat up to this point really kept me awake. I was about to drift off to sleep when I was jolted back up by an unfamiliar sound. I know what sounds I should be hearing right now. Tanks, jets, gunshots, all of which should be in the distance, well away from where we were set up. But it sounded like it shouldn't be here. It sounded like laughing. I sat up and listened again, trying to hear it. It didn't sound like it was coming from inside the apartment or the building, for that matter. It sounded just as distant as the other noises, but was nonetheless there. It sounded like a little kid, like they were having the time of their life doing whatever they could possibly be doing. It was weird certainly, but I was too tired and sore to care much. I slowly drifted to sleep again. I was awoken by someone in my squad. For the sake of anonymity, we'll call him John. He shook me awake and told me to come look at something. As I stood up, I noticed my other squad mates were gazing out the window, carefully trying not to give their presence away to whatever it was they were looking at. Look across the street in the second-story window. There's somebody watching us, man, John said to me. I looked out of the window, and sure enough, even in the darkness of the street outside, I could see the silhouette of what appeared to be a person. They were standing motionless, in the direction of us. I squinted my eyes to make sure what I was seeing was correct. How long had they been standing there? I asked. No idea. Wolowitz got up to go take a piss and just so happened to see him, John replied. I looked over at Wolowitz, who was our other squad mate, as he nodded his head confirming John's story. You think it's a scout? Somebody spoke up. I mean, maybe, but that building should be cleared. There's not supposed to be anybody on this street but us, John said. He was right, which made the situation more odd and concerning. John, you still got that rifle with the thermal scope? I asked. John nodded and left briefly to grab it from its leaning position against a wall. He brought it back, and knowing what I was asking, looked down the scope, switching it to thermal imaging. He looked from the scope to the window with his eyes, and then back to the scope again, before bringing the rifle to me and saying, Dude, look, no heat signature there. It probably isn't a person at all. I looked down the scope, and John was right. It looked like I was staring into an empty window, but when I brought the gun down, there was clearly something there. It might be a mirror or a coat rack or something, someone said. I thought they may have been right, until we all looked at the window again, and saw whatever or whoever it was walk away from the window out of sight. What the fuck? John and I said at the same time. I grabbed my radio to call this in. Grab your shit. We're going over there once we get clearance. If they're a scout, we'd better grab them soon, I said. Everybody started milling about, grabbing their vests and their guns. I got into a small argument with HQ about what I saw. I basically had to beg them to let us go over there to check it out, but I was given the green light. Looking back on the situation, I didn't feel any fear going into that building across the street. Confusion, yes. Nervousness, yes. But I wasn't scared of what I was going to find. John hung back at the apartment to provide overwatch with his rifle. I split the squad up, sending half to the back of the building to watch for any escapees, and half with me as we headed into the front to clear it. We put small explosives on the front metal door and breached. Just as we had 100 times before, we headed in, clearing floor by floor. We reached the top floor, and found nobody. The place was completely empty. You see anybody come out? I radioed to my guys covering the back. Negative, they replied. We checked the basement for any tunnel systems, but found nothing. There was no way to access the roof, so this left us all pretty puzzled. Where the fuck did they go? I thought to myself. Bang. We all ducked for cover. It was a single gunshot, followed by screaming that I'll never forget. Terrified screams, coming from the apartment across the street. Shit, John, I said aloud, as we all rushed out of the building and back across the street. The guys around back heard what was up too, and tagged along. We made it back to the apartment, and what I saw there will stay with me for the rest of my life. John was laying in a pool of his own blood, with a look of terror on his face. It didn't take a doctor to tell he was already gone. His rifle lay beside him on the ground. But that's not what was weird. What was weird was that his hands and his feet, along with his tongue and eyeballs, were all gone. Oh fuck, someone said. What the hell happened? Someone else said. I had no answer. Look at the walls, someone said. I looked at the wall, and there was what appeared to be bloody hand and footprints lining the walls and ceiling. It was as if someone had killed John, removed his body parts somehow, and then made off with them by crawling the walls and ceiling to the other side of the apartment. I was furious. I was on the verge of tears. John had been one of the few men I made friends with during the godforsaken war. I pointed my rifle ahead of me and followed the prints. I followed them to a far room on the other side of the apartment. Then they stopped. It was like whoever, more like whatever, it was, just vanished. Of fucking course, I whispered. We bugged out from that location with John's body. I couldn't imagine the look on his mom's face when she saw her baby, like how we found him. I attended the funeral back home. His mom, along with the army, asked what had happened. We just told them that John had been found by some sicko and that we couldn't get to him in time. My squad and I still operated after that. But out of respect, and fear at least on my part, we don't talk much about what happened that night. I share this hoping that somehow, someone can tell me what I saw or has a similar story. Something happened at Mardi Gras, and they're covering it up. It's taken me quite some time to decide whether to tell anyone about this. With Mardi Gras coming up again soon, I wanted to make sure people were warned and know what happened. Something happened at Mardi Gras last year, and it's being covered up. Every word of what follows is true. My friends and I decided to go to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. I've always heard that the city was a non-stop, 24-hour, year-round party. I've also heard that the days leading up to Mardi Gras take this to the extreme. There were 3 of us all together. Myself, Chris, and Sam. We decided to arrive 3 days early and build up to the actual day of Mardi Gras. We drove down, taking turns at the wheel so we wouldn't have to stop at any hotels along the way. The first night, Saturday, was our first night there. We're from New Jersey, where it was about 30 degrees Fahrenheit when we left. But when we arrived in New Orleans, it was in the 80s and very humid. Our hotel was right on the Mississippi River, and our room had a waterfront view. We settled in, cleaned up, and went out to walk around and check things out. We slowly aimed ourselves toward the French Quarter, checking out as much as we could along the way. I was a bit shocked that we could just buy beer from vendors right on the street and walk around, unbothered by police. We can't do that in Jersey. All in all, we had a great time, great food and drink, and retired to the hotel around 4 a.m. while the city was still buzzing. As tired as I was, it took a while to fall asleep due to the loud people partying in the hallway and surrounding rooms. The second night, Sunday, we went to check out Harris, the casino, and then we made it back out to the streets for the atmosphere and alcohol once again. While walking around, we met a girl named Antoinette, Tony for short, who told us that she was a local and that she was going to college there. Tony suggested we all go to a little restaurant just slightly out of the area, called Le Bon Temps, pronounced Le Bata. That translates to the good times in English. We all headed down together, and it was a pretty cool little place. While we were there, I witnessed something that I had previously thought was only done in sitcoms. In the middle of our dinner, the door to the kitchen flew open, slamming against the wall. Out from the kitchen walked a large man, using one hand to carry a smaller employee by the back of his shirt collar. The guy being carried looked like there was something wrong with him. His eyes were half closed and bloodshot, while his face was almost pure white, completely void of expression. The larger man carried him by the back of his shirt all the way across the restaurant to the front door, where he pushed him outside and shut the door behind him. On his way back to the kitchen, the large man said, "Sorry, folks, but you just can't show up to work stoned out of your gourd like that." There were some giggles from the patrons in reply. We all drank quite a bit that night, and I ended up staying at Antoinette's place, about a mile away. Chris and Sam said they were going to stay out for a while longer and then go back to the hotel. The third night. The next day, Monday, I texted my friends that I'd meet up with them later that evening. I spent the day with Antoinette, and we had a great time. I started wondering if this was too much for me to be getting into, allowing myself to get involved with a girl like this when I live so far away. She was definitely someone who I would want to pursue a relationship with, but I knew I'd be leaving town without her in just a few days. I decided to push these thoughts away and let the proverbial chips fall where they may. We had 2 more days. Anything could happen. While Tony and I were walking back downtown later, I noticed there was a girl walking about a block behind us who seemed to be pretty out of it. I couldn't tell if she was drunk, high, or what. Tony told me to just ignore her, as she hurried me along. Once we got to the corner where we were meeting up with Chris and Sam, things began to get strange. As we were crossing the street, I felt a hand on my back, almost like someone was pushing me, although rather weakly. I turned around, and realized that it was the girl who was walking a block behind us earlier. She wasn't actually pushing me though. It appeared that she needed to hold on to something to avoid falling over. We stopped and asked her if she was okay, and she just sort of grunted. At this point, I think we all became concerned. She started mumbling a bit, saying things like, "My name is Emily, I was with friends, but now I'm here, and I live here," that way, pointing in a direction that was blocked by a parade route. I asked her, "What happened? Did you lose your friends?" To which she did not reply. We were standing right in front of a Burger King. I asked the crowd if someone could get a cup of water for her. Everyone who heard me just looked the other way and kept walking, some giving me the evil eye, as if I had done something wrong. A BK employee near the door said, "You get her out of here now," slamming the door shut. I noticed that Tony was staring at Emily with a very serious look on her face. Tony whispered into my ear, "She isn't drunk. We should get out of here." I replied, "But shouldn't we help her? She's really messed up. We can't leave her here to die." Tony begrudgingly said, "All right, but let's make this quick." We each got on one side and carried Emily along with us down the block, where we came across a security guard standing in front of a parking structure. I stopped and asked the guard if they could help. I explained that we didn't know what was wrong with her, but that she needed attention, and possibly a ride to the hospital. The guard looked at me like I was stupid. Tony gave her a shrug. The guard then refocused on Emily. She reached into Emily's backpack, rifled around a bit, and pulled out an ID card. The guard then said, "I'll take care of this and get her an ambulance. You can go on your way." Tony started pulling me along as I said thank you to the guard. As we were all walking, I asked Antoinette, "What did you mean when you said she wasn't drunk? Is there something going on that we don't know about?" Tony just said, "There's a lot of strange things going on around here that you don't want to know about." And neither do I. My friends kind of laughed, and we moved along. We had some drinks and got back into the celebratory mood. Chris mentioned that he had been wanting to check out one of the New Orleans cemeteries that he had read about. Tony did not look enthused, but Chris was already in motion. He walked over to one of the police officers who were standing guard and asked, "Hey, do you know where the closest cemetery is?" The officer looked him dead in the eye and stared for a few seconds. Then, "And no, this is not a joke, even though it sounds like a bad slasher movie line," he said, "There's one just a few blocks over that way, but you don't want to be going down there." Chris smirked. "Why not?" The officer replied, and again, he really said this. "It's not just a cheesy line from a horror movie. They don't really like your kind over there." I have to be honest. I was kind of freaked out by this interaction, and Tony wasn't looking happy. Chris said, "Come on, nothing's going to happen. This isn't a horror movie." After a long sigh, I replied, "I guess it can't hurt. I've heard that the cemeteries are a sight to see around here." We embarked on Chris Quest, much to the chagrin of the rest of the group. There was quite a change in the look of the city as we got closer to the cemetery. It went from historic New Orleans chic to something much less visually appealing. As we drew closer, I started to see and feel eyes on all of us. As we walked the final stretch to the cemetery entrance, there were at least a dozen people standing on their front porches and in their front yards, looking at us like we were about to do something really stupid. "We shouldn't be here," Tony said quietly. "Well, we are here, so let's just be quick about it," I said. When we got to the front gate, it was locked. Apparently, visiting hours were over. "Oh no, I guess we have to leave." "Too bad," said Tony. Despite our misfortune, we could still see all of the large, creepy, and wonderful burial structures through the wrought iron fencing. Because New Orleans is below sea level, bodies are buried above ground. The arrangement of the structures in the cemetery actually looked like a small city. A city of the dead. The eyes were now piercing the backs of our heads, and we knew something was going to happen if we didn't get out soon. But Chris started walking the perimeter of the fencing until he happened upon a crevice big enough for him to try and squeeze through. He told us to follow him. I was hesitant, and Tony was telling me that we need to leave, but I figured a quick adventure inside couldn't hurt. We'd be gone in a few minutes, not even enough time for police to arrive and catch us. So we all squeezed through, one by one. It was getting pretty dark now, and this was really starting to feel wrong. I was just waiting for the doors to start opening and the dead to come out and greet us. I decided I was done with this place, and said to Chris, "All right, we're going back. This is just disrespectful, and the locals obviously don't want us here." He shot back, scared, "Huh?" I ignored him. We all squeezed back out, one at a time. Tony went just before me, and I was the last one out. I had a feeling like someone else was behind me, even though I was the last one. Before going through, I looked behind me, and I could swear that in the darkness, the door on one of the structures looked like it was sliding open. I could even hear the faint sound of a cement block scraping across the ground. I'm sure it was just my imagination, but this made me decide to get the heck out of there with the quickness. We walked silently at a much quicker pace back to the more populated downtown area. The noise and lights in the French Quarter seemed to welcome us home. Tuesday, Mardi Gras, Carnvale, a farewell to the flesh. Today, the streets were twice as crowded as they had been the night before. This was the big day. Tons of new tourists filled the streets, to the point that we literally couldn't even walk on Bourbon Street. We attempted to, but got stuck in the crowd like someone had tried to fit 100 crayons into a box that was only meant for 50. If anything happened here, we simply wouldn't be able to move or get out of the way. For the rest of the day, we stuck to the side streets. As the parades carried on, it became more and more difficult to even go anywhere else, as they were blocking the streets, and thus blocking any way for us to go in the direction that we wanted. At this point, we kind of gave up and decided, if we can't beat M, we join M. Let's just go watch one of the parades, I said. The others were indifferent. We all grabbed drinks and walked toward one of the main streets of the city as nightfall was beginning to close in on us. On our walk, we came upon some sort of dance troupe in the street. There were probably a dozen people in the troupe, all dressed in dark red, tribal-looking outfits. Along with their dance, a few played hand drums, and they were all singing in what may have been French. I couldn't understand what they were saying, though. At some point, the woman in front who appeared to be the leader of the troupe caught my eye and stared with a look as if she was not happy to see me. I saw her look over at Antoinette, then avert her gaze as if she had been caught. "Let's go," said Tony. As we walked away, I looked back and saw that the woman was staring again, with the same unhappy look on her face. A few minutes later into our walk, we started to see ahead down the street where it was looking more and more congested with people, to the point of it looking like the main floor of a sold-out rock show. I wondered how these people could deal with being so compressed together. Tony spoke up. "We want to stay away from anything that crowded," she said. The rest of us agreed. I said, "Well, let's just get a little closer. We don't have to get right in the pit, but I do want to see what's so exciting over there." We kept walking. As we got closer, something started to seem a bit more clear. Not all of the people were making noise because they were having fun. Some of the merry-making noises turned out to be screams. As we moved closer, despite Antoinette's objections, I noticed a small huddle of people in the center. Someone was on the ground. I hurried up to the circle and pushed my way to the inside. What I saw there left me frozen in my tracks. There were two people. One was laying on their back, motionless. The other was on their knees, hovering over the one on the ground, and it looked like they were eating their face. Blood was spewing everywhere while Gawker screamed in terror. Tony grabbed my arm from behind and said, "I told you, we have to go." She pulled at my arm, but I couldn't avert my gaze from what was happening. Eventually, she pulled hard enough that I lost balance, sort of fell over, then got back up and started retreating with her. When we got back outside of the circle, we saw that there was another of the exact same scene happening maybe 20 feet away from us in another direction. "What is happening?" I screamed. Then, the first circle we saw was dispersing rapidly as the flesh eater abandoned their meal and started seeking dessert in the crowd. Just like that, another was incapacitated on the ground, becoming seconds. But there was something else that I noticed while the thing was rising to look for its next victim. It was Emily, the girl who followed us the previous night. Tony told us that we were going to need to get to her place. As we began running, there were more and more of these things attacking and eating others. Where were they all coming from? If this wasn't horrifying enough, I then received the answer to my question. Some of the flesh eaters were missing faces themselves. Just bone, blood and remnants of skin where their faces used to be. And they were using these skeletal faces to eat those of others. They weren't coming from anywhere. They were being created by the other flesh eaters. As one walked away from their meal, I saw the body of their victim rise and begin chasing their own mark. I was transfixed on this horrific, spontaneous public meltdown of society happening right before our eyes, when I was suddenly thrust to the ground with great force. I never saw it coming. I had no idea what was happening. I eventually focused and realized that I had one of these faceless flesh eaters hovering over me. Blood was dripping from their jowls onto my face. I knew it was all over for me. Before I could even scream, Antoinette suddenly appeared face to face with the creature hovering over me. Except, she looked different. Her eyes were blood red, and she appeared to have a large set of fawn-like teeth protruding from her open mouth. She used one hand to pick up the creature, bringing it face to face with her. She stared directly into its eyes and let out a guttural, terrifying sound like I've ever heard. Whatever this was. The creature was afraid of Tony. She dropped it, and it scrambled off immediately. She looked at me with her new face and shouted, "Get up and follow me. They won't touch you now." We ran behind her the rest of the way, tears in my eyes as I tried to figure out what was happening. When we got to her place, Tony locked the doors and then shook some sort of liquid out of a bottle onto the floor in front of each of the doorways and windows. "This won't be over until morning," she said. Her face was back to normal now. We all stayed together in the living room that night. I knew that Tony would keep us safe. When daylight broke, she alerted us that it should be safe now, but that we needed to leave the city and go home immediately. We piled into her car so that she could drive us back to ours at the hotel. As we drove, I noticed that the streets were now empty, save for what appeared to be cleanup crews picking up the aftermath. Some were power washing the ground where there appeared to be dark stains. There were no bodies, and no flesh eaters out seeking breakfast, from what I could see. We were all dead silent for the entire drive, focused on what was happening outside our windows. Tony turned on the radio to a news station, and they were reporting that several people had died in what they called parade float accidents the prior day. As Tony said goodbye to us, she hugged me and put a note in my pocket. I haven't had the courage to read it yet. A vending machine appeared in my bedroom. It contains everything I've ever lost. Did you check the key bowl? My girlfriend's question tells you everything you need to know about how often I lose things. Yes, obviously I checked the key bowl. The lie in my response tells you how confidently wrong I always am. In this instance, the keys were indeed in the key bowl. Found them. I tried to speak in a tone that didn't immediately make it obvious how stupid I was. Where were they? I had two options. Tell her where I found them and let her hold this victory over me, or be more subtle about it and keep my pride. I chose the former. I'm not a liar. Other than earlier on, when I lied about checking the key bowl, that was different. She giggled. I'm not even looking for them, and I find them better than you deal. She was right. I constantly misplace things. Sometimes they're found, but quite often, I never see them again. Lost into the void, as I'd always say. She had a much more rational belief that I'm just a bit of an idiot at times. It made more sense than the idea that something was out to get me, out to cause me an inconvenience. Of course, I never actually believed that my missing items were a result of anything other than my own ignorance. It was just a fun and somewhat comforting idea that somehow it wasn't my fault. Sometimes I still wonder if it's my fault that she disappeared. Last year, my girlfriend went missing. We went to bed together, and in the morning, the bed was unbearably empty. The lack of her presence became immediately obvious to me. The blanket lay undisturbed, with her phone still on the side. I headed to the bathroom, the only logical place for her to be, to find nothing. The lights in the house were all off, suggesting that nobody was here except me. "Babe," I yelled, the only response being silence. I remember the exact moment that a pit seemed to form in my stomach as I tried to cling onto rational thoughts. Maybe she was just outside, taking out trash. Or maybe she had to go to the shops, simply forgetting her phone at home. This could all be a funny story in a few minutes. Rational thoughts aren't always correct, as comforting as that would be. She had vanished. There's no two ways around it, she was gone. The weeks after that were long and difficult. It hasn't gotten any easier. Sometimes I wonder what I missed when I was asleep. Was she taken? Did she hold a secret hatred for me and leave silently, leaving her life behind? Could I have stopped whatever happened if I was just awake? Her birthday was last week. I think about her every morning. Every single morning, I wake up to the same cold, empty bed that I did last year. But on this particular morning, the thoughts of her clung to me stronger than usual. The intense feeling of needing her by my side boiled up into a complex mix of emotions. For the longest time, I didn't want to open my eyes. For just a little longer, I wanted to pretend she was there, next to me. Eventually, I began the same routine I do every day. I open my eyes, turn to the empty space next to me, and reach out to confirm that it's real. But instead, I was interrupted. Not by a sound or person, but by an object. One that didn't exist the night prior as I climbed into bed and struggled to fall asleep. At first, the unfamiliarity caused confusion. If you're not expecting to see a vending machine in your bedroom, you don't see a vending machine in your bedroom. For a moment, you just see a large box, an out-of-place shape,
in your room of comfort. It takes a moment for your mind to gather together the context, the white glowing buttons along the right-hand side, the wide metallic collection door at the bottom, and the gentle hum of electronics inside. This rectangle suddenly became something tangible, something I understood to exist. There was a vending machine in my bedroom. I stood up slowly, trying to explain this away in my head. I knew I wasn't dreaming. My girlfriend is always with me in my dreams. So how had this gotten here without my hearing it? Who had broken in to leave this? It would have hardly even fit through the door, at least not without a lot of noise. The machine itself was matte black all over. A few dozen blank buttons sat on the right. No glass allowed my gaze inside, and no branding allowed my mind any understanding of the contents. In place of the glass, taking up any space on the front that lacked buttons, words were printed in a white, modern font. Lost and found. I don't know why, but I spoke aloud for a moment. I miss you, as if this machine were a conduit to her. But do you really blame me? It had appeared just as mysteriously as she had gone. On her birthday, of all days, too. My mind connected the two, thinking for just a moment that perhaps she had left this for me. I stepped towards the appliance, taking it all in. It stood just a little taller than me. I reached out, feeling its smooth, cold surface. My fingers found their way over the lettering, as a small bump told me they were slightly recessed. Eventually, my hand lay over the buttons. Without too much thought, I pressed a button. The light from it dimmed, while the others still remained active. A whirring from within the machine told me that if I waited, something would dispense. As the sound stopped, a cling from below suggested it was complete. I reached into the collection area and pulled out a small, silver analog watch. It took a moment for my thoughts to catch up. I had lost this same watch years ago, on holiday. It was a gift from my brother, who wasn't particularly happy with me for losing it. While the inexplicable, unexplainable nature of this bothered me, I was happy to be holding it again. For the first time in a year, I found myself genuinely smiling. Curiously, I pressed another button. Now, two are dim, with maybe 40 or so still active. The whirring sounded the same, yet the clink had become a thump. Reaching in, I took out my childhood diary. I had lost it when I was 7. I was slightly surprised I even still recognized it. However, I was more surprised at the pristine condition. Turning through the pages and reading some of the entries, some of them even still had eraser shavings where I had taken out mistakes. It was as if it hadn't aged even a day. The third button press gave me my old wallet. The next gave me a teddy I don't even remember holding but recognized from my baby photos. Somewhere along the line, all the money I had ever lost spilled out onto the floor. I even got back a phone I had lost, somehow not smashing as it fell down through the machine. With another press, it dispensed her necklace. I stood there, holding it, in a beautiful moment. Holding something of hers, something she loved, for the first time in a year. Right then, right there, I felt more connected to her than ever before. I held it tight as I took a short time to look around. Everything I had ever lost was with me again. I just wish she could have been there to witness this, but perhaps she was somehow responsible. It brought me comfort to imagine that somehow, from wherever she may be, she's still helping me find things. Irrational as it may have been, it's a nice thought. Rational thoughts aren't always correct, but neither are irrational ones. With another press, the machine came to life for the final time as the last button dimmed away. It seemed to whir for longer than usual. I took a moment to reflect on the necklace again. She had been wearing it since the night she disappeared. I wasn't sure anymore if that made it more special or more eerie. Should that have brought me comfort or been a warning? Something dropped into the collection area, yet the machine continued to whir. Another drop, and another, and another. It didn't sound consistent. Some thumped, while others did not. I waited for the sounds to subside before reaching in. Once I finally did get to put my hand inside, it felt wet. I don't remember whether I pulled out her finger or her ear first. I just remember that her finger still wore her favorite ring. It's all a blur. My hand, covered in blood, opened the collection door slightly wider to peer inside. A collection of flesh, bones, and skin. Some mangled together, some kept pristine. There's no way I can prove all of it was even her. Most of it was a mess, unrecognizable as ever being a living, breathing person. I screamed as I mashed the buttons again. A rational person wouldn't have done this, but I was not a rational person. Did I expect these actions to be undone? The deafening silence seemed to fill the room. The machine was unresponsive. I fell back onto the bed, soaking the sheets with blood. With the ring and the necklace I had previously clutched, the situation lacked the magic it had held moments prior. The horror seeped in as I looked around for anything to offer solace. The lost items on the floor, now covered in blood, served only as a reminder that I was forbidden from my happy ending. The ring, still attached to her finger, burned into my mind. Was this a message? A warning? Was there any explanation at all? My gaze met with a photo frame by the side of my bed. It was us, full of life. We took it on the day of her last birthday, oblivious to what was to come. She wore the same necklace and ring. We were happy. How much I wish to go back to a simpler time. Rational thoughts aren't always correct, but neither are rational ones. Only the truth remains constant, even when it is unexplainable and rarely comforting. My grandmother told me someone was in the house, Part 1. I spend most of my waking hours caring for my elderly grandmother, who suffers from Alzheimer's disease, which has taken increasingly more and more from her. The daily routine is pretty simple. I get her out of bed, and after a series of mundane tasks, I sit her on the couch, where I read to her or throw on a movie from before I was born. Throw in a few naps and meals throughout the day, and that's about it. I don't do anything requiring advanced medical knowledge. A nurse comes by the house twice a week to help with that sort of stuff. I have zero medical training other than a CPR course I took a few months ago in case of an emergency, though I haven't had to use my new life-saving skill yet, and something tells me that I am already forgetting the basics with each passing day. With any luck, I won't ever need it, but luck isn't something in high supply for us lately. Some people find it sad, and even a little odd, that I, a 23-year-old college dropout, am spending my youth caring for my grandmother instead of finding a job or building a life for myself. To be honest, I don't mind it. My grandma took me in when I was 11 years old, after my father and mother split. Neither of them really wanted a child. That was evident from the beginning. I think my mother loved me, but she was never fit to raise a child, and she knew it. My father, on the other hand, was never fit to be around children, let alone take care of himself. He was always in and out of jail. Before my grandmother took me in, my fondest childhood memories were when my dad was doing time. Things weren't so bad when it was just my mother and me. But whenever he returned from his imprisonment, things would always end up falling apart again. It wasn't a stable place for a family, if you could call us that. When my parents finally divorced, I was about as dejected and somber as a child could be. The bright beam of childhood innocence had long since faded from my eyes. That all changed when I went to live with my grandma. Her house was clean and big and had an acre of land. I had a room to myself and more than 2 changes of clothes. I thought we must have been rich. As an adult, I know that rich is not really the word for my grandmother. Yes, she bought a large home in the 1960s but never saved any money. My grandfather passed away before I was born, but from what I hear, he was a great man and an adoring husband to my grandmother. He worked as a teacher and did some odd jobs for friends to bring in extra cash. My grandmother never worked but raised my mom, which was enough work. When my grandpa died, my grandmother was given a decent chunk of change from his life insurance and lived off of that, her disability check, and Social Security. Raising me increased her financial burden, but she never let it show on her face. That woman always had a smile on her face. I wish that smile would come back. Ever since the disease started taking a firm hold on her, she mostly just stares. She speaks, but not enough to have entire conversations. If she has something to say, she says it, and I do my best to respond, even if I am unsure what she means. On the other hand, I try to talk to her as much as possible. I'm just so afraid of her feeling alone. It must be such an isolated feeling for your mind to slip away. She allows me to take care of her on the good days, and we spend quality time enjoying novels and her black and white TV shows. On the bad days, she won't let me help at all. I don't quite understand what sets her off, but some days she wakes up paranoid and scared. See, that is why I am writing this. We haven't had a good day in a week, and some weird things are happening. Not just the usual weird. Something is off about the house, my grandma, and maybe me. I've changed my name as well as the names of others because I'm somewhat private and don't want people close to me to know all the details. Day 1. Sunday. My alarm went off at 5:55 a.m. What the hell? I thought. I always set my alarm for 9 a.m. Although many old people enjoy waking up earlier than the sun, my grandma will sleep all day if I let her. I usually start my day at 9 o'clock, get myself ready, make breakfast, and then get grandma out of bed around 10 o'clock or 10:30. So why was my alarm going off at 5:55? I turned it off and rolled over. tried to fall back asleep. But before I could, I heard a crash from upstairs. I live in the basement, and Grandma lives in the master bedroom on the main floor. I rushed out of my room and up the stairs as quickly as possible. Was Grandma hurt? Did she fall? What was she doing out of bed? My mind was racing. When I reached the top of the stairs, I expected to see my grandmother somewhere on the floor, but instead, I saw an empty living room. The lights were still off, and the sun hadn't come up yet, making the room barely visible. I peered into the master bedroom and found Grandma still fast asleep. I closed the door slowly, trying not to wake her. With Grandma safe in her room, I decided to check the house to see if I could locate the source of the crashing sound. The kitchen looked normal, except for a knife in the sink, which I was pretty sure I had cleaned and put away the night before, but I brushed it off, figuring I had just forgotten the one utensil when doing the dishes. Next, I checked the living room and found a book on the floor. I keep the house pretty tidy so that Grandma doesn't trip over anything, so it was definitely odd to find the book in the middle of the room. I picked it up and opened it. It was a scrapbook. It was one of the many my grandmother had put together over the years. This one mainly consisted of photos of my grandparents and a few of my mother when she was young. Closing the book, I walked a few feet to the bookshelf and returned it, where dust had revealed its usual resting place. I still felt a little groggy, and with my tired mind, I rationalized that my grandma had been looking at the book earlier and left it on the floor without me realizing it. I keep a close eye on her most days, but hey, everyone slips up sometimes. That's the thing about the human mind. We will do anything to rationalize the unexplainable. It wasn't until the next day that I genuinely suspected something was wrong. Remembering it was still early and I had about 3 hours before I needed to get on with my day, I snuck out of the house for a quick run. I don't typically leave my grandmother unattended, but she wouldn't wake up for a while, and it was nice to get some time to myself. I returned to the house half an hour later and took a shower. Stepping out of the bathroom, I got a text from my girlfriend, Jane. She works at a bakery and always texts me when she heads off to work, though I usually don't reply for a couple of hours because, like I said before, I'm never up this early. The text read, "Good morning, Paul. I'm going to work, but maybe I can swing by later and hang out for a bit." I smiled and decided I'd surprise her by texting back immediately, "Have fun at work. I love you." "Well, you're up early," she replied. "Yeah, I got woken up by a loud noise and decided to get a jump start on my day." I left out the part about my alarm going off 3 hours early. Once I had finished getting ready for the day, I tended to the lawn and watched some YouTube videos. When it was time to wake up Grandma, I went into her bedroom softly and turned on the light, but to my surprise, Grandma was already awake. She sat at the foot of her bed staring at me, not with her usual blank stare, but with a fearful and almost angry one. "Hey, Grandma, what's wrong?" I tried to make my tone as sincere as I felt. Alzheimer's can change the brain in a lot of ways, but my grandmother could always pick up on my tone, and that hadn't changed a bit. She didn't reply. She just kept staring at me. I decided to give her some privacy after making sure she was safe. I walked out as I said, "I'll just be in the living room, okay? You let me know when you were ready to come out." The doctor told me that eventually, her mind would be so faded that I would have to start taking charge of her routine, whether she gave me verbal cues like, "I'm ready," or not. But I didn't want to believe we had reached that point, so I let her spend some time alone in her room, hoping she would appreciate the personal space. I went to the kitchen to make some breakfast. As I glanced into the sink, ready to wash the knife I had forgotten about the night before, it was gone. That was weird. But being the eternal rationalist that I am, I figured I was tired when I noticed it earlier and was probably mistaken. There is a window above the kitchen sink, which gives a beautiful view of the lawn I just mowed. As I admired my hard work, a bluebird flew by and rested on the back porch. I'm no bird watcher, but I couldn't deny that this beautiful bird looked almost out of place in our little backyard. I had never seen a bird like it in our area. When I turned around, I almost jumped out of my skin to see my grandmother an inch from my face. "Geez, Grandma." My fear quickly turned to laughter as I chuckled. "Granny, you nearly scared me half to death. Are you feeling any better?" She still had that scared and angry look on her face. It was almost as if... "Hey, Grandma," I said it nervously. "You know who I am, right? It's me, Paul, your grandson." Quietly, she said without taking her eyes off me, "There's someone in the house." A feeling of awful guilt spread over me as I told her, "No, Grandma, you know me. I live here with you, remember?" Her anger turned to disappointment. She leaned closer to my face and, in a hushed tone, whispered, "No, Paul. I know who you are. I am telling you that there is someone in our house." My heart sank, and the guilty pit in my stomach became a sinkhole of fear. Where? Grandma, where did you see this person? My God, are they still here? I instantly believed her, as I always have, but then, for a moment, I thought, is this the disease? Is she seeing things now? I don't remember the doctor saying anything about hallucinations. I pushed the thoughts out of my head. Whether she had imagined it or not, a possible break-in is not something to take lightly. I reached for my phone to dial 911, but my grandmother put her hand on mine before I could unlock it. "He's in my room." She said it almost as if it were an afterthought. My heart raced, and without thinking, I picked her up and shuffled towards the front door. Once outside, I sat her on the porch bench. "Stay here," I said. She wasn't looking me in the eyes. Instincts took over as I rushed back into the house. I ran up to her bedroom. The door was shut. I went to reach for the handle, but I stopped. Adrenaline had gotten me this far, but it seemed to run dry when it came time to investigate. I'm not a big man, nor am I trained in any form of self-defense. What would I even do if I found someone in there? I thought, but I needed to make sure that we were safe. I slowly turned the knob and pushed my way inside. Everything looked normal, other than a bit of clutter. Hadn't I picked up her room the night before? I checked under her bed and in the closet, but there was no sign that anyone had been there. I felt relieved and almost smiled at how worked up I'd been. That feeling soon left me as I remembered the master bathroom with its door still shut. With my last bit of courage, I flung the door open, but what I saw didn't scare me. Actually, it was really confusing. The walls, the mirror, the floor, all of it. It was all covered in a black sludge. The smell reminded me of the many hot summer days I spent walking the empty road as a kid. It was the smell of tar. "What the hell?" I said audibly. After standing in shock for what must have been 5 minutes, I checked the rest of the house but found nothing. I walked outside to find Grandma still on the bench. Her attention had turned to a small pile of ants on the concrete. "Hey, Grandma." I checked the house. "There's no one there." She didn't reply. "Did something happen in the bathroom? Where did you even get the tar?" Still no reply. I wasn't totally convinced that there had been an intruder, but I also wasn't totally convinced that my grandma had made the mess herself. Sure, she had trouble with basic household tasks and could have gotten confused, but where did the tar come from? The rest of the day passed by pretty quickly. Grandma hadn't said a word to me since the incident, but honestly, I didn't really have time for conversation anyway. Cleaning up the tar was nearly impossible. It took me well into the afternoon to clear away the black stain. The tar was warm to the touch initially, but soon completely dried, making it hard and resistant to my efforts. I resorted to scraping it off with a putty knife. I didn't even realize what time it was when I heard a knock at the door. "Jane." I ran to the door and opened it to see her face beaming at me. She was obviously relieved to be off work and ready to enjoy a night in with my grandmother and me. I, on the other hand, was a sweaty mess from clearing the tar. "Jane, I am so sorry. I lost track of time and forgot you were coming over." She looked disappointed and said, "Oh, sorry. Do you want me to leave? I should have texted to remind you I was coming." "No. Please come in. I'm sorry. I just feel bad that I haven't showered, made dinner, or anything. I've been so busy today. You won't believe what happened this morning." She stepped in and said, "I can't wait to hear all about it." She always sounded so cheerful. It was one of the things I loved most about her. "How's Grandma doing?" she asked. It's been a bad day for her today. She knew what I meant. I had often confided in her about Grandma's previous bad days. She knew from interacting with Grandma how quiet and off she could seem when her mind wasn't at its best. "Oh, Granny," she said, turning a sympathetic face to Grandma. She really did love my grandma. We ordered Chinese food, and I told Jane about the days of it. "That's so weird," she said between bites of orange chicken. "Where do you think she got the tar?" "I don't know. I'm not even 100% sure it was her. I mean, who knows, maybe someone was in our house. I did notice a few things out of place, but it doesn't seem like we'd been robbed." We sat silently for a few seconds. The tar was a mystery to both of us, but we turned our attention to the black and white film we had put on for Grandma, and soon, the night started to feel like any other. When the movie ended, I tucked Grandma into bed. Jane and I turned on a show with actual color and fell asleep cuddling on the couch. Day 2, Monday. My alarm woke me up at 5:55 a.m. I looked at my phone, puzzled that it had happened twice. Before I had time to go back to bed, a loud bang from upstairs startled me. I was on my feet in an instant. This sound was much louder than the one the day before. I barreled up the stairs and peered into Grandma's room. She was asleep. Stepping back into the living room, I found the same scrapbook on the floor. I was thoroughly freaked out at this point and started turning on all the lights. Once the room was well lit, I opened the scrapbook. A sinister feeling crept into my bones as I flipped through page after page. Every picture that included my mother had been ruined. Her face was cut from each photo. I called the police, and the operator said they would be there as soon as possible. I was convinced that there had been someone in the house. While waiting for the police, I woke up Grandma and walked her out to my car, where she sat while I looked the house over. In the 6 minutes it took for the police to arrive, I noticed a drawer open in the kitchen, the one where we keep Ziploc bags, tin foil, and saran wrap. I also found more black tar in the bathroom as well as in the garage. The police walked through the house, checking every possible place a person could hide. They told me they didn't find anyone, and that there was no evidence of forced entry. Sounds like someone might be looking to hurt your mom, seeing as her face was cut out of all the pictures, said the older-looking officer. Well, if someone had it out for her, they had the wrong house. We haven't seen her in nearly 10 years. I replied. The officers offered to check up on us later tonight to make sure there wasn't anyone lurking around the property and said to call again if there were any further disturbances. They didn't even acknowledge the tar everywhere, which was frustrating, but they probably couldn't make any more sense of it than I could. Thanks, officers, I said. I ushered Grandma back into the house as they pulled out of the driveway. Throughout the whole ordeal, she had been absolutely silent. Are you all right, Grandma? I asked. No response. We stepped into the living room, and I was helping her sit on the couch when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. I turned to face the kitchen window. That same bluebird from the day before was staring right at me. The bird was so beautiful, but looking at it, I couldn't help but feel like I was in some sort of danger. It continued to stare for a few moments and then flew away. The day dragged on. Grandma hadn't said a word. Worse, she hadn't even looked me in the eyes. I was worried for her, but tried to talk to her as if everything were fine. I didn't want her to be any more upset than she seemed to be already. Communication can be so difficult when our loved ones get old. The sun dipped over the horizon, and suddenly it was night. Jane had asked to come over, but I turned her down. I was starting to feel in over my head, and I didn't want to dump my baggage on her. Finally, it was time to put Grandmother to bed. As I helped her get comfortable, she looked at me. It was a welcome surprise, and I smiled at her, but she didn't smile back. She only whispered the words, "Someone is in the kitchen." Ice went down my spine. What? Grandma, we were both just in there, and I didn't see anybody. She looked terrified. Obviously, my words were of no comfort to her. She just repeated again, "In the kitchen, the kitchen, kitchen." Then she rolled over, closed her eyes, and stopped speaking. She was really starting to make me worried, and I really couldn't decide whether to believe her or not. I left the room and headed for the kitchen. Upon arrival, I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary right away. Other than the drawer with the bags and wrap, it was open again. I turned to walk out and turned the light off, but the room didn't get dark. I flicked the switch on and off, but the room remained illuminated. In fact, it was getting brighter. Panicked, I did the first thing that came to mind and reached for the big knife in the knife block, but I froze when I noticed the knife block was empty. Sweat washed over me, and I saw all the knives in the sink. The room continued to illuminate brighter and brighter as I dashed for a knife and cut myself on one of the smaller blades before finally grabbing hold of the bread knife. My attention briefly turned to my bloody hand as I attempted to wrap a rag around the wound. Just then, the room went completely quiet, and I saw it. A large figure, maybe 8 feet tall. The creature was completely naked except for a plastic film, saran wrap, covering it from head to toe. The light emanating from the figure seemed to give me tunnel vision, blurring my surroundings. I couldn't make out the face, as it was completely masked in the plastic wrapping, but there was a protrusion where the nose was underneath. Petrified, I felt my blood run cold. I always thought of myself as brave, but at this moment, I was so scared that I was physically unable to move. The dread filled me like molasses in a glass, slowing my thoughts. I dropped the knife, which crashed to the tile floor with a metallic clang. I wanted to run, but my legs felt like stone. I stared in horror at the bright monster, and just when I thought it might attack, it began to speak. "Fear not, sweet boy." Its voice sounded frail and weak, as if trying to convince me I was safe. It reminded me of how an old person might talk to a child, almost mimicking their innocent tone. It continued to say, "Sweet Paul. Sweet Paul, who are you?" I managed to say it in a shaky voice. "Sweet Paul, I am your guardian angel. Your guide in the darkness. Your friend from above." I wasn't convinced. An angel? This thing looked demonic. It was the stuff of my nightmares. Okay, well, I'm good, actually. I don't need a guardian angel. The angel began breathing heavily, and in a much deeper voice than before, it said, "Yes, my sweet boy. You do." Just then, the knives in the sink flew straight up in the air and stuck into the ceiling. The noise startled me, and I turned to see the knives dangling. With my eyes briefly off the creature, I immediately heard footsteps running toward me. I screamed and turned back to face the monster. Raising my arms to shield my face, I braced for impact, but it never came. I opened my eyes to a dark, empty room. It was gone, and I was all alone. I quickly flicked on the light and grabbed my phone to call Jay. It went straight to voicemail. She must be asleep, I thought. With no one to talk to, I paced around my room until exhaustion took its toll, and I went to bed. There's so much more that I want to share about this week, but I'm a little busy dealing with the fallout, and I'm mentally exhausted. I'll try to post soon about the rest. Until then, I'll leave you with some advice. When your elderly grandmother tells you there's someone in the house, believe them. This is my scariest 911 call, and it happened during training. I needed the job. I really did. Without a bachelor's, my previous nursing work hadn't paid much. Overall, I took the stress and abuse while barely making over the minimum wage. Just enough for me and my 4-year-old son Julian to get by. So yeah, life as a single black mother wasn't exactly easy. I found myself being fueled by internal drive rather than joy or comfortable cash. Only I wasn't a struggling mother in her mid to late 40s. I was 23. While most of my friends and coworkers could go to college or party on the weekends, I was caught in a jail of long hours and tight budgets. I had an even more frustrating lifestyle since I lived in a vibrant, bigger city like Columbus, Georgia. I could never hit the bars or hell, just go out and meet hot guys. The fun with Julian became my only break from this stressful working-class prison sentence. But still, I tried. Even through my binge eating and drinking, I stayed at an average weight. While I may have been forced to mature beyond my years, my looks hadn't caught up with my old mindset. I was still a pretty young woman. I had nice cheekbones, accompanied by a pair of sultry lips. My eyes are big and radiant. Whenever I had the time, I'd even work out or straighten my long black hair. Only those moments were few and far between while I was in nursing. Yet somehow, I persevered. I dressed well without being bougie. I was strong and independent without being a ratchet bitch. I stayed friendly and optimistic, regardless of my fading sanity. And then, finally, it happened. I got the call back. A job offer to go somewhere higher than this hell. I was going to be a 911 call taker. As crazy as it sounds, the schedule would be less draining. The pay is much better. And working for the Columbus Police Department meant I'd get all sorts of benefits. Not to mention the chance to grow through various promotions. Going to, of course, I knew this was going to be stressful. I'd heard all the horror stories from both former call takers I knew and from the literal horror stories I'd seen on Reddit. But I had to think of Julian. I'd now have more time with him. Less time is spent being underpaid, angry, and fucking tired. Krista Hayes could now live. The only problem was training. This sh*t was going to take 8 weeks. 8 weeks stuck in a classroom. Monday through Friday, from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. obviously. I wanted to be prepared before being thrown to the snarling wolves assaulting our 911 hotlines. But sh*t, it was boring. We had to go over countless textbooks, all the protocols, and even take a crash course in CPR. Not to mention the hours and hours of roleplay. Like a dull drama class full of amateur hacks, my classmates and I took turns playing caller and call taker. I guess it made for an easy $13 an hour. But mentally, this became an unbearable test of our patience. After a month or so, these dress rehearsals finally led to opening night. On Friday, we'll be taking calls for the very first time. Live calls. I was excited but nervous. Hell, all of us were. Like soldiers prepping for war, me and the other 4 trainees arrived at 8 a.m. sharp. Our classroom was lower than the police station's first floor. A literal basement. A dimly lit hallway took us past clunker vending machines and straight to this bunker of a 911 center. Nothing but cold air is all around us. Our instructor, Ms. Wilder, had already given us a tour during our first week. On one end of the center was the 911 floor itself, a series of cubicles full of huge monitors and computer screens. An arena that veered between Wall Street histrionics and 9-to-5 monotony. There were no windows, no joy. The lighting was appropriate for a clinical lab, as was the mood. When the calls were coming, the workers went into a pissy frenzy. And when the calls died, things looked agonizing. Boring. Within those bland gray walls, the call center was the doldrums of the Columbus Police Department. 2 double doors separated this torturous telethon from the rest of the 911 center. From our classroom, right now, I counted about 7 middle-aged and exhausted people working the lines. There are 2 call takers for dispatchers and a really obnoxious female supervisor. She was an overweight slob of a woman. Then again, the vast majority of the employees here were overweight. We'd all been told it was an inevitable side effect of the job. But my classmates and I still had to endure another month of training. Yeah, we'd be answering calls. Supervised calls. But hey, it beat having to do terrible role-playing or memorize countless run codes. So there we were in the cramped classroom. A claustrophobic space of old tables, cheap CPR dummies, and a whiteboard. There were no windows. No escape. The closed door kept us trapped in our own little world. Like stranded explorers around a campfire, we 5 trainees stayed close to the portable heater. Our only solace from the unrelenting cold. Ms. Wilder and her assistant, Kelly, stood by the front desk, right by the large laptop. Our 911 manual sat beside the laptop. The manual was our script for the variety of upcoming emergencies we were about to face. Its withered pages are older than stone tablets. I sat near my classmates. There was Tanya, a pretty black girl in her early 20s. Her and I went to high school together, and Tanya was still just as charming, loud, and petite as she was then. Her flamboyant clothes were only matched by her colorful claw-like fingernails. Then there was Abby, the only one of us who was married. A tall, plus-sized blonde with glasses and sarcasm to spare. Her studying and immense knowledge at this job put us all to shame, even the instructors. At 18, Catherine was the youngest of us. She was a brunette with a thick southern accent. I thought she played dumber than she really was, or at least, I thought she was just trying to be funny. And finally, there was Patrick, the only guy in the class. One of 2 guys in the entire 911 center. Patrick was funny and cute, and pretty weird as well. Scrawny with green eyes, his morbid humor threw everyone off. Then again, he was also a horror writer, and from what I understood, he even posted on Reddit. Given the lack of men out here, I could tell the thirstier, middle-aged female call takers constantly kept their hungry eyes on him. He was also 27 and older than the rest of us. Hell, I think he even had a degree, so who the fuck knows how he ended up here. Our instructors were cool for the most part. The stickler was Ms. Wilder, an older black lady with glasses and hair strewn about all over the place. But she respected us, and we respected her kind but authoritative style. Like a veteran sergeant, she'd experienced her fair share of war stories on those phone lines. And this was going back to when they didn't use computers. On the other hand, Kelly was a little younger, more hip. A blonde southern belle with a pleasant attitude and face. And yeah, we walked all over her like high school rebels on a sweet substitute teacher. But right now, us 5 trainees were sitting in nervous anticipation. We were awaiting our death sentence from a first call. Under Ms. Wilder and Kelly's watchful eyes, this would be our first taste of the call-taking life. Clinging to my headset, I stole a look at my classmates' restless faces. For once, we weren't even shooting the SH*T at 8 a.m. Not with the battlefield looming before us. Ms. Wilder checked the laptop one more time. She hit the touchpad and stepped back. The laptop screen and lights beamed to life. "Alrighty," she said in a strong tone. Ms. Wilder confronted the class. Playing her right-hand man, Kelly tried to emulate Ms. Wilder's strict gaze. "Who's first?" Ms. Wilder challenged us. Staying quiet, we avoided eye contact with this firing squad. And our fate. Silent tension dominated the room. Ms. Wilder's wicked smile vanished. Battling my anxiety, I thought about taking one for the team. After all, it's not like I could forever avoid confronting that call. But right when I was about to step up, Ms. Wilder fixated on Tanya. "You first, Tanya," Ms. Wilder said in a staunch tone. Our instructor was back in drill sergeant mode. Groaning, Tanya stood up and walked toward the laptop. Her and I exchanged weary smiles. "You got it, girl," I quipped. "Man, I hope," Tanya exclaimed. Kelly guided Tanya to the desk. I plugged in Tanya's headset. Watching over them like a self-serious supervisor, Ms. Wilder motioned toward the manual. Just remember, you can use that anytime. The words didn't exactly encourage Tanya. She flashed me an anguished look. We'll be right here, Ms. Wilder went on. Oh Lord, Tanya said through her nerves. My classmates and I couldn't help but chuckle. At least we weren't going to be the first guinea pigs. Per Tanya. Leaning in toward Tanya, Kelly pointed at the screen. Okay, your call's coming in there. Click it, and you'll follow the script. Okay, Tanya said. We'll hear everything, so don't be nervous. Tanya's trembling hands put on the headset. She smiled at me. Ooh, child, you got the volume up, right? Ms. Wilder asked Kelly. Yes, ma'am, Kelly replied as she backed away from the desk. Curious, Catherine looked toward Ms. Wilder. Is it busy today? Ms. Wilder gave her a mischievous smile. Oh, it will be. Trust me. Like an apocalyptic alarm, a ringing phone blared through the room, straight from the laptop. The sound jolted Tanya into a frenzy. Oh Jesus, she shouted. Answer it, Ms. Wilder said. Recovering fast, Tanya's focus overtook her goofy charm. She clicked on the call. Static blared off the laptop speakers. Like a lost signal on the radio, everything was white noise. Unease crossed Tanya's face. Columbus 911, what's the address of your emergency? Just a sea of static greeted her. Wave after wave of mechanical screams. Columbus 911, what's the address of your emergency? Tanya repeated. Nothing. The steady static sliced through the air. I thought I could even hear faint footsteps through the noise. Even faint voices. Keep going, Ms. Wilder commanded Tanya. Tanya kept her eyes on the screen. Columbus 911 dash. A sudden click cut her off. A hollow dial tone blared like a hard monitor's flatline. Defeated, Tanya just shook her head. Ooh, child. No, you did good. Ms. Wilder reassured her. Goo or fear, Tanya snatched off the headset. Definitely, Kelly added. Ms. Wilder faced the rest of us. Just remember, never hang up. Tanya cracked a nervous smile. Ooh, I was about to. That shit weirded me out. Keeping her scholarly seriousness, Ms. Wilder faced her. Well, those kinds of calls happen all the time, so you better get used to them. Patrick was next. He wasn't eager, to say the least. Even his wacky coolness morphed into anxiety once he put on the headset. I flashed him a reassuring smile. He just offered me his cute grin. And an awkward laugh. Overbearing as always, Ms. Wilder stayed right on him. Now just use the manual if you have to. Yes, ma'am, Patrick said. Tanya gave me a light punch on the arm. You ready? She teased. Not at all, girl. I replied. Man, you got this. She looked over at Patrick. You better answer the call, Patrick. Patrick smirked. I'll try. Another ring interrupted us. Okay, Patrick said, trying to calm himself. But those rings were painful shocks to us newbies. Even when we weren't the ones answering, the rest of us stayed nervous. After all, we'd grown close over the course of the training. A call taker commute. Patrick forced himself to answer. Columbus 911, what's the address of your emergency? He asked with the memorized mechanical tone we'd all mastered for that opening question. An even more turbulent static rang out. Patrick cringed at the sound. Hell, we all did. The concert of hissing continued. Loud and disorienting. Aggravated, Tanya covered her ears. Damn, girl. What is that? But to me, there was no doubt. This had to be the same caller. I could hear the same movement in the background. Those same low, muffled voices. The same fizzles and pops through those sonic shrieks. 911 Columbus, what's the address of your emergency? Patrick said it in a nervous stutter. Ms. Wilder leaned in toward the laptop. Is that the same number? No dash. A dial tone overtook the mysterious call. The otherworldly sound ceased. Just like that, it was over. Confused, we all watched Patrick slide off his headset. Abby forced a smile. Who was that? I don't know, Patrick said. Playful, Tanya confronted Ms. Wilder. What's going on, Ms. Wilder? That's two of them now. Is the connection working? Catherine asked. Like a politician fending off a barrage of questions, Ms. Wilder waved us off. Trust me, it's normal. You're going to get weird calls like that. Great, Patrick joked. Oh yeah, she's right, Kelly added. Her unwavering support of Ms. Wilder is still, oh, so extra. Not missing a beat. Ms. Wilder turned her attention to Patrick. But you didn't hang up. That's good. Remember to never dash. Never hang up, Tanya playfully finished. Ms. Wilder just gave her a weak smile. Right. I couldn't help but crack up. Even with the creepy static, it's still stuck in my head. Still replaying through my mind. I'm just telling y'all what to expect, Ms. Wilder told us. You're going to have to be professional when you get out on the floor. In a frenetic burst, the locked door knob began rattling. It was as if the brass knob were pulsating to life. Quick, jarring turns. Startled, the whole class looked at it. "We're training," Ms. Wilder shouted at the top of her lungs. Now she was in serious drill sergeant mode. The rattling grew slower. Weaker. "I'm sorry, but we're training," Ms. Wilder yelled, and the knob then faded to stillness. A slow death. Each of us stared at it. Besides a few forced laughs or smiles, we couldn't mask our unease. Ms. Wilder's chuckle shattered the silence as she faced us. "Well, now that's over with. It's your turn, Abby." They wired Abby in, and then another call arrived. Abby, always the prized teacher's pet, answered before the end of the first ring, before Ms. Wilder could even jump in. And there was the same static, the same waves of scorched sound. A scrambled symphony. "Columbus 911, what's the address of your emergency?" Abby said into the mic. The static persisted. Only now could I hear clear movement. We all could. Loud footsteps played over the white noise. Staggering footsteps. Falling furniture. Confused, Ms. Wilder leaned in closer toward the screen. "Columbus 911, what's the address of your emergency?" Abby repeated. Ms. Wilder faced Kelly. "That's the same number." Kelly checked the screen. The fear made her eyes go wide. "Oh my God, you're right. The one I did?" Patrick asked. Behind a worried gaze, Ms. Wilder stared at the laptop. At the listed number. "Yes," she said, her voice hindered by unease. "That's the same one?" Tanya exclaimed. The static scratching grew unrelenting. Like a scratched record from hell, the sounds overwhelmed our minds. Trapped in an awkward silence, Abby turned to Ms. Wilder for help. About the only thing she could do. A painful scream shot through the static. The voice is that of a tortured singer in this messy electronica. The female scream was low but agonizing, and it soon gave way to desperate breaths. None of my classmates said a word. There wasn't even a lame attempt at humor amidst the shared terror. The woman's voice tried to break through the constant static. "Help me," she strained to say through the gasping breaths. Ms. Wilder faced Abby. "Talk to her," she said, unable to hide her trembling tone. In the call, the woman's heavy footsteps were heard stumbling around. Her constant groans are as painful as her scream. Like a deer in the headlights, Abby stared at the screen but couldn't utter a word. Paleness permeated her face. "Help me," the woman said. The call ended before she could even finish. As if the woman's life support had been unplugged in one merciless pull, Ms. Wilder didn't wait to break the silence. But her terrible acting couldn't hide how much these last few calls had unsettled her. "Okay, that was good, Abby," she said. "Shuttling us through this lingering fear like cattle," she heard it in the next trainee. "Catherine, it's your turn." Battling both the goosebumps and the cold, I folded my arms. I decided to speak just to get my mind off those disturbing replays, to get the static out of my head. "Ms. Wilder, what do we do in situations like that?" I asked. "Like when it's the same caller bugging us." Ms. Wilder gave me a dismissive wave. "Oh, it's just prank callers. We get a bunch of them." Catherine sat at the laptop. Immediately, another call came roaring in. After checking the number, Ms. Wilder flashed an excited smile. "All right, this one's different," she said. Kelly let out a sigh of relief. "Ooh, thank God. You and me both, girl," Tanya said. Catherine took the call, but the static dashed our safety. The same static. All the intense white noise gave us even more chills in this cold classroom. Worried, Catherine looked to our instructors. "Ms. Wilder dash." Ms. Wilder motioned toward the laptop. "Just talk to them." A long, eerie cry erupted from the laptop. Too human to be a dying animal. Too familiar as well. The woman had returned. "Oh shit," Tanya yelled. Like a terrified wax figure, Catherine stared at the computer, her eyes wide open. Her mouth was too paralyzed to even scream. The constant static and scrambling soundscape drifted around our atmosphere. Throughout the classroom, Ms. Wilder took a nervous step back, and then the woman's voice came on the phone. "Help me," she said in a dying gasp. "Help me, please." The static spiraled out of control. An avalanche of sound. "Catherine, talk to her," Ms. Wilder shouted. Shivering, Tanya stood up. "Has she calling from a different number?" her scared voice shouted. But we never got an answer, and Catherine never got the opening question out. A harsh bump erupted from the laptop. A vicious thud, and the phone call ended well before the woman's screams could re-emerge. Each of us was left in horrified suspense. My eyes stayed on the computer. My body is a trembling mess. I felt helpless. especially with the looming inevitably of who was going up there next. Rattled, Tanya pointed at the computer. Ms. Wilder, who's that woman? Like a victim in denial, Ms. Wilder avoided eye contact with us. She's just a prank caller, guys. I'm telling you. Kelly gave her a weird look. Not even she was buying this **T. Ms. Wilder helped Catherine stand up. You'll better get used to them, Ms. Wilder muttered. That's all I'm saying. The heater had no chance of healing my scars, especially when adrenaline now joined to fear and cold. I kept staring at the laptop. I was forced to face my fate. Stuck in a catatonic state, Catherine stumbled back to her seat. The five of us now formed a frightened formation. Your turn, Krista, Ms. Wilder yelled out. I sat there, hesitant. I was unable to console myself before the call. Ms. Wilder waved me over. Come on, it's your turn, she said. Ain't nobody going to hurt you. With the slow march of a child heading for the principal's office, I walked up to that front desk. I could feel everyone's eyes glued to my every step. You got this, girl, I heard Tanya say. Hey, maybe they'll hang up, Patrick said as a reassuring joke. At least they were trying to encourage me on this creepy Friday morning. But I couldn't smile. Not now. Not on my 911 judgment day. Kelly and Ms. Wilder crowded around me as I sat in front of the laptop. I plugged in the headset. My shivering grip placed it over my ears. Now I really felt chained to the computer, to this forthcoming call. Upon facing the laptop, I felt more anxiety sink into me. So many programs were already up there. A dispatcher box, the phone line, various call taker tabs, all of which I'd seen in the books. But all of it is so much scarier on screen. Ms. Wilder pointed me to the phone line icon. Now when that rings, just click on it to answer it, she said. Yes, ma'am, I replied. Trying to focus, I avoided my classmates, even when they were just being supportive. Tanya and Patrick are my constant cheerleaders. Through the burgeoning excitement, I had to wait. My skin was sweating in the cold, so I readjusted the headset's mic. But I didn't have to wait long. Ring, ring, the laptop screened. The telephone line icon shook with ferocity. The incoming call is from 706-645-4545. I fought against my nerves. I had to power through for me. For Julian. In one swift click, I answered it. Columbus 911. What's the address of your emergency? I said it in a strong voice, channeling my inner Ms. Wilder. Like a malfunctioning robocall, I heard the white noise grip me. The incessant static sang out. But I didn't give up. Not with Ms. Wilder breathing down my neck. And with Julian depending on me back at home. Columbus 911. What's the address of your emergency? I said it again. The static stayed steady. The unsettling noises are the sound waves of the dead. Seemingly a distress signal from outer space, or beyond the grave. This can't be happening again, I heard Kelly say to Ms. Wilder. Hold on, Ms. Wilder told her. I kept my eyes on the screen. I was further drawn in once I heard the movements amongst the static. Clumsy movements. Help, me, the woman's voice crawled to me. Everyone went silent. The fear almost overpowered my own voice and strength. Almost. Ma'am, what's the address of your emergency? I asked. I could feel my hands clenching tight, a nervous tic well beyond my control. The footsteps grew heavier in the static storm. It was as if the woman was mustering whatever strength she had left just for this one call. Help me, she said. Immersed, I leaned in closer toward the laptop. Ma'am dash. Help me, the woman cried out in a painful howl. Startled, I fell back. I heard Tanya shout in fright. Help us, the woman screamed into the stifling static. Help us, please. Like fellow asylum patients, a collection of tormented cries joined her. Female, male, agonizing screams, weakened whispers, pitiful sobbing. All of it poured through the line. All these people are in obvious pain, all of them dying. I heard shelves collapse around the screams. More chaotic movement erupted. Their terrified panic is well on display. Help us, an old lady yelled. Send somebody, a panicking man hurled at me. Their voices all grew louder and louder. With the static and unsettling beat, their desperate chants formed a desperate final plea. My headset shook from their sheer force. Please help us, a young woman whimpered. The victims' voices overlapped. We fused together for this frightening frenzy. Their room of death clamored for me, and I was too scared to say a fucking word, much less follow protocol. Please help us, the woman from earlier screamed, her voice now guttural and pouring from a wounded soul. Frightened, I pushed myself away from the keyboard. My headset tumbled off. My hectic hands hit the touchpad, ending the call. I'd inadvertently sent us into a suffocating silence. Breathing heavily, I stood still and faced the screen. A red glow now decorates the phone line icon. The box's text read, "Call ended at 1:44. 1 minute and 44 seconds of pure terror." I noticed my scared classmates watching me. Our 911 training course has now transformed into a horror house. "What did you do that for?" Ms. Wilder shouted in dismay. Her voice was a beaming defibrillator through our dead silence. Startled, I confronted her disapproving glare. "I told you to never hang up," Ms. Wilder yelled. A calm Kelly stepped toward me. "Yeah, you should have followed protocol, Krista." "What are you talking about?" Tanya shouted. I looked over at Tanya. I am glad to have her by my side. Back in disciplinarian mode, Ms. Wilder confronted the class. "Look, this is training. I've told y'all you're going to get calls like this." "So?" Tanya replied. Ms. Wilder glowered at me. "And you're not supposed to hang up, Krista. Ever." For some reason, I looked back at Kelly, knowing good and well whose side this bitch was on. "She's right," Kelly said, a stoic calmness returning to her voice. For that matter, both she and Ms. Wilder were way too calm. "Wait, so this was all bullshit?" Tanya asked. The epiphany spread among us. I was caught somewhere between relieved and mad as hell. "Holy sh*T, Patrick muttered. Ms. Wilder cracked a wicked smile. And if she wasn't my instructor or 30 years my senior, I would have punched the shit out of her right then and there. "Hey, we gotta train y'all for the crazies," Ms. Wilder went on. "And everyone passed except you, Krista." Controlling my temper for Julian, all I did was glare. A death glare for Ms. Wilder and Kelly. "That's so stupid though," Tanya yelled. "Yeah, who was making those calls?" Abby asked. Kelly stepped toward the trainees. "We got some of the call takers to do it." She motioned toward the door. "They always help us with this part." "Well," was all I could say. I may have been able to stop myself from throwing punches, but I couldn't hide my voice's simmering anger. Chuckling, Ms. Wilder patted me on the back. "Hey, it's all right. We'll redo it later." She walked toward the door. "Retake it." I said it in disgust. "Oh yeah," Ms. Wilder said. She unlocked the door. Playing deputy, Kelly looked over at me. "She's serious now." Ms. Wilder swung the door open. Lecturing me like a high school administrator, Kelly pointed at my face. "Now I think you'll be fine, but next time, don't hang up on that call." "All right." I heard Ms. Wilder stumble back. In loud, panicking steps. Then Tanya let out one dramatic scream. The entire class looked toward the open doorway. An ocean of blood flooded all the way down the hall, right up outside our classroom door. I could see the vivid redness stick to the floor. Like gruesome paint, blood covered the walls, even smeared over our classroom door. And there, lying in the crimson sea, was the 911 center supervisor. Her sloppy clothes are now coated in both blood and deep, crude slices. Long stab wounds were carved through her black hair. Her weight was reduced in a most gory attempt at bariatric surgery. Frightened but compelled, I rushed up to the supervisor. "Oh God," I said. The supervisor's hand still gripped her cell phone, and her last dialed number taunted me, 911 training. She'd been the one calling us all along, during this crazed caller training gone wrong. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the doorknob had smeared red fingerprints. This lady had no chance of getting in, not when the door was locked, and not when we were training under Ms. Wilder's watch. I felt a wave of classmates whisked past me. I felt Tanya snatch my wrist to drag me away, drag me through this blood-red museum sprawling before us. "Who the hell did this?" Kelly cried through her tears. "I don't know." Ms. Wilder yelled at her. "We gotta get Sergeant Fonda." Rather than following the others to the elevators, Tanya led me through the 911 center. Patrick even followed us to the call-taker row. Their morbid curiosity is apparently just as strong as mine. Like rain puddles, our feet splashed into the overflowing crimson. The rip-roaring rhythm is so hypnotic and disturbing. Upon entering the room, we came to a terrified stop. Everyone was dead, slaughtered, sliced beyond recognition. Bodies were scattered about like mutilated livestock. There are severed limbs in every corner. Severed heads are still wearing their headsets. This call-taking office is a fusion between the war zone and the operating room. Everything was covered in blood, save for the computer screens, and they all showed the last number dialed, 911 training. Unable to call 911, these employees instead called the next best thing, us. And on that final, fateful call, I hadn't followed protocol. Instead, I'd hang up on a massacre in progress. And now we had a code of 7120. So many 7120s. When I was a kid, I almost died. This is why. When I was a kid, I lived in a small town outside of Toronto. My town has been linked to some pretty haunting things that give it a bad name, but Yellow Creek still remains a pretty and safe, secluded small town even after what happened 20 years ago. When I was younger, I had a very unhealthy obsession with stuffed animals. Now everyone had stuffed animals as a kid, but for me, many would say I had too many. Like most kids, I played with all of them and had my favorites. My favorite, of course, was the giant stuffed panda bear I had that sat on my homemade shelf where all the others sat. This stuffed bear sat in the middle because of its size, and it was certainly not hard to miss. Late one night, I remember waking to the sound of footsteps in my room. This was not unusual, as my dad would often come in to check for dirty clothes I may have left on the floor, or just to simply make sure that I was truly sleeping. I did like to stay up late after all. However, that night, I wish I had stayed asleep because nothing could have prepared me for what I saw. In the far corner of my room, I saw it sitting there very much alive and moving around, the giant stuffed panda bear. I attempted to scream, but nothing came out. It was as if my body was in a paralyzed state of shock. The bear turned to me and whispered, "I'm going to kill you." A smile came across the stuffed bear's face as he said this. Shaking and now covered in urine, my 9-year-old self managed to finally move, jumping from my bed past the demonic stuffed panda and down to my parents' room, where my dad was actually awake. Stumbling through my parents' bedroom door out of breath, I screamed, "My stuffed animal is alive. Help." My dad looked at me for a second, rubbing his eyes and yawning, before saying, "Junior, go back to bed. You had a bad dream. That is all. It was a dream. Okay, there is nothing in your room that is going to hurt you." I looked at him with teary eyes and muttered, "But there it is trying to kill me." My mom, who had work in an hour, was awake at this point, hugging me and asking me if I was okay. "He is fine, Maggie. Go back to sleep," my dad said, starting to get frustrated. There is clearly something that upsets him. "Dave, come on, sweetie, let's get you cleaned up and back to bed." I followed my mom into the bathroom, where I cleaned up, and followed her back to my room. However, when I got back in my room, the stuffed panda was just as I had left it the afternoon before, sitting upright and untouched. My mom tucked me in and kissed my forehead as I placed my head back down on my pillow to go back to sleep. The next day came and went, and it was that time again to brush my teeth and get into bed. I can't remember a time when I was more scared to get into bed and close my eyes than I was in that moment. Laying in bed, all I could do was stare at that shelf, waiting and knowing it was going to move again. I eventually fell asleep, but I wasn't asleep long. Once again, I found myself awaking to the sound of someone or something being in my room. I attempted to sit up in my bed, and when I did, I was met with the sight of the glowing red eyes of my stuffed panda, this time holding a knife. "I told you I'm going to kill you." With one swift motion, the stuffed panda drove the blade into my leg, turning it and twisting it into my flesh. I screamed in pain and agony as the blade pierced my skin. I threw my body around, trying to shake him off of me. Just like that, it was over. My parents were in the room at this point, and the stuffed pandas were back on the shelf as if they had never left their spot. I tried explaining it to my parents as if they would even begin to understand, and all my parents could say to me was that it would be okay. They took me to the hospital, and I was treated for the gash on my leg. All I really remember from this was that I had to also talk to some strange man I had never met before and tell him about my dreams. I was too young to understand it at the time, but my parents had told the hospital that I stabbed myself in a fit of rage triggered by stress. We did eventually return home, and when we did, the stuffed panda was destroyed and burned, as I couldn't bear the sight of it anymore. It has been 20 years, and my family no longer lives in the area or owns any property out in Yellow Creek. Until this day, 20 years later, I still can't sleep properly or step foot into any toy stores. My daughter's birthday is coming up, and she asked for a stuffed bear, and I said yes. If you enjoyed this video, please drop a like, comment, and subscribe. Also, please consider checking out my Patreon, where I upload all of my videos ad-free, along with other behind-the-scenes content and polls to influence future videos. Thank you for the support. Thanks for watching, and have a good night.